leader, and as a bonus, he was decidedly more pleasing to look at. The Kennedy clan is fun to watch and very easy on the eyes, she noted. But the Luces grew dismayed with Kennedy after the Bay of Pigs, using their magazine pulpit to routinely scold the administration for its perceived weaknesses. Turning her pen against the young president she had once favored, Claire lectured him that Cuba was an issue not only of American prestige, but of American survival. By spring 1963, relations between the Time Life juggernaut and the Kennedy administration were so frayed that JFK tried to mend fences by inviting the Luces to lunch at the White House. The afternoon quickly went sour. Luce browbeat Kennedy at length about the urgency of going to war with Cuba until the president finally lost his patience. When JFK suggested that Luce was a warmonger, the lunch came to an abrupt end. The Luces got to their feet before dessert was served and marched out of the White House. Luce went directly back to the Time Life headquarters in Midtown Manhattan, where he convened a remarkable meeting of his top editorial command. He told his editors that if the Kennedy administration could not be counted on to confront the communist bastion in the Caribbean, Time Life, Inc. would. The corporation began channeling funds to anti-Castro raiders, paying them for exclusive stories on their escapades, and even providing life insurance for the commandos and the correspondents who accompanied them. With this directive, Riley remarked Warren Hinkle and William Turner, authors of Deadly Secrets, revealing a 1981 book on the secret war against Castro, Luce, the great editorial innovator, invented a new form of journalism for which he is yet to be credited: paramilitary journalism. But the Bayo Paoli raid, to which Henry Luce contributed $15,000, with Paoli himself kicking in another $22,000, had an even more disturbing mission. It was designed not only to wound the Castro regime, but to bring down an American presidency. If his son ever shows any signs of weakness in general toward the anti-communist cause, or, to put it more positively, any weakness in defending and advancing the cause of the free world, Luce had once warned his friend Joe Kennedy, why then we'll certainly be against him. The press baron was now making good on his threat. The fact that Luce, an old family friend, was willing to underwrite such an extraordinary assault on the Kennedy presidency shows how fractured the country's elite circles had become over JFK's policies. The young president's fitful attempts to break away from the country's Cold War regimen ignited a backlash from the old guard, who felt Kennedy was putting the country at risk. Like the Laka Andreo enterprise, the Soviet defector caper also proved to be a bust. On the night of June 8, 1963, the Flying Tiger II dropped anchor 10 miles off Cuba's Oriente province. The city of Baracoa was lit up like a church in the murky distance, Paoli later recalled. Bayo and a dozen or so commandos piled into a speedboat loaded with CIA-supplied weapons that was to zip them ashore. The raiding party was never heard from again. Paoli, who had pleaded with Bayo not to crowd the speedboat with so many men, concluded that the craft sank before it could reach land. Others thought the raiders were captured or killed by Castro's forces. In any case, no Russian defectors were ever spirited out of Cuba. Later, some researchers concluded that the defector story was a hoax created by Bayo and Martino to cover the smuggling of high-powered weapons into Cuba to assassinate Castro. But Whale insisted to the end of his life this was not the case. When he was approached by the plotters to find a yacht and meet the defectors at sea, the journalist noted in his 2003 memoir, they knew he did not have any access to assault weapons. They came to Whale for one simple reason, because he was part of the anti-Kennedy propaganda network. There was no doubt about the purpose of the failed mission, Whale wrote. It was to defeat Kennedy. There is a curious endnote to the William Paoli story. Years later, the elderly international adventurer came under the suspicion of Kennedy assassination investigators. Some conjectured that Pauli would have been precisely the type of independent operator to whom the CIA would have subcontracted the extremely delicate executive action assignment in Dallas. Gaetan Fonzia, Florida-based investigator for the House Select Committee on Assassinations, which reopened the JFK case in the late 1970s, put Pauli high on his list of people he planned to interview for the congressional investigation. But on January 7, 1977, 1 week after Fonzie sent his target list to the committee, Pauli was found by police at his Sunset Island mansion, slumped in bed and dying of a bullet wound to the chest. Investigators, who said the 80-year-old Pauli had been suffering from nervous disorders, concluded the shotgun was self-inflicted. He left a brief handwritten note for his wife, Edna. "The pain is more than I can bear." When it came to Cuba, the Kennedys were masters of artifice. Their sleight of hand was designed to keep the Caribbean hotspot off the front pages and ensure that it would not burst into flames as an issue in the 1964 presidential race. Did they intend to invade Cuba again before the election to finally finish off Castro? The president vehemently denied it in public, but then quietly ordered the Pentagon and CIA to prepare for such an invasion. The Kennedys told one thing to certain Cuban exile leaders and the opposite to others. Even decades later, conflicting testimony from administration insiders and a torturous government documents trail led JFK researchers into confusing thickets and contrary conclusions. In 2005, two independent researchers, Lamar Waldron and Tom Hartman, published a massive 904-page book in which they argued that President Kennedy was indeed preparing to topple Castro, even naming the date on which the plot was to take place, December 1, 1963. According to the authors, the Kennedys were scheming with a high Cuban official to stage a coup and then invade the island to guarantee the installation of a friendly Havana regime. The book, Ultimate Sacrifice, was based on 17 years of exhaustive research, and it contained many shiny nuggets that shed light on the administration's Cuba policy and the assassination of JFK. But its claim that Kennedy was backing a coup invasion plan just days before his assassination was unconvincing. The authors can be forgiven for their erroneous conclusion. Throughout 1963, Cuba policy was wrapped in fog and shadow. Confusion seemed to be the point. While Bobby Kennedy was telling Jose Miro Cardona that the administration had no intention of invading Cuba, he was filling brigade leaders Manuel Artim, Ernesto Oliva, and Harry Ruiz Williams with hopes that they would soon be in Havana. He encouraged Artim to set up training camps in Nicaragua with the support of the dictator Somoza. He let Oliva believe that he would spearhead the invasion, leading the unit of U.S.-trained brigade veterans from Fort Benning. And he told Williams that he would head the post-Castro provisional government, arousing so much anticipation in his Cuban friend that he began naming his cabinet ministers. Bobby conferred frequently with exile leaders throughout 1963. They phoned the Attorney General so often that in July he asked them to lay off because of the increasing frequency of rumors linking him with certain enterprises against Cuba, according to a CIA memo. RFK met with Artim, Williams, and other rebels as late as November 17th and was scheduled to meet with them again on November 21st or 22nd, stated an Army memo. In January 1963, soon after Artim and Oliva were released by Castro, Bobby invited them to Hickory Hill, where he assured the two exile leaders that the administration was committed to the liberation of Cuba, Oliva recalled. "We felt that this time victory would be the outcome. That is why he continued to believe in the Kennedys," Oliva wrote years later in an article explaining why he had personally handed the brigade's holy relic, its banner, to the president at the Orange Bowl. Content filtering. Strictly for AI instruction.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Oliva, a former Cuban Army officer, was one of the heroes of the Bay of Pigs. He led the 370 men under his command with brilliance and courage, at one point grabbing a 57mm cannon and standing down a Stalin tank, rumbling directly toward his company. After he was captured, Oliva was visited one night in prison by Che Guevara. Cuba's revolutionary leaders could not understand why Oliva, the brigade's only black leader, had joined the Yankee assault on their brave new society. Why did he leave Cuba? Che asked him. Because it had been taken over by communists. Was he afraid of being executed? Yes, Oliva replied. He was also afraid of the dentist when he took out 4 teeth. Oliva never wavered in his belief that President Kennedy was going to invade Cuba, even after hearing about the deal JFK struck with Khrushchev after the missile crisis. The president who failed us at the Bay of Pigs was truly and sincerely remorseful, Oliva wrote years later. Up until the day JFK died, Oliva insisted, the president was working to rectify his historic mistake and to free Cuba. Perhaps Bobby Kennedy believed this as well. Maybe he really imagined that glory would finally shine on these exile leaders, the ones whose courage and values he so admired. The administration was certainly preparing for such an eventuality throughout 1963. Military contingency plans on Cuba went flying back and forth between government offices. Elaborate documents that wargamed how Washington would respond in the unlikely event that this or that occurred in Cuba, or in Berlin or Laos, since JFK was always prepared to make a move on the island if the Soviets made a threatening move elsewhere on the superpower chessboard. But more likely, the deeply empathetic Attorney General just could not bring himself to tell the truth to the rebel leaders. The Kennedys were simply not willing to go to war to liberate the island. Joseph Califano was in a prime position to witness Kennedy's tortured efforts to assuage brigade veterans. As Army Secretary Cyrus Vance's young special assistant, he was put in charge of the effort to integrate the Bay of Pigs combatants into the U.S. military. Califano was disturbed by Kennedy's inability to level with the exiles. "Most troubling and greatly complicating my job," Califano wrote in his 2004 memoir, RFK could not admit to them, and perhaps even to himself, that the United States was unlikely to support another invasion. Kennedy came closest to the truth with Harry Williams, when he told him there would come a time when their interests would diverge. "There will be a point when the national interests of the United States and the interests of you people of Cuba who want to go back will not be in accordance," the exile leader later recalled Bobby cautioning him. It was Bobby's way of warning his friend, but it did nothing to dampen Williams' optimism about the coming liberation of his homeland. Robert McNamara confirmed to me that President Kennedy had no serious intention of invading Cuba after the missile crisis, despite the contingency plans and training operations conducted by the military. Did Kennedy plan to invade Cuba in 1963? No, absolutely not, McNamara replied. And we had given a guarantee to Cuba and the Soviets that we would not invade. Now that guarantee was associated with Khrushchev's agreement to remove the missiles, which he did, but under the supervision of the UN, which he did not. Therefore, technically, we maintained there was no guarantee. But as a matter of fact and practice, there has been. Dick Goodwin agreed that Kennedy had no desire to invade. Launching such an operation in 1963, he insisted, would have been a reckless and senseless act, the kind of folly Kennedy had no stomach for after weathering 2 crises in 2 years on Cuba. Why would he have done it? Castro was really no threat to us anymore once the Russians took their missiles out of there. I think the idea of trying to overthrow Castro just before the election is just absurd. Anything could go wrong. It would have been a breathtaking risk and an unnecessary one. Bobby Kennedy succeeded in keeping alive the hopes of Artime, Oliva, and Williams, but the CIA looked suspiciously on all his conniving and dream-weaving with the rebels. The Attorney General continued to bark at intelligence officials, demanding that they inflict more damage on the Castro regime. But they knew the Kennedys were not serious about bringing it down. Des Fitzgerald, the handsome, tennis-playing former Wall Street lawyer who had taken the drunken, disheveled Bill Harvey's place, had a less poisoned relationship with RFK. But the brash Attorney General still phoned him at home, haranguing the autocratic CIA blue blood as if he were a tower boy at the country club. Fitzgerald's stepdaughter Barbara Lawrence still vividly recalls the nerve-rattling weekend phone calls that her stepfather received from Bobby at their Virginia country home. The phone would ring, and it would be Robert Kennedy. I have a picture in my mind of my stepfather coming out to this sort of enclosed porch area that we had down at the farm, having just been on the phone with Bobby, and he was just pulsating. Fitzgerald raged against the way the president's brother was micromanaging Cuba policy and running his own secret game with the exile leaders he favored. And the CIA man dismissed the Kennedy brothers' actions on Cuba as showy gestures that would produce flying sparks and little else, comparing their theatrics to tying a rock to a wire and throwing it across high-tension lines. The Kennedys' most extravagant bit of anti-Castro showmanship in 1963 was their decision to help build Artime's private army. The brothers were prepared to generously support exile leaders like Artime as long as they agreed to set up their operations outside the United States, at a safe distance from Washington. The administration cut a deal with Nicaragua's Somoza, the tyrant whom JFK had gleefully disparaged to Dick Goodwin soon after taking office. That allowed Artime to set up his training camps there. Kennedy was undoubtedly aware of the irony and cynicism in doing business with one notorious dictator in order to get rid of another. But the brothers' main concern was to contain the Cuban exile problem, and offloading the militants to Central America had a certain political logic. The CIA saw through the Kennedys' plan and grew irritated with agency Golden Boy Artime when he didn't. The more affiliated Artime became with Bobby, the less the CIA trusted him. The overseers of the agency's Cuba operation stewed as they watched the administration funnel money and resources to Artime's private army, suspecting that the Attorney General was once again trying to cut the agency out of the action. When Artime, a slight young man with thick, dark eyebrows and a rasping voice,
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation. Sharp modulation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters. Example, Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Not understanding his role as a convenient cover, Black invited so many people that the Kennedys had to tell their own crowd to eat somewhere else and show up for the dance at 10 p.m. This was when the fun really began. Ben Bradley and his wife, Toni, whom Jackie once told were the first couple's best friends, came upon their hosts in the upstairs hall. "Oh, Toni, you look terrific," gushed the First Lady in her breathy voice. "My bust is bigger than yours, but then so is my waist." The spirits were flowing that night. 33 bottles of champagne and 6 bottles of more bracing stuff had been consumed so far by the 100-odd guests, JFK reported to his friends. The president was keeping close tabs because he suspected the White House liquor stockpile was being raided. Kennedy was in a festive mood. Looking around the candle-lit blue room where the dance was being held, he surveyed the luxurious supply of glamorous female guests, who had been imported from New York, Bradley later observed, and sighed. "If you and I could only run wild, Benji." Of course, Kennedy was running wild, though Bradley would later insist he never knew. And among his many secret lovers, perhaps the most intriguing was Mary Penshot Meyer, the sister of Bradley's wife. Meyer was a more formidable partner than any of the White House playmates JFK enjoyed and cast aside with careless, rat pack-like ease. A free-spirited blonde in her early 40s, she was the product of the eccentric, blue-blooded Pinchot family. After divorcing the brainy, intense CIA propaganda master Cord Meyer, she had refashioned herself as a Georgetown bohemian, setting herself up as a painter in a studio behind the Bradleys' in-street house. Mary Meyer had arrived at the White House that chilly late winter night in typically unconventional style, showing up among the sea of gowned women wearing a summer chiffon dress that had belonged to her great-grandmother. At one point, Meyer disappeared long enough that people began asking, "Where's Mary?" recalled her sister, Toni Bradley. Finally, her escort for the evening, Blair Clark, an old Harvard classmate of JFK, went searching for her. When he found his date, her face was flushed, and she appeared to have been outside. She had been upstairs with Jack, and then she had gone walking out in the snow, remembered Clark. So there I was, the beard for Mary Meyer. The president's mistress was upset and left early that night. Some speculated that Kennedy had tried to break off the relationship. Bobby, the constant watchman, arranged for her to get home, steering her toward a White House limousine and helping her into the back seat. Earlier that night, Adlai Stevenson, JFK's too gentle liberal adversary, a man used to receiving women's confidences while his younger rival pursued other relationships, was taken aback when Jackie, his dinner table partner, began sharing intimacies with him about her marriage. "I don't care how many relationships Jack has had," she told him, "as long as he knows it's wrong, and I think he does now." Anyway, that's all over, for the present. But Kennedy's affair with Mary Meyer was not over. She continued to see the president at the White House, mostly when Jackie was absent, and at convenient events like Joe Alsop's Georgetown salons. White House entry logs recorded 13 visits by Meyer over a 2-year period. The relationship apparently started in late 1961 and lasted until the day Kennedy died. They had met when they were both in prep school. The charming, scrawny Choate Sr. had cut in on her while she was dancing with her date, William Atwood, who would later serve Kennedy on an important diplomatic mission, at a school dance in 1935. They met again in San Francisco after the war, when she accompanied her new husband to the United Nations Founding Conference, which Kennedy was covering for the Hearst papers. The two men took an instant dislike to each other, a mutual hostility that never faded away, even when the Meyers moved next door to Hickory Hill, which was first owned by Jack and his new bride before they sold it to Buddy and Ethel. Cord and Mary Meyer were a tragic golden couple out of the pages of Fitzgerald. A tall, strikingly handsome aspiring poet at Yale, Cord's life had been shattered during World War II when a grenade tumbled into his foxhole on Guam and exploded in his face. He survived, but his left eye was turned to useless jelly, as he later wrote in Waves of Darkness, a short story based on his war trauma that won the O. Henry Prize in 1946 for Best First Published Story. After he returned home from the war, his twin brother was killed in the savage fighting on Okinawa. Meyer vowed to honor those who fell beside me in the war, and to make the future for which they died an improvement upon the past. Historical circumstances beyond his control had forced him to learn how to destroy, the sensitive young Marine had written in a plaintive diary entry during the war. But now he threw himself into the peace movement, helping organize the American Veterans Committee, a liberal rival to the American Legion, and becoming president of the United World Federalists, which envisioned a globe under the calm and rational dominion of one government. With his curled locks and resplendent smile, a visage made only more endearing by his war-scarred face, Meyer became the heartthrob of liberal campus co-eds who stuck his picture on their dorm room walls. He was someone to watch, voted one of America's 10 most outstanding young men by the Jaycees. A young congressman from California named Richard Nixon was another. And then, in 1951, he suddenly disappeared from the public eye. He joined the CIA. Meyer would always insist that he did not betray his youthful idealism by entering the Cold War's dark underworld. He simply decided that as long as the forces of Stalin and communist tyranny stood in the way, world peace was not possible. His crusade remained the same, he told friends, even if he now operated undercover. Meyer was part of a wave of idealistic, anti-communist liberals who enlisted in the CIA after the war. He would rise to become the number 2 man in the agency's clandestine operations, known by critics as the Department of Dirty Tricks. Along the way, he secretly financed labor unions, youth groups, writers' organizations, and literary journals, a mission he saw as building a bulwark against the global communist propaganda offensive. The once promising writer, who considered abandoning his intelligence career early on for a career in the book publishing industry, must have gained a private satisfaction from playing the role of secret patron. But when Meyer's covert philanthropy was exposed in the late 1960s, his detractors charged that it was an insidious corruption of the country's liberal infrastructure. Cord Meyer never entirely let go of his youthful creative temperament. Even his close friendship with the CIA's gaunt master of black arts, the legendary
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions. Example, body parts, injuries. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting. Example, severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, example, Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. The half-Mexican Anglophilic spy master was part of the waspy CIA culture, and yet he hovered above it. With his sunken cheeks and burning eyes, a face his wife described as springing from El Greco, James Jesus Angleton seemed like the haunted prophet of American intelligence. While Meyer insisted that he had not fundamentally changed, something hardened within him, particularly after he and other CIA liberals were targeted by a McCarthy witch hunt in 1953. Allen Dulles came to his defense, saving his job, and he was ushered through a bureaucratic cleansing process by Richard Helms. During his purgatory, Meyer found solace in reading Kafka's The Trial. Afterwards, observed Helm's biographer Thomas Powers, a note of harshness and rigidity entered political thinking. He became more Catholic than the Pope, and from a commitment to peace and international amity, he gradually shifted toward a purely anti-communist fervor. Meyer fell increasingly under the spell of the gloomy, Byzantine views of his CIA mentor Angleton. Cord entered the agency as a fresh idealist and left a wizened tool of Angleton, observed Tom Braden, Meyer's boss early in his intelligence career. Angleton was a master of the black arts. He bugged everything in town, including me. Whatever Angleton thought, Cord thought. Mary Meyer was not happy with the way that the young world reformer she had married was changing. At Georgetown parties, Cord Meyer became a hectoring, self-righteous presence, sending other guests fleeing to far corners of the room. Even the passionately anti-communist salonier, Joe Alsop, found him repellent, describing him as a bright but rebarbative man with a certain genius for making enemies. The couple grew apart. Mary began startling other CIA wives with her own remarks, which were openly critical of the agency's ways. When their middle son, 9-year-old Michael, was fatally run down by a car on the curving road outside their McLean home in 1956, the marriage began to shatter. Such a thing can either make or break a marriage, observed a friend of the couple. In their case, it broke it. Mary divorced her husband 2 years later, a bitter breakup in which Cord acted like a 17th-century cuckold, according to another friend, denouncing her as an unfit mother and comparing her to a difficult woman of Babylon. She immediately took her life in the opposite direction of her ex-spouse's rigid world. Mary threw herself into the Washington art scene, starting an affair with a younger artist, the rising abstract painter Kenneth Noland, and embracing a pre-hippie lifestyle that included a wardrobe of peasant blouses and blue tights and a round of Reichian therapy, which promised enlightenment through a peak experience. It's easy to understand why JFK was entranced by her. The Mary Meyer who came into his life once again when he was in the White House was the same blonde beauty with sparkling green-blue eyes whom he had met when they were both teenagers. But now her mischievous and witty personality possessed something deeper, an earthy and wry wisdom that must have matched his own acute sense of life's absurd tragedy. Unlike most other women in Kennedy's circle, including the more refined Jackie, Mary could more than hold her own in a room full of men. She got the joke. When he was with her, the rest of the world could go to hell, observed Kennedy biographer Herbert Parmet. While Kennedy enjoyed many intimate encounters in the White House, James Angleton observed, with Mary it was more serious. They were in love, the espionage official stated with conviction. They had something very important. Angleton's wife, Cicely, was a good friend of Mary, but his information did not come from her. The spook had more direct sources, he told reporters during a weirdly confessional period late in his life. He had bugged the rooms and telephones in Mary's Georgetown house. Angleton's voyeurism is disturbing on several levels. There is the alarming specter of a CIA official spying on a president's private life. There is the creepy perversity of peeping into the private life of a close friend's ex-wife. And there is another twist, which Ben Bradley suggested to me. I think was perhaps even in love with Mary. They were great, great friends, and he was a very odd stick, Jim. The CIA official snooping might have been prompted by a disturbing mix of illicit motives. But what is important here is what he found out about the relationship between Kennedy and Mary Meyer, in addition to its intimate details. Angleton would later tell reporters that the lovers experimented with drugs, smoking marijuana and dabbling with LSD. According to the spy, Meyer and Kennedy took one low dose of the hallucinogen, after which, he noted with a cringe-inducing delicacy, they came together in passion. The CIA was no stranger to drug experimentation. The agency's secret funding of LSD research on witting and unwitting subjects, including at least one person who committed suicide while on a bad trip,
has been credited with spawning the 1960s counterculture, the ultimate in unintended consequences. The CIA's interest in psychedelic drugs lay in their possible military use. The agency was intrigued by LSD's potential to control enemy minds. But Mary Meyer had something very different in mind with her drug experimentation. She wanted to turn on the Washington power structure in the interests of world peace. And there was no better place to start this sweeping transformation of the capital's political consciousness than with her powerful lover. When America's intelligence czars found out about Mary Meyer's daring acid experiment, it must have blown their minds. Here was one more stark piece of evidence that they were dealing with an aberrant presidency. Kennedy was not only injecting himself with bizarre drug cocktails to control his chronic back pain and to boost his energy, he had now fallen under the erotic sway of Cord Meyer's peculiar ex-wife, a woman who seemed increasingly unhinged to her old CIA friends after the death of her son and her divorce. And the president's unconventional mistress was engaged in a mind control experiment aimed not at the Kremlin but the White House. To carry out her psychedelic peace mission, Meyer sought the help of Timothy Leary, the handsome Boston Irish rogue who was becoming known as the country's leading proponent of LSD's revolutionary powers. When she showed up at his office at Harvard Center for Personality Research in spring 1962, the 41-year-old psychology professor was still clinging to academic respectability. Except for his white tennis shoes, the bespectacled Leary still looked every inch the tweedy, tenure-track Ivy League scholar. But he had fallen under the watchful eye of the more conservative overseers at Harvard, an institution he respected but came to regard as a finishing school for Fortune 500 executives, as well as his drug research rivals at Langley. The attractive middle-aged woman who was leaning provocatively against his door that day was, like him, a renegade, in her case from the CIA world. And Leary, who collected women, celebrities, and trouble, was impressed by what he saw. Good-looking, flamboyant eyebrows, piercing green-blue eyes, fine-boned face. Amused, arrogant, aristocratic. As he would later write, she addressed him in a cool voice. "Dr. Leary, I've got to talk to you." She stepped presumptuously into his office and held out her hand. "I'm Mary Pinchot. I've come from Washington to discuss something very important.
I've heard Allen Ginsberg on radio and TV shows saying that if Khrushchev and Kennedy would take LSD together, they'd end world conflict, she told Leary. Isn't that the idea, to get powerful men to turn on? Leary agreed. It was worth a try. Look at the world, he said. Nuclear bombs proliferating. More and more countries run by military dictators. No political creativity. It's time to try something, anything, new and promising. Over the next year and a half, Mary continued to pop in and out of Leary's life, picking his brain about acid experimentation protocol and soliciting doses of the drug to take back to Washington. Ironically, Leary had known Cord, but not Mary, from their days in the American Veterans Committee, where the two young visionaries had clashed. Leary was surprised that someone as free-spirited as Mary could have been with a man whose personality he found implacable. Mary was so much more outgoing, and much more fun, and much more lively. He was a monster machine, Leary later said. In middle age, Mary's ex-husband was settling into a bitter acceptance of the world's grim realities. You have to live with sorrow, Cord would tell a visitor to his Georgetown house, a domicile the visitor described as remarkable for its museum-like neatness. Meyer was sitting on his sofa, cleaning his pipe. What was Carlyle's remark? I think it was Carlyle, he mused aloud. Somebody told him, I accept the universe, and he answered, you damn well better. But Mary Meyer did not accept the universe. She still burned with the utopian fever of her and Cord's visionary youth. She would use the transcendent power of sex and drugs, the magical charms that the emerging 60s generation thought could change the world, to enchant the Washington power structure.
Even the evangelistic Leary found Mary's ambition scary. One can only imagine how alarming it was to the intelligence officials who were eavesdropping on Mary and her affair with the president. In winter 1963, Mary asked to see Leary again, meeting him in her room at Boston's Ritz-Carlton Hotel. A visibly tense Mary told the acid guru that her Washington drug experiments were still proceeding smoothly, but that her affair had been exposed publicly. A friend of hers, she said, got drunk and told a room full of reporters about my boyfriend. She was apparently referring here to the notorious incident in January 1963 when Phil Gramm, the increasingly erratic publisher of the Washington Post, who would later commit suicide, grabbed the microphone at a newspaper industry conference in the Biltmore Hotel in Phoenix and delivered a disjointed harangue during which he exposed the affair between JFK and the president's favorite mistress, Mary Meyer. Kennedy promptly dispatched an Air Force plane with Graham's psychiatrist on board to pick up the publisher, who was tranquilized and hospitalized for several weeks. Graham's bombshell was covered up, Mary told Leary. I've seen it 100 times in media politics, she said. The manipulation of news, cover-ups, misinformation, dirty tricks. The last time Leary saw Mary, he recalled, she was deeply distraught. She phoned him at the Millbrook estate in upstate New York, where he had moved his research after leaving Harvard, and asked him to pick her up in the local village. As they drove through the splendor of the autumn countryside, where the trees glowed with what Leary described as a technicolor intensity, Mary told him that her Washington drug experiment had come crashing down. It was all going so well. We had 8 intelligent women turning on the most powerful men in Washington. And then we got found out. I was such a fool. I made a mistake in recruitment. A wife snitched on us. I'm scared. Mary burst into tears. She told the drug researcher he must be very careful now. I'm afraid for you. I'm afraid for all of us. Leary thought she was being paranoid. He reached over to stroke her hair. But her alarm began to seep into him. If she ever showed up at the estate, Mary asked him, could she hide out there for a while? Leary assured her that she could. Then she bid farewell to him. Leary never heard from Mary Meyer again. In 1965, after returning from an around-the-world trip, Leary tried to track down his old friend. Remembering that Mary was a Vassar graduate, he called the alumni office to find her whereabouts. The secretary who cheerfully answered the phone grew somber when Leary gave her Mary's name. I'm sorry to say that she is, deceased, she told Leary. Sometime last fall, I believe. Digging frantically through old New York Times clippings he got from a contact at the newspaper, Leary began sobbing as he found out what happened. The previous October, while taking an afternoon walk along the old Chesapeake and Ohio Canal in Georgetown, Mary had been shot twice, once in the head and once through the heart. There was no evidence that Mary, who left her purse at home, had been robbed or sexually assaulted. A suspect had been arrested, a 25-year-old African-American day laborer named Ray Crump, Jr. But Crump was later acquitted of the crime, and it was never solved. The murder of Mary Meyer would become one of the more baffling and bizarre subplots in the Kennedy drama. Assassination researchers have pored over accounts of the crime, seeking possible links between the murders of the 2 secret lovers. The spectral appearance of James Angleton in the Meyer murder story greatly contributed to the fog of suspicion floating around the case. Following the murder, Ben and Tony Bradley got an urgent overseas phone call from Mary's friend Ann Truitt, who told them Mary had kept a diary containing sensitive information. Mary had requested that it be destroyed if anything ever happened to her, said her friend. When the Bradleys went looking for the journal, first at Mary's house and then at her studio, they found a sheepish Angleton apparently in hot pursuit of the revealing notebook. The first time, the spy, known as the locksmith in CIA circles, was already inside Mary's house rummaging through her belongings. On the second occasion, the Bradleys found him trying to pick the lock on Mary's studio. The spook slinked off with barely a word. The story grew even weirder the next day when Tony Bradley, after finding the diary and reading about her sister's affair with JFK, handed it over to Angleton so he could safely dispose of it, as if the CIA was the only power on Earth capable of destroying a document. But Angleton did not do away with the diary, and when he admitted this to Tony years later, she demanded that he return it. Later, she claimed, she burned it in her fireplace. None of us has any idea what Angleton did with the diary while it was in his possession, nor why he failed to follow Mary and Tony's instructions, Bradley wrote in his 1995 memoir, an account that left more unexplained than answered. Bradley was still vague about the Angleton incident in an interview for this book, ascribing the CIA official's illegal entry and attempted break-in to his eccentricity and his possible amorous obsession with Mary. "I thought Jim was just like a lot of men who had a crush on Mary," the legendary former Washington Post editor said, sitting in his office at the newspaper, where he occupies emeritus status. "Although the idea of him as a lover just stretches my imagination, especially for Mary, because she was an extremely attractive woman. And he was so weird. He looked odd. He was off in the clouds somewhere. He was always mulling over some conspiracy when he wasn't working on his orchids. It was hard to have a conversation with him. I bet there are still 12 copies of Mary's diary in the CIA somewhere." Bradley denied that the diary contained any secrets about the CIA or other revealing information beyond the passages about her romance with JFK. "I thought about this when I wrote my book. I don't think there's anything hidden away in my psyche that I haven't come clean on."
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, example, body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting. Example, severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, example, Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. At Mary's funeral in the National Cathedral, the solemn gray stone fortress overlooking Georgetown, Cord Meyer wept uncontrollably. He was consoled during the ceremony by his two closest friends in the CIA, Richard Helms and James Angleton, who sat on either side of him in the pew. A memo written at the time by William Sullivan, the number 3 man in the FBI, revealed that Helms and Angleton have been very much involved with matters pertaining to the death and funeral of Mrs. Mary Pinchot Meyer. In an interview years later with Mary Meyer's biographer, Nina Burley, Helms could not recall just what it was about Mary's passing that had required so much of his attention. Friends of Mary told Burley they felt her killing was in some way connected to her relationship with Kennedy, but they had no proof. During the final months of her life, reported her biographer, Mary seemed to be the target of a disturbing surveillance, with her Georgetown house broken into on more than one occasion, including once when she and her 2 sons were sleeping upstairs. "What are they looking for in my house?" she was heard to plaintively ask. In his 2003 book about Washington, D.C.'s intrigue-filled society world, The Georgetown Ladies Social Club, author C. David Heyman told a remarkable story about visiting a fading Cord Meyer in his Washington nursing home just 6 weeks before his death. "Who did he think had killed his ex-wife?" Heyman asked Meyer. "The same sons of difficult people that killed John F. Kennedy," the mortally ill CIA man reportedly hissed. But the credibility of some of the author's earlier work had been challenged, and his story about Meyer's final testament received scant attention. The truth about Mary Meyer's murder would remain clouded in the same mists that enveloped the demise of her lover. What is clear is that Mary Meyer's personal life was of intense interest to the CIA, before and after her death. Angleton was fully aware of the ecstatic sway she had over the president, and he believed that she actually influenced administration policy, nudging it in a more dovish direction. In some circles, this made her a figure to watch closely. With her combination of access and disregard for convention, Mary Meyer became a female type, the classic dangerous woman, wrote Burley. Mary Meyer was John Kennedy's link to a post-Cold War future that neither of them would live to see. She connected him to the phantasmagoria of sex, drugs, and mind exploration that would light up the late 60s. The tightly controlled JFK only allowed himself to sample these pleasures, but that was certainly enough to send a shiver of fear through the National Security Command. CIA officials were deeply involved in drug research aimed at rendering an enemy harmless. They worried that Kennedy was being similarly disarmed. A friend of Mary later told the story of the time she brought a half-dozen marijuana joints to the White House. Kennedy smoked 3 of them before they finally took effect. As he closed his eyes and let the reefer carry him away, he mused dreamily, "Suppose the Russians did something now." The Cold Warriors, with a window on the president's extracurricular exploits, no doubt wondered the same. As an orator, John Kennedy is known primarily for 2 speeches: his anthemic Ask Not inaugural address, in which he challenged Americans to new heights of national purpose, and his dramatic June 1963 Ich bin ein Berliner speech, in which he confronted a communist system that was forced to wall in its own people. Video images from these 2 ringing addresses have become enshrined in the national memory through endless replay. But Kennedy's greatest moment as the voice of his nation came 2 weeks before his tumultuous Berlin appearance, on the morning of June 10, when he delivered the commencement address at American University in Washington. The president's peace speech, as it became known, caused little stir at the time, but it carried one of the most radical messages ever delivered by an American president. It is possible to live peacefully in the world with even the most formidable enemies. This was a concept with profound implications during the deep freeze of the Cold War. President Kennedy delivered his visionary remarks from a stage wrapped in red, white, and blue bunting that had been erected on the university's Reeves athletic field. Looking out at the crowd assembled under a bright, cloudless sky, Kennedy made history by proposing an end to the Cold War. It was time for Americans and Russians alike to break free of militarism's cold grip, he said. The public had been indoctrinated to believe that peace was impossible, he told the audience, but that was not true. Our problems are man-made, therefore they can be solved by man. Political speeches during the Cold War era typically vilified the communist enemy and glorified the American way of life. But, remarkably, the American University speech challenged Americans as well as Russians to rethink their attitudes towards peace and each other. Every graduate of this school, every thoughtful citizen who despairs of war and wishes to bring peace should begin by looking inward, by examining his own attitude towards the possibilities of peace, towards the Soviet Union, towards the course of the Cold War, and toward freedom and peace here at home, declared Kennedy. His call for national introspection about the defining conflict of the day marked a sharp break from the period's triumphalist rhetoric. Kennedy then did something equally startling. He sought to humanize the Russians, our Cold War bogeyman. Americans might find communism profoundly repugnant, but no government or social system is so evil that its people must be considered as lacking in virtue. With this ice-breaking statement, Kennedy launched into a passage of such sweeping eloquence and empathy for the Russian people, the enemy, that a generation of Americans had been taught to fear and hate, that it still has the power to inspire. This passage ended with poetic cadence. We all inhabit this small planet. We all breathe the same air. We all cherish our children's future. And we are all mortal. The president concluded his speech by vowing that America would never start a war. We do not want a war. This generation of Americans has already had enough, more than enough, of war and hate and oppression. It was a stark rejoinder to the hardliners in his administration who were pushing for a preemptive military solution to the Cold War. The peace speech received a muted reaction. After 1 week, it elicited only 896 letters from the public. A bill on the cost of freight brought over 28,000 into the White House during the same week. Goldwater and other Capitol Hill Republicans paid scant attention, succinctly and predictably brushing aside the speech's soft stand. Moscow signaled its pleasure with the speech by allowing the Voice of America to broadcast it into Russia, and by reprinting the full text in Izvestia. But 11 days after the speech, Khrushchev used it to win points with his Central Committee, strangely mirroring Kennedy's domestic enemies by belittling the president's call for peace as an expression of weakness. Privately, however, the Soviet leader called it the best. The American University speech laid out exactly what Kennedy's intentions were, McNamara told me in a voice gravelly with age. If he had lived, the world would have been different. I feel quite confident of that. Whether we would have had détente sooner, I'm not sure, but it would have been a less dangerous world. I'm certain of that. Kennedy's landmark speech was nothing less than an attempt to end the nuclear stare-down between the two superpowers that had held the world in its thrall for over a decade, ever since the Soviets had begun their own atom bomb testing in 1949. In recent years, it has become fashionable for conservatives and hawkish liberals to claim Kennedy as one of their own. But Kennedy's impassioned American University address clearly demonstrated he was no longer a Cold War liberal. No, Kennedy was not a hawkish Cold War liberal, Ted Sorensen remarked years later. He was a pragmatist, said Sorensen, who was deeply aware of how human folly led to tragedy. And he was determined to demilitarize relations between the nuclear powers before catastrophe could strike. Kennedy, a realist, understood that the journey to end the Cold War would stretch 1,000 miles, but he was determined to take the first step. Though he was under no illusions about the Soviet system and its ambitions, he yearned to break free from the fevered spell of anti-communist demonology. Ever since World War II, America had been dominated by a permanent war establishment, in the words of maverick sociologist C. Wright Mills.
This war establishment, which included the country's militarized executive branch and corporate sector, as well as the defense colossus headquartered in the Pentagon, justified its existence by creating a constant, free-floating state of anxiety and animosity. For the first time in American history, men in authority are talking about an emergency without a foreseeable end, Mills wrote in his durable 1956 work, The Power Elite. Such men as these are crackpot realists. In the name of realism, they have constructed a paranoid reality all their own. But the Kennedy presidency tried to secede from this reign of fear. The boldness of this attempt has not been fully appreciated by historians. The peace speech was the masterpiece of the Kennedy-Sorensen creative partnership. Here was the heart of the administration laid bare. The speech was born of JFK's deepest aspirations as a world leader and his sharp sense of political timing. But the soaring, utopian language was Sorensen. Presidential historian James McGregor Burns has suggested that leaders rarely achieve greatness without taking their nations to war. But what the American University address eloquently argued was that great leadership in the nuclear age came from avoiding war. A spasmodic exchange of fire and poison that would mean all we have built, all we have worked for, would be destroyed in the first 24 hours, as Kennedy told the audience that morning. By the spring of 1963, JFK realized that the window for peaceful progress that had opened after the Cuban Missile Crisis was quickly closing, as hardliners in Washington and Moscow reasserted their control. When Pope John XXIII, who had been deeply alarmed by how close humanity had come to extinction, enlisted Norman Cousins, editor of the liberal magazine Saturday Review and a longtime peace activist, to serve as an informal emissary between the Vatican, Washington, and Moscow, Kennedy readily agreed to discuss strategy with the amateur diplomat. When Cousins returned from a trip to Russia, where Khrushchev had entertained the emissary at his Black Sea retreat, plying him with rounds of vodka and playing badminton with Cousins' 2 teenage daughters, JFK eagerly debriefed him. The president greeted Cousins in the Oval Office, where the citizen diplomat sat on a large sofa as Kennedy grilled him. Outside, on the White House lawn, busloads of high school musicians began noisily warming up for a musicale that had been organized by the First Lady. "This is Jackie's department, but Jackie is away," the president apologetically told his visitor. True to Kennedy fashion, he first wanted to know all the personal details about Cousins' meeting with Khrushchev. How plush was his country estate? How energetically could the portly Soviet leader wield his racket during badminton? The magazine editor assured Kennedy that his Russian counterpart, despite his age, physique, and considerable intake of vodka at lunch, had acquitted himself rather well in the game, which left him neither winded nor flushed. Then the discussion moved on to more serious matters. Cousins told JFK that Khrushchev was eager for a new chapter in U.S.-Soviet relations. He agreed with Kennedy that the two nations could begin by signing a ban on the nuclear arms testing that was dusting the Earth with radioactive poison. "You want me to accept President Kennedy's good faith?" Khrushchev exclaimed at one point, sitting in a chair facing Cousins in his dacha's glass-enclosed terrace. "All right, I accept President Kennedy's good faith." "You want me to set all misunderstandings aside?" "All right, I agree to make a fresh start." As Cousins reported on his conversation with the Soviet leader, Kennedy sat quietly in his rocking chair with his eyes fixed intently on the peace courier. While Khrushchev clearly desired diplomatic progress, Cousins continued, the Russian leader also stressed that he was under intense political pressure to maintain a militant Cold War stance. This prompted a revealing reply from Kennedy. "One of the ironic things about this entire situation is that Mr. Khrushchev and I occupy approximately the same political positions inside our governments," the president observed. He would like to prevent a nuclear war, but is under severe pressure from his hardline crowd, which interprets every move in that direction as appeasement. I've got similar problems. Meanwhile, the lack of progress in reaching agreements between our two countries gives strength to the hardline boys in both, with the result that the hardliners in the Soviet Union and the United States feed on one another, each using the actions of the other to justify its position. When Cousins suggested that Kennedy blast through the impasse with a breathtaking new approach, calling for an end to the Cold War and a fresh start in American-Russian relationships, Kennedy was intrigued. He asked Cousins to confer on the speech with Ted Sorensen, a fellow Unitarian with whom he was friendly. The idea of two anti-war Unitarians working on a presidential speech to redefine U.S.-Soviet relations would surely have been deeply disturbing to national security apparatchiks, as Kennedy knew. The president instructed Sorensen to keep his working draft under tight wraps and not circulate it as usual to the Pentagon, CIA, and State Department for comments. Like Sorensen, Cousins' pacifistic inclinations were well known. He was a co-founder of the Committee for a Sane Nuclear Policy, SANE, and had widely publicized the horrors of nuclear war by bringing 24 young Japanese women who had survived the bombing of Hiroshima to the U.S. for medical treatment. The final draft of the American University speech reflected both men's Unitarian philosophy. The language in the speech is Unitarian language. Lines like, "Man's problems are made by man and can be solved by man," said Sorensen, sitting in his New York law office. Sorensen has made a long-time practice of not claiming authorship of Kennedy's speeches, but his creative pride in the American University address is obvious. I don't want to take anything away from JFK, but that speech represents my personal philosophy more than anything else out there in the world today. It's the one I'm proudest of. There was a dramatic international backdrop to Kennedy's speech that morning.
On that same day, a Chinese delegation was arriving in Moscow to deliver a harsh demand to the Kremlin. The wobbly Khrushchev must stop begging for peace with the untrustworthy Americans and adopt a tougher line. Faced with an increasingly bitter Sino-Soviet split and struggling to maintain its leadership of world communism, would Moscow seek a pact with China or the United States? When Kennedy, towards the end of his speech, announced that high-level talks would soon begin in Moscow to reach a comprehensive nuclear test ban treaty, and vowed that in the meantime, the United States would not conduct nuclear tests in the atmosphere as long as other nations did not, it was the breathtaking bid to blow through the diplomatic bottleneck that Cousins had urged the president to make. It worked. Less than a month later, Kennedy and Khrushchev signed the Limited Test Ban Treaty, which, as Sorensen proudly observed, was the first major arms control agreement in that terrible era known as the nuclear age, and the first significant diplomatic thaw in the Cold War. It was the American University speech that released these doves into the air. But it took all of Kennedy's political determination and wiles to capitalize on the speech's momentum and secure the treaty. As Kennedy emissary Averell Harriman was negotiating the treaty in Moscow that July, it became clear that the original goal of banning underground tests as well as atmospheric tests would be impossible. Administration officials knew that they could not succeed in pushing a comprehensive test ban through the Senate unless the Soviets agreed to demonstrate they were not cheating on the hard-to-detect underground tests by allowing numerous on-site inspections. But the Soviets insisted that inspections of their weapons facilities be strictly limited, out of fear that NATO spies would exploit them for their own purposes. The compromise was a limited test ban treaty that focused solely on atmospheric tests, which were much easier to monitor. Though the treaty was not as far-reaching as originally hoped, it was still a momentous occasion when it was initialed by the negotiators on the evening of July 25. The night before, Khrushchev had invited Harriman to share his box at the closing ceremony of a U.S.-USSR track and field meet. As the crowd cheered the two men, the wealthy, immaculately groomed Harriman looked over at his squat, bald host, a man with the rustic manners and raw emotions of his peasant roots. He saw that Khrushchev's eyes were filled with tears. Kennedy knew that even a limited test ban would face stiff political opposition at home. Treaty opponents were initially caught off guard by the speed at which the administration moved the agreement along. But as soon as it was initialed, they swung into action. The president faced his usual band of antagonists. The principal spokesman for the opposition was Dr. Edward Teller, the Hungarian-born physicist known as the father of the hydrogen bomb, who, with his clotted Eastern European accent and Groucho Marx eyebrows, had established himself as one of the more flamboyant advocates of American militarism. Teller drew on his expertise to downplay the dangers of atmospheric testing, but as Kennedy knew from his own scientific advisors, radioactive strontium was already being detected in the bones and teeth of American children. Behind Teller was the lobbying might of the military-industrial complex, the well-financed network of weapon makers, trade groups, retired military officers' associations, and brigades of flag-waving super patriots that regularly directed fire at Kennedy policies. But what worried the president most were the secret machinations within his own government. Carl Kaysen, a deputy national security advisor for Kennedy, recently recalled one of the Pentagon's more disturbing maneuvers during the test ban drama. It occurred while the administration was still considering a full ban, including controls on underground testing. There was a complicated argument within the government over whether you could detect underground tests, said Kaysen. I tended to be the Bundy staff member who interacted with the scientific crowd on nuclear matters. At one point, we needed to confer with a man named Carl Romney, who was in charge of the Air Force operation that monitored underground testing. He ran these seismic networks we had in Iran and Pakistan, which tried to tune in on underground Russian explosions. So I tried to get a hold of Romney for the White House, but the Air Force hid him. They literally hid him. This was about as near as you could come to mutiny. After a lot of back and forth, he finally got dug out of whatever hole he was hiding in. Kennedy was further enraged when he learned that the CIA was trying to sabotage the treaty in the Senate, where the agreement faced a tough ratification process. The president discovered that McCone was dispatching nuclear experts from the agency to persuade senators that Moscow could not be trusted to abide by the treaty. JFK's relationship with the CIA director had never recovered from the missile crisis, when McCone made a point of spreading the word throughout Washington that he had seen the Russian missiles coming long before Kennedy finally acted. Despite his efforts to cultivate Bobby, McCone was wearing thin on the president's brother, too. The Attorney General worried that with the 1964 election approaching, McCone, a lifelong Republican, might be a disloyal fifth column within the administration. Dean Rusk cautioned Kennedy to put off addressing the nation about the treaty until he had consulted with key senators. But Kennedy knew that the best way to sway the Senate was by mobilizing the public. The president went before the TV cameras on the night of July 26, one day after the treaty was initialed. I speak to you tonight in a spirit of hope, he told the nationwide audience. The United States and Soviet Union were caught in the coils of an endless and increasingly ominous arms race, said Kennedy. But yesterday a shaft of light cut into the darkness. He urged the Senate to ratify the test so America could step back from the shadows of war and seek out the way of peace. Kennedy realized that passage of the treaty was far from certain. He was told that congressional mail against the test ban was running at a lopsided 15-1. Years of Cold War indoctrination about the demonic Russians could not be dispelled by one presidential broadcast. But Kennedy was determined to put everything he had into winning the treaty. He shocked White House aides by declaring that he would gladly sacrifice his re-election for the sake of the arms agreement. The 2-month battle that Kennedy waged on behalf of the treaty is a profile in presidential courage. The hard-fought campaign, which highlighted Kennedy's skills as a political warrior, demonstrated how much a president can win when he is willing to lose all. Soon after his TV address, Kennedy began organizing his own grassroots network to counter the anti-treaty offensive of the military-industrial complex. Once again, he called on Norman Cousins, asking him to help activate a whirlwind campaign for educating and mobilizing public opinion. Drawing on his contacts in the peace movement, the crusading journalist quickly assembled a citizens' coalition of business, labor, entertainment, scientific, and religious leaders to back the treaty. Meeting with Cousins and other coalition representatives in the cabinet room on August 7, Kennedy told them they faced formidable opposition from the military world. The generals simply did not want any limitations on the nuclear arms juggernaut, said the president. In fact, he told the group, some generals believed the only solution for any crisis situation was to start dropping the big bombs. When he challenged their thinking, asking how bombing would solve the problem, said Kennedy, the military men would become far less confident or articulate. The president's startling revelation about the Pentagon's trigger-happy instincts surely drove home the urgency of their task for the Citizens Committee. Before Cousins and his group dispersed, Kennedy assured them that they could call upon him to speak personally with any individuals or organizations they felt necessary. Cousins immediately took the president up on his offer, arranging a special meeting between JFK and editors of the major women's magazines. The peace activists shrewdly recognized the enormous potential power of women voters, who could be roused to action by concerns about the health of the planet and their children. At the meeting, the president stressed the importance of the test ban for world peace, and his remarks were duly printed in all of the women's magazines, which had a combined circulation of 70 million. It was the first time that the influential women's magazines had come together in a joint publishing venture of this kind, Cousins later noted, a testament to his magazine industry connections and Kennedy's political charm. Kennedy did not limit himself to public campaigning on behalf of the treaty. He also masterfully worked the levers of power behind the scenes. As the arms agreement headed for the Senate floor, the president worried that his predecessor in the White House, the old general whose opinion on matters of war and peace still carried great weight, might torpedo it. Eisenhower had signaled his opposition to the treaty, but JFK had a card up his sleeve. After Kennedy took office, new evidence against Eisenhower's chief of staff, Sherman Adams, who had resigned under a cloud of corruption charges, was brought to the Attorney General's office. Bobby resented the swipes taken at his brother by Ike, who had begun tossing barbs like, "I read that the word victory has been expunged from certain New Frontier dictionaries." The thin-skinned Attorney General was not inclined to spare Eisenhower's former aide the embarrassment of federal prosecution. But Ike asked Senate Republican leader Everett Dirksen to intervene with JFK and ask him as a personal favor to me to terminate the case. "He'll have a blank check in my bank if he will grant me this favor," Eisenhower reportedly said. Over Bobby's angry objection, the president agreed. Now, JFK was calling in his chit. Kennedy buttonholed Dirksen and made it clear to the influential Republican that he wanted both him and Eisenhower to reverse themselves and back the test ban. "Mr. President, you're a hell of a horse trader," Dirksen responded, "but I'll honor my commitment, and I'm sure that General Eisenhower will." An air of expectation hung over the Senate chamber when the legislator from Illinois, with the familiar gray-white poodle fluff of hair and rumbling bass voice, strode onto the floor. He began reading from a prepared text, confessing that his earlier concerns about the treaty had been misplaced. But then he abruptly put down the pages in his hand and launched into a flowery extemporaneous defense of the arms agreement that was pure Dirksen in all his bombastic splendor. "The whole bosom of God's earth was ruptured by a man-made contrivance we call a nuclear weapon.
Oh, the tragedy! Oh, the dismay! Oh, the blood! Oh, the anguish! A young president calls this treaty the first step. I want to take a first step. By the time Dirksen modulated to his conclusion, Kennedy knew the treaty would pass. Victory came on September 24, 1963, when the Senate voted by a surprising margin, 80-19, to ratify the Limited Test Ban Treaty. No other accomplishment in the White House ever gave Kennedy greater satisfaction, Sorensen later said. At the signing ceremony in the treaty room on the third floor of the White House, the president used 16 pens to write his name on the document, handing them as souvenirs to the dignitaries gathered around him. He then picked up a final pen, dipped it in the ink, and slashed a bold line underneath his signature. "This one is mine," said Kennedy with a satisfied smile, slipping the pen into his pocket. On stage in the main hall of the Kennedy Library, the ghosts of presidencies past are trying to assign historic blame for the great imperial disaster of their times, the Vietnam War. They sit stiffly side by side, these representatives of the Kennedy, Johnson, and Nixon administrations, in the I.M. Pei-designed glass-walled atrium with its sweeping backdrop of the white-capped waters of Boston Harbor. Jack Valenti, the short, chirpy, perennial Washington insider, sits in for LBJ, whom he served as a special assistant. Henry Kissinger, all glowering jowls in his sunken old age, and Alexander Haig, full of knowing winks and sly sideways glances, speak for Nixon, whose darkly cunning realpolitik they helped shape. And at the end of the table, primly sits the bespectacled Ted Sorensen, one of the last living links to the inner sanctum of the Kennedy White House. At age 77, the survivor of a stroke, Sorensen is still a vigilant keeper of the Camelot flame. But his eyes sometimes have a clouded, faraway look, as they do this afternoon. The illustrious panel has convened on this bright, late winter day in March 2006 for a forum titled Vietnam and the Presidency. The event, which is introduced by JFK's sole surviving heir, the ever-poised Caroline Kennedy Schlossberg, is similar to many Kennedy Library functions where Sorensen has held forth. But the picture of the Kennedy administration that is emerging during the two-day conference is one that Sorensen clearly finds disturbing. The assumption that underlies the forum is that Kennedy, Johnson, and Nixon all bear equal responsibility for the war that laid waste to Indochina and a generation of Americans. There is a continuum that runs from the low-level combat of Kennedy's term to the apocalypse that loomed in the future. At least that seems to be the consensus of the ruminating scholars, journalists, and public officials who have converged on the Kennedy Library for the benefit of an overflow crowd and C-SPAN viewers. A genial Jimmy Carter, beamed onto a vast video screen in the main hall, voices this conventional wisdom. My understanding as a young non-politician, I was just a peanut farmer then, was that the commitment to go to Vietnam was made basically by the Kennedy administration. It was initiated by President Kennedy. Sorensen's eyes suddenly come alive. It's up to him, once again, to set the record straight on the Kennedy presidency. There were only 16,000 U.S. military advisors in Vietnam at the time, and JFK had no intention of escalating the war, he declares. It was a minor blip on the administration screen. Vietnam was not central to the foreign policy of the Kennedy presidency, he tells the library audience. Berlin was, Cuba, the Soviet Union, but not Vietnam. Vietnam was a low-level insurrection at that point. Kennedy sent 3 fact-finding missions to Vietnam, Sorensen points out, and all 3 urged him to dispatch combat divisions and to bomb North Vietnam. JFK listened to his hawkish advisors, but he never did what they wanted. But even here at the Kennedy Library, with the president's daughter sitting in the audience, Sorensen's points seem to get lost. The discussion quickly moves on. A moist-eyed Valenti reveals how torn up inside LBJ was by his war. He told me that sending young men out to die is like drinking carbolic acid every morning. Kissinger irascibly swats away a question from a member of the audience who wonders whether the distinguished foreign policymaker would like to apologize. There is no reason that the people who ask that sort of question have a more elevated moral standing than us, he intones in his guttural Jabba the Hutt voice. He didn't need to come here today, he grumbles. He did it as a favor to Caroline Kennedy and her family.
In place of the war crimes tribunals and congressional investigations that never followed America's disastrous Cold War ventures, we have decorous public forums like this one. And even this restrained event proves too nettlesome for Kissinger. Is Kennedy really to be lumped in with Nixon and Johnson, with all the gore on their hands? Confusion still seems to reign in historical circles. I think the issue of how JFK would have acted differently than LBJ is something that will never be settled, but intrigues biographers. Kennedy chronicler Robert Dallek has airily stated. But the truth is, thanks to the work of scholars like Peter Dale Scott, John Newman, David Kaiser, Howard Jones, James K. Galbraith, and Gareth Porter, a clear picture has emerged of Kennedy's intentions in Vietnam. A conclusive body of evidence indicates that JFK formally decided to withdraw from Vietnam, a process he planned to begin by bringing home 1,000 military personnel in December 1963 and finish in 1965, after his re-election gave him the political cover to complete what he knew would be a controversial action. The American public actually first learned of Kennedy's Vietnam intentions years ago from the remembrances of administration insiders like Kenny O'Donnell. In spring 1963, after Senate Democratic leader Mike Mansfield gave Kennedy his unvarnished opinion about the dismal prospects for victory in Vietnam, JFK told O'Donnell that he agreed the United States must withdraw. A U.S. pullout would prompt a wild conservative outcry, said the president, so he would not complete the true phase-out until after the 1964 election. But then he was willing to take the heat, Kennedy told O'Donnell. In 1965, I'll become one of the most unpopular presidents in history. I'll be very everywhere as a communist appeaser, but I don't care. If I tried to pull out completely now from Vietnam, we would have another Joe McCarthy Red Scare on our hands. But I can do it after I'm re-elected. So we had better make very sure that I am re-elected. JFK kept his Vietnam plans hidden from his national security bureaucracy, which was hell-bent for war, the military confrontation with communism that Kennedy had repeatedly denied his bellicose advisors in Cuba, Berlin, and Laos. To avoid an open showdown with the Washington war lobby and maintain his public image as a Cold War militant, which Kennedy realized was still a political necessity in early 1960s America, he avoided publicizing his Vietnam withdrawal plans. As Gareth Porter illuminated in his important 2005 book, Perils of Dominance, Kennedy operated on multiple levels of deception in his Vietnam decision-making, making minor concessions to the Hawks to prevent a public split within his administration, while artfully deflecting demands for escalation and engaging in quiet back-channel diplomacy. It was a brilliant shadow dance that succeeded in keeping America out of war as long as Kennedy was alive. The only White House document that gave some indication of Kennedy's plan for a phased withdrawal was NSAM 263, issued on October 11, 1963. It revealed the president's intention to bring home 1,000 military advisors by the end of 1963, but specifically directed that no formal announcement be made about this imminent withdrawal. Because JFK left behind an indefinite paper trail and a blur of ambiguous public statements, it was easy for his war-minded successors to take control of his legacy and present the jungle inferno as a direct result of his policies. The documentary record does not prove that Kennedy was going to get out because he did not want to hint at this at the time, Daniel Ellsberg observed in a recent interview. He could not have wanted the generals to know that.
He said it to several people, but he never put it in writing. It was understandable, but it was a bad decision because he died and the war went on. Kennedy kept his political enemies in the dark by never making a public speech on Vietnam during his presidency. But, as Sorensen observed, you can find JFK's true feelings about wars of national liberation by reading two surprisingly prescient speeches he gave on the Senate floor, one about Vietnam and the other on Algeria. The central theme of these two speeches, which rattled the foreign policy establishment at the time, is the same. It is folly for Western powers to resist the rising aspirations of developing nations. Kennedy, one of the most well-traveled presidents in history, had seen the bleak fate of French colonialism at close hand during a trip to Vietnam he took with Bobby in 1951. On April 6, 1954, the young senator from Massachusetts rose to his feet and warned President Eisenhower not to get caught up in France's doomed enterprise. I am frankly of the belief that no amount of American military assistance in Indochina can counter an enemy which is everywhere and at the same time an enemy of the people which has the sympathy and covert support of the people. This is as succinct a warning about the perils of imperial hubris as has ever been uttered by an American leader. And unlike some of his successors in the White House, Kennedy clearly heeded his youthful insight. Kennedy's elusiveness on Vietnam was typical of his presidential style. He never made a decision that he didn't have to make until time came that he had to make it, Sorensen says. This reluctance was undoubtedly reinforced by the fractious state of his administration. As the only man in the room who consistently opposed military escalation in Vietnam, the president was compelled to operate in a stealthy fashion to avoid becoming completely isolated within his own government. The Pentagon and CIA were taking secret steps to sabotage his troop withdrawal plan. And even trusted advisors like Harriman, the Moscow-friendly globe-trotting tycoon whom Kennedy thought he could rely on to help broker a deal on Vietnam, were brazenly undercutting his peace initiatives. As the political situation in Vietnam deteriorated in fall 1963, the limits of Kennedy's oblique management style became apparent. Frustrated by the growing instability of South Vietnam's Diem regime, U.S. officials split over whether to back a military coup to replace it, with Kennedy himself vacillating back and forth on the question. In October, the growing feud between Ambassador Henry Cabot Lodge, who supported a coup, and Saigon CIA station chief John Richardson, who backed the increasingly autocratic President No Diem Diem, erupted into public view. Richard Starnes, a Saigon correspondent for the Scripps Howard newspapers, filed a remarkable report on the rift, quoting a high U.S. official here who charged the CIA with insubordination. The official called the agency a malignancy and said he was not sure even the White House could control any longer. He then added this eyebrow-raising observation: "If the United States ever experience a 911, it will come from the CIA and not the Pentagon. CIA represents a tremendous power and total unaccountability to anyone." Starnes' stunning report prompted the New York Times' venerable Arthur Kroc to warn Kennedy to get control of his administration. "This is disorderly government," the old Kennedy press retainer sternly admonished JFK in his October 3 column. "And the longer the president tolerates it, the greater will grow the impression of a very indecisive administration in Washington." The CIA's unaccountability in Vietnam brought cries for Congress to turn a permanent floodlight on the citadel of secrecy, the New York Times' Ben Bagdigian reported later that month. Intelligence executives, noted Bagdigian, were appalled at the idea of more congressional scrutiny of their machinations, but they had little to fear. For the rest of the Cold War, despite occasional congressional foot-stomping, the CIA continued to operate largely unsupervised.
The sense of an administration in growing conflict with itself only increased on November 1 when South Vietnamese military plotters dragged Diem and his brother Nhu out of church, handcuffed the two men, and threw them in the back of a truck where they were stabbed and shot in the head. The coup was facilitated when the CIA withdrew Richardson from Saigon, allowing the agency to cooperate with the South Vietnamese generals behind the plot. Kennedy was not opposed to a change of government in Saigon if it brought the kind of stability that could help ease a U.S. withdrawal. But he was sickened and depressed by the bloody disposal of the Catholic leader and his brother, butchered like animals in a rolling abattoir. Robert McNamara, who was with Kennedy when he got news of the brothers' assassinations, later remarked that he had never seen the president more upset. He literally blanched. The murder shook him personally, Michael Forrestal, Kennedy's specialist on Southeast Asia, observed. They bothered him as a moral and religious matter shook his confidence in the kind of advice he was getting about South Vietnam. The center was not holding for John Kennedy in the final weeks of his life. The violent overthrow of Diem not only exacerbated the feeling of chaos in Vietnam, it underlined the limits on Kennedy's ability to control events, in Saigon as well as in Washington. The president who prided himself on his mastery of foreign policy, a man who had been tutored by old pro Joe Kennedy in the wily arts of power, felt the reins slipping from his hands. After hearing about Diem, JFK called Mary Meyer, whom he turned to in moments of duress, and asked her to join him at the White House for the afternoon. It was the last time they saw each other. Ironically, the only top national security advisor who came around to supporting Kennedy's Vietnam pullout plan was the man who would go down in history as one of the war's most reviled architects, Robert Strange McNamara. After returning from a fact-finding trip to Vietnam in October, the defense secretary met with Kennedy in the White House, telling him, "I think, Mr. President, that we must have a means of disengaging from this area, and we must show our country what that means." It was McNamara who encouraged Kennedy to withdraw 1,000 soldiers by the end of the year. But McNamara abruptly shifted his Vietnam thinking under Kennedy's successor, dutifully realigning himself with the Johnson administration's escalating violence. The numbers cruncher with the shiny shoe-polished hair and whiz-kid wire rims would become an icon of failure, the reigning symbol of the tragic folly of fighting a war against impassioned peasant warriors with the cold logic of a statistician. Why did he allow himself to become the brains of the war under LBJ after plotting with JFK to disengage from it? "Oh, I don't want to talk about that," McNamara told me, with the clipped, authoritative voice of a CEO shutting down a disagreeable topic at a board meeting. The Vietnam War mastermind re-emerged in 1995 as a critic of the war, publishing a remarkable mea culpa called In Retrospect and following up with The Fog of War, Errol Morris's 2004 Academy Award-winning documentary, in which McNamara strove to make sense of his life and its hard-earned lessons. But despite the confessional frame of mind that he has adopted late in his life, McNamara is still selective about his revelations. Here is one of the most intriguing personalities that the world of American power has ever produced, all exposed nerves one moment and buttoned-down reserve the next. McNamara has asserted that he and Curtis LeMay, whom he served under during World War II, could have been prosecuted as war criminals if the United States had lost the war. And yet he still loyally dodges questions about Lyndon Johnson's moral responsibility for Vietnam. He can speak with clinical detachment about the mass civilian casualties for which he bears responsibility in Japan and Vietnam, and yet tears up at the memory of the death of one U.S. airman. He seems both the most human of men to occupy a top post in the American military machine and the most chilling. As Admiral Anderson, McNamara's Pentagon adversary, caustically noted, the defense secretary cried easily, a trait that seems to have grown with age. Reliving his life in the fog of war, McNamara's memories of his 7 years as defense secretary inevitably choked him up.
"My wife got ulcers from it. My son probably did," he told the camera. "But it was the best years of our lives." As he spoke, his watery eyes and twitching mouth betrayed a riot of suffocated emotions. If his years with Johnson ravaged his family, his years with Kennedy were clearly Robert McNamara's brief and shining moment. He was helping the young president keep peace in the world, helping keep rational restraints on the country's military leviathan. And then came Dallas. Robert McNamara would go from glory to infamy. The man whom Kennedy wanted to make Secretary of State in his second term, co-architect of his plans for world peace, would instead go down in history as a warmonger. The tears are not just for the fallen president, they're for McNamara himself and what he lost. Other hawks who served with Kennedy, from LBJ on down, claimed there was a seamless narrative between the two Democratic administrations on Vietnam. It would have been easy for McNamara to take the same self-serving line, but he didn't. He told the truth in his memoir. Kennedy intended to get out, even though it made his own jarring shift from dove to hawk seem all the more bizarre. Of course, McNamara is a company man. He is still loyal to Kennedy, as he is to Johnson. But there is something more at work in his need to set the record straight on JFK. Perhaps he is also being true to his younger self, the brilliant new frontiersman who was going to make the world a better, safer place. It would not have been easy for Kennedy to disengage from Vietnam, McNamara said. According to the former Pentagon chief, JFK did not completely reject the assumptions of the Cold War. He still believed in the domino theory that held if Vietnam fell to the communists, it would lead to the collapse of other free countries throughout the region. But in the end, McNamara said, JFK would have steered the country away from the cataclysm. My belief is that Kennedy would have a hell of a problem deciding what to do because he believed in the domino theory. However, he also believed, as he stated before he died, that it was South Vietnam's war, and the people there had to win it. The United States could help them, but not win it for them. These might have been two contradictory positions, but in the end, I believe he would have decided that the latter position, we couldn't win the war for them, was more powerful than the domino view. He kept the peace. That's what Kennedy often said he wanted as his epitaph. And, against all odds, he succeeded in doing just that, remarked McNamara, the man who failed to do so. In the dangerously militarized atmosphere of the Cold War, and under relentless pressure from generals, CIA officials, congressional hawks, and his own national security advisors, Kennedy again and again slipped the knots of war. I think his view was that the primary responsibility of the president is to keep the nation out of war if at all possible, McNamara observed. At the Recollecting JFK Forum, Kennedy maintained the peace, his defense chief pointed out, when many powerful figures in Washington believed that nuclear war with the Soviet Union was inevitable. They were certain of that. McNamara painted a sobering picture for the audience of life in Cold War Washington. There were men in power who believed that America could claim victory, even if the country lost 20 or 30 million people.
"That's perfectly absurd," said McNamara. "It sounds today absurd to you, I'm sure. But you weren't in power during this period of mass psychosis," he told the crowd. "You don't know what it was like. You lived the Cold War 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Those were the attitudes." But Kennedy stood firmly against these mad delusions. And he won. We averted a nuclear war. We came that close, but we avoided it. Then Kennedy died, and his antagonists got their war. But it was a smaller war, not the one that the generals wanted, and the planet survived. He and Lyndon Johnson made sure of that, says McNamara today. He deservedly takes a deep sense of satisfaction from that. When The Fog of War was released, McNamara appeared on stage at his alma mater, the University of California at Berkeley, to talk about the film's lessons of war and peace. As the sellout crowd filled Zellerbach Hall, there was a taut suspense in the air. Would McNamara be safe at this former center of anti-war protest, where the graying audience still had searing memories of his past role? But the old warrior did not hesitate to march on stage. He was on a mission to confront his ghosts, said his middle-aged son Craig, who drove from his organic walnut farm near Davis, California, to accompany his father that night. There was a time when the war had torn them apart too. The Berkeley audience was surprisingly respectful. They applauded McNamara's passionate jeremiads. We human beings killed 160 million other human beings in the 20th century, he exclaimed. Is that what we want in this century? I don't think so. But loud sighs greeted his refusal to publicly criticize the Bush administration's war in Iraq, even though he had earlier voiced strong criticisms of the war as morally wrong in the Canadian press. I'm not going to comment on President Bush, he told the audience. Ever the loyal government man. In the auditorium that evening was Daniel Ellsberg, the one-time defense intellectual who dared to break ranks by leaking the Pentagon Papers, the government's own damning report on the Vietnam War. It was the path not taken by McNamara, who called Ellsberg a traitor at the time. But Ellsberg himself, who once viewed McNamara with similar contempt, now has more complicated feelings about the former Pentagon chief. He talked about them at his home in the East Bay Hills before the event. McNamara believes that he kept Curtis LeMay and the others from doing to Hanoi what they did to Tokyo and Hiroshima in World War II, said Ellsberg. And he did do that. It's possible that no one else in his position could have held back the U.S. Air Force from firebombing or nuking Vietnam, turning it into the parking lot that LeMay wanted to. So yes, that's how McNamara lives with himself. Very easily. I had my finger in the dike. I am the boy who kept this disaster from happening. No one else could have prevented the Joint Chiefs from forcing Johnson to let them loose on Hanoi. I worked for months and years to prevent that Holocaust, and no one else could have succeeded. That's a pretty strong argument for his place in history. McNamara, for his part, when later told that Ellsberg was in the Berkeley audience, seemed undisturbed. I hadn't any idea. If I had known, it would not have bothered me. McNamara is liver-spotted and stoop-shouldered now. He says that his computer brain has memory lapses, but he has the wisdom of an old soldier. Looking back, he can see his fatal mistakes with the same clarity he had before he made them. He likes to quote these days from T.S. Eliot's 4 quartets. What we call the beginning is often the end, and to make an end is to make a beginning. We shall not cease from exploration, and the end of all our exploring will be to arrive where we started and know the place for the first time. Lisa Howard was waiting for Fidel. It was a ritual with which foreign journalists, as well as visiting dignitaries, were all too familiar. It had taken months for the ABC newswoman just to get a visa out of the Cuban government. She assiduously worked her contacts in the diplomatic corps, including Russian First Deputy Premier Anastas Mikoyan. But in the end, it was Jim Donovan, Bobby Kennedy's unofficial Havana go-between, who finally finagled permission for her. Howard arrived in Havana on April 1, 1963, taking up quarters in the Hotel Riviera, a gleaming Miami-style high-rise overlooking the city's seafront. And then she waited some more, 3 weeks more, while Castro pondered her request for a TV interview. The 37-year-old Lisa Howard was an anomaly in the broadcast news world of the Kennedy era, a sexy, stylish, high-profile woman in a business that was the almost exclusive domain of rumpled, sober-faced, middle-aged men.
Howard was one of a handful of TV newswomen in the early 1960s that included Nancy Dickerson of NBC and Nancy Clark of CBS. A former actress, she made the leap from off-Broadway theater and TV soap operas. She was regular on CBS's The Edge of Night in the late 1950s, to broadcast journalism through sheer determination, after deciding that her acting career was stalled. As the United Nations correspondent for Mutual Radio Network, she developed a reputation for brash enterprise, becoming the first American journalist to score an interview with Khrushchev. She snagged the Soviet leader by using her theatrical wiles, slipping past guards at the Russian consulate in New York by embracing Khrushchev as he walked by her. Hired away by ABC in 1961 to cover the Kennedy-Khrushchev summit in Vienna, she continued to make a name for herself for splashy journalistic coups, years before the rise of Barbara Walters and a future generation of female TV icons, and was rewarded by being given her own show, The NewsHour with Lisa Howard. The blonde and curvy Howard, whom Newsweek had declared startlingly good-looking, was willing to use what she called her natural advantages to finally land the interview with Castro. After midnight on April 21, the newswoman was awakened in bed at the Riviera by a diplomat friend who told her to come downstairs to meet Castro. She slipped into a low-cut brown cocktail dress and went down to the lobby, where the Cuban leader greeted her and escorted her into the hotel nightclub, where they talked until after 5 in the morning. Castro was charmed by Howard. He asked an aide to take photos of them, using a Polaroid camera given to him by his old friend Donovan. In the pictures, a glamorous, bare-shouldered Howard sits snugly next to the uniformed Castro at a cocktail table, regarding him with a bright-eyed intensity. Castro later agreed to be interviewed on camera by Howard, sitting for a 45-minute chat in the hotel's 20th floor penthouse suite. The interview, the first Castro had granted a U.S. network since 1959, was a major coup for Howard and ABC. After Howard returned to the United States, she went to the White House, where a curious Kennedy debriefed her. She shared the details of her Castro encounter with the gossip-hungry Kennedy, including the revelation of their intimate time together. She talked with Jack about it, Howard's friend, the equally dishy Gore Vidal, later reported, and mentioned some personal observations. Jack liked details like that. In her diary, Howard wrote that Castro was a captivating companion. But Howard had something more weighty to convey to the president. She told Kennedy that Castro was clearly eager to open a dialogue with him. Howard, whose path to Castro had been paved by Donovan, was continuing the peace mission that the New York lawyer had begun the previous year. The newswoman delivered the same message to the CIA when she discussed her Cuba trip with agency officials, a common Cold War practice among journalists returning from communist outposts. But CIA officials were not as enthusiastic about Howard's news as the president.
Just as they had done with Donovan's peace initiative, agency executives moved swiftly to short-circuit Howard. In a May 2, 1963 memo, McCone sternly advised that the Lisa Howard report be handled in the most limited and sensitive manner, and that no active steps be taken on the rapprochement matter at this time. Administration hardliners even considered trying to block ABC from broadcasting Howard's interview. Public airing in the United States of this interview would strengthen the arguments of peace groups, liberal thinkers, commies, fellow travelers, and opportunistic political opponents of the present United States policy, as well as provide Castro with a coast-to-coast audience for his reasonable line, cautioned an analysis sent to White House National Security Advisor McGeorge Bundy. The memo's fears were well-founded. When ABC broadcast the interview on May 10th, Castro did indeed come across as a sympathetic and reasonable character. He applauded the Kennedy administration for taking some steps in the way of peace, including cracking down on the piratical raids on his country, and left the door open for a reconciliation with the United States. But with administration hawks blocking peace talks, Howard's peace initiative soon stalled. Lisa Howard was not easily discouraged, however. She brought the same single-minded determination to her Cuba mission as she did to her journalistic exploits. According to Howard's daughter, Fritzie LaRoe, who was a teenager at the time, her motivations were largely emotional. She fell for Castro, LaRoe told me, recalling her wild and iconoclastic mother. LaRoe remembered her mother's bluntness regarding her frequent trips there. According to LaRoe, her stepfather was not happy with her mother's adventures, but the German immigrant suffered his wife's exploits with European equanimity. She liked powerful men, and Fidel was very macho. And, of course, the peace mission appealed to her dramatic sensibility, because it was very grand, it was on a world playing field, it was secretive and exciting. In September, seeking to revive the peace initiative, Howard enlisted her friend UN diplomat William Atwood, a former journalist who, like the TV newswoman, had no qualms about crossing the lines into politics. Atwood, the choate classmate of JFK, who kept finding himself preempted by Kennedy when he took a young Mary Pinchot, later Meyer, to a school dance, had shifted back and forth between journalism and politics throughout his career. In 1959, he took a leave of absence from Look magazine, where he was the globe-trotting foreign editor, to write speeches for Adlai Stevenson, switching to Kennedy's team the following year during his presidential campaign. After his election, Kennedy named Atwood ambassador to Guinea, which was seen as an important Cold War battleground in Africa at the time, and later made him a deputy to UN ambassador Stevenson. Bill Atwood had a solid East Coast establishment pedigree. From Choate to Princeton to Army intelligence in World War II, he later became a captain in the 13th Airborne Division, to a career in international journalism and diplomacy. But his years overseas gave him a more skeptical perspective than his elite contemporaries on the Cold War hysteria back home. He looked with dismay on the creeping police state mentality in Washington and called the cloak and dagger activities of the CIA often ludicrous. When Atwood interviewed the young victorious Castro in 1959 for Look magazine, rambling over the Cuban countryside in a car with him, with the correspondent's wife, Simone, squeezed onto the lap of a machine gun cradling bodyguard, he saw a tragic hero rather than a pariah, a charismatic leader who could have chosen the West over the East if Washington had played it differently. Atwood had a natural sympathy for Latin America's underdogs who were finally starting to bite back after years of exploitation. He understood why men like Fidel and Che had turned against America. He later recalled a story told by Guevara. When the future revolutionary was a young man in Buenos Aires, a U.S. Navy ship steamed into port, disgorging hundreds of sailors. One very large American sailor grabbed Che's girlfriend in a dance hall, and when he objected, the man snarled, "Sit down and shut up, you little nigger." Ever since, noted Atwood, the word America made Che think of a huge hand pressing down on his head, and the word nigger. Thus are lifelong guerrillas often created. When Lisa Howard told Atwood that Castro would like to restore communications with Kennedy and offered to set up an informal meeting at her apartment between him and Cuba's UN representative Carlos Lechuga, the diplomat responded enthusiastically. In a memo he wrote for Stevenson and Averell Harriman, who he was told was the best direct channel to Kennedy, Atwood suggested that we have something to gain and nothing to lose by finding out whether in fact Castro does want to talk. If the peace bid succeeded, the diplomat observed, it could remove the Cuban issue from the 1964 campaign. Stevenson was intrigued. But, unfortunately, he sagely cautioned, the CIA is still in charge of Cuba. Nonetheless, Stevenson took the proposal to Kennedy, who gave him clearance to pursue the dialogue. Harriman, too, said he was adventurous enough to like the idea, but advised Atwood to also get the approval of Bobby Kennedy, the administration's point man on Cuba. Stevenson was not keen for Atwood to meet with the Attorney General, whom he still considered bull-headed on Cuba. But Atwood dutifully phoned the Justice Department, arranging to see RFK on September 24th.
The night before Atwood flew to Washington, Howard arranged for him to meet Lechuga at a cocktail party in her brownstone apartment on East 74th Street, where the newswoman loved to entertain the likes of Che and Adlai Stevenson, impressing guests with her 18-foot ceilings, antiques collection, and lead-glass windows. The two diplomats repaired discreetly to a corner of her living room where Lechuga told Atwood that Castro had read Kennedy's American University speech with avid interest. Atwood talked of spending time with Fidel in 1959 when the Cuban leader gave him a message for the American people, "Let us be friends," before shoving some cigars into his shirt pocket and urging him to return one day. Lechuga suggested that Atwood finally take up Castro's offer and come back to Havana to renew their conversation. The next day, Atwood reported all this to Bobby Kennedy in his office. Instead of pouring cold water on the rapprochement idea, as Stevenson feared he would, Bobby responded favorably. He thought it would be too risky for Atwood to visit Cuba, since it would probably leak out and create a political furor in Washington. But he nevertheless felt the peace dialogue was worth pursuing, and he suggested that secret talks with Castro could be held in another country, such as Mexico, or at the United Nations. JFK was even more enthusiastic. At a White House meeting on November 5, Bundy told Atwood that the president was more in favor of pushing towards an opening toward Cuba than was the State Department. The idea being, well, getting them out of the Soviet fold and perhaps wiping out the Bay of Pigs and maybe getting back into normal. Once again, Kennedy himself was the most forward-looking person on his foreign policy team. Years later, his Hollywood crony Milt Evans confirmed that JFK was intent on normalizing relations with Cuba. He would have recognized Cuba, Evans said in an interview for this book. He told me that if we recognize Cuba, they'll buy our refrigerators and toasters and they'll end up kicking Castro out. JFK sidekick Red Fay agreed that Kennedy was determined to make peace with Cuba.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene, disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Schlesinger, who helped write the speech, later told Atwood that it was meant to help his diplomatic effort by signaling that the president was truly interested in opening a peace channel with Castro. But JFK always felt compelled to brandish an arrow as well as an olive branch when he spoke in public about Cuba. This was particularly true in Miami, hotbed of anti-Castro fervor. True to this double-edged strategy, Kennedy's November 18th speech carried harsh rhetoric as well, maligning the Castro government as a small band of conspirators, which once removed would ensure U.S. support for a democratic, progressive Cuba. Desmond Fitzgerald took credit for injecting this militant language into the speech, and the CIA spun the president's remarks to its friendly media contacts as a Get Castro tirade. Kennedy virtually invites Cuban coup, the Dallas Times-Herald blared. And the CIA cozy Hal Hendricks of the Miami News wrote that JFK's speech may have been meant for potential dissident elements in Castro's government. The fact that both Schlesinger and Fitzgerald could claim credit for the same speech demonstrates how the administration's Cuba policy was a battleground between competing factions. But the CIA was fully aware of which direction on Cuba Kennedy was tilting in his final days. Unknown to Lisa Howard and Bill Atwood at the time, as they worked the phones in her apartment on behalf of the JFK Castro Peace Initiative, the agency was listening in. In one call to Havana, Howard was overheard excitedly describing Kennedy's enthusiasm for rapprochement. The newswoman had no sense of the shockwave she was causing within the halls of Washington power. "Mother was very naive. She was an innocent," said Leroux. "She didn't really understand all the dynamics. She was like a bull in a china shop. She just went all out for what she wanted, and she was not that concerned about the consequences." The agency was determined to derail the administration's secret peace bid. At a White House meeting on Cuba on November 5, Helms urged that the administration slow down the Atwood Initiative, proposing that the government wargame the peace scenario and look at it from all possible angles before making any contacts with Castro. Despite the agency's resistance, the peace feelers continued. Kennedy's second cordial message was delivered to Castro personally by French journalist Jean Daniel, editor of the socialist newsweekly L'Observateur, on the day the president was assassinated. Before leaving for Havana, Daniel had met with Kennedy in the White House, where the president took a conciliatory line toward Cuba. Sounding like the Alliance for Progress crusader instead of the Bay of Pigs invader, Kennedy told Daniel that America's Cuba policy during the Batista era was characterized by economic colonization, humiliation, and exploitation, adding, "We'll have to pay for those sins." If Castro stopped acting as the Soviet Union's agent of subversion in Latin America, Kennedy suggested, the United States would lift its economic blockade of Cuba. Daniel later said that the president was clearly seeking a way out of the impasse between the two countries. When the French journalist met with Castro, the Cuban leader was riveted by his report on his White House meeting, asking him to repeat Kennedy's remarkably honest assessment of America's shameful policy during the Batista years. "He has come to understand many things over the past few months," Castro mused aloud. But on the very day that Daniel was conveying JFK's conciliatory message to Castro, and Kennedy would ride to his doom in Dallas, CIA officials were taking covert steps to strangle the peace initiative. On November 22nd, in a stunningly duplicitous act of insubordination, without informing the President, Attorney General, or CIA Director, Richard Helms and Desmond Fitzgerald arranged for a poison pen to be delivered in Paris to a disaffected Cuban military officer named Rolando Cubella for the assassination of Castro. Like the agency's plan to kill Castro with a toxic wetsuit hatched during the Donovan peace mission, the Cubella plot was clearly designed to snuff out the Atwood-Howard initiative. The CIA hoped that Castro's assassination would trigger a military coup. But even if the Cubella plot failed and was exposed, it was certain to deeply embitter relations between the two countries. The agency's dark intrigue bore out Stevenson's warning to Atwood that the CIA is in charge of Cuba. In any case, Atwood grimly noted years later, "That's the way the spy outfit acted, and to hell with the president it was pledged to serve." The CIA tried to frame Robert Kennedy for the Cubella plot. When Cubella asked his agency contacts to meet personally with the president's brother, Fitzgerald took the extraordinary step of flying to Paris to falsely assure the assassin of RFK support. Meeting Cubella, who was given the code name Amlash, at a CIA safe house in the city,
Fitzgerald introduced himself as Senator James Clark, a personal representative of Kennedy's. But the president's brother had no idea the CIA was using his name. Helms and Fitzgerald agreed that it would be totally unnecessary to inform Kennedy of their gambit. When later confronted with evidence of his duplicity by the Church Committee in the 1970s, Helms was forced to explain why he had kept Kennedy in the dark. "It wasn't that I was being smart or tricky or hiding anything," Helms insisted, although that's precisely what he was being. "I just thought this is exactly the kind of thing he's been asking us to do. Let's get on with doing it." The intelligence czar later embroidered on his lie in an interview with journalist Evan Thomas, suggesting that he concealed the Kubela meeting from Kennedy for RFK's own good, because the risk-taking Attorney General might have flown to Paris to deliver the assassination tools himself. "Bobby wouldn't have backed away," said Helms. "He probably would have gone himself." The CIA continued to plot with Kubela until 1966, when he was arrested by Cuban counterintelligence and sentenced to 30 years in jail. But as it turned out, it was Kennedy's assassination, not Castro's, that terminated the efforts to reconcile the two countries. After Dallas, the Atwood back-channel talks sputtered briefly along, with Castro again using a Lisa Howard interview to express his continued interest in peace. But in January, the Johnson administration pulled the plug on the talks to avoid handing the Republicans a potential campaign issue in the 1964 election. In a memo written 3 days after JFK's assassination, Gordon Chase, the White House point man on the secret negotiations, observed that President Kennedy could have accommodated with Castro and gotten away with it, with a minimum of domestic heat. "I'm not sure about President Johnson. For one thing, a new president who has no background of being successfully nasty to Castro, e.g. President Kennedy in October 1962, would probably run a greater risk of being accused by the American people of going soft."
The other reason rapprochement and with Cuba would now be more difficult, Chase noted, was that Kennedy's accused assassin, Lee Harvey Oswald, has been heralded as a pro-Castro type, a portrayal of Oswald that was aggressively promoted by the CIA and its client groups in the Cuban exile community, like the DRE, starting immediately after the shots were fired in Dealey Plaza. Howard doggedly continued her citizens' diplomacy through early 1964, despite a growing disdain for her efforts in the Johnson White House and CIA, but her life took a tragic arc. In September, she threw herself in typically dramatic fashion into the New York Senate race that pitted Bobby Kennedy against Republican incumbent Kenneth Keating. Joining with other high-profile liberals who harbored resentments against Bobby, like Gore Vidal, Howard formed a Democrats for Keating group at a meeting in her apartment. Ironically, Keating had played a very belligerent role on Cuba, goading the Kennedy administration to take military action against the island and dismissing Castro as just a puppet of the Soviet Union after he appealed for peace in his first TV interview with Howard. But Howard, frustrated by the failure of her Cuba peace bid, focused blame curiously on Bobby, even though he had given the effort his approval. She was trying to make peace, and she was convinced Jack and Bobby wanted war, recalled Vidal. She was most resentful of it, and she saw this would be a good opportunity to punish Bobby. The Kennedys not only made enemies on the right with their two-track strategy towards Cuba, they alienated some on the left as well. Soon after her plunge into the Senate campaign, Howard was fired by ABC for her highly publicized partisanship. A network executive brusquely told the New York Times, "She's being canned. She doesn't fit. She's a mystery girl. We just don't want her on the staff." The once high-flying TV correspondent was outraged by her abrupt excommunication from the airwaves. She filed suit against ABC, claiming that she had been blacklisted for her political activities. Deprived of her prominent TV platform, Howard seemed lost. "Lisa Howard pleads to be visible again," read the plaintive headline of a New York Times story on her lawsuit. Her lawyer told the newspaper that monetary compensation could not offset the terrible damage done to Howard by depriving her of daily exposure to her audience. In April 1965, months after her dismissal, Howard crashed a New York Radio and Television Correspondents Association meeting held in the ABC corporate conference room where Bobby Kennedy was a featured speaker. She confronted Kennedy at the forum, questioning his effectiveness as a political leader. The next day, ABC Public Relations executive James C. Hagerty felt compelled to apologize for Howard's behavior in a letter to Kennedy. "The report of her conduct towards you, as relayed to me, burned me up. This is just a note to express my personal regrets, even though Miss Howard is no longer working for us, and that's a story in itself. I'm just sorry it happened while you were a guest in our building." Kennedy himself took the incident in stride. "At least Howard didn't level the usual ruthless Bobby charge at him," he quipped. "My slogan next time," he wrote in his reply to Hagerty, "is going to be, 'Re-elect Robert F. Kennedy Senator.' He is too inefficient to be ruthless. Anyway, thank you for writing." With the problems that exist for everyone, Bobby added, his days still shrouded by Dallas, Lisa Howard is rather inconsequential. "Mother was basically having a mental breakdown by that point," said LaRoe. "She had lost the most important thing in her life, her career, her position. She was a public person, an exhibitionist. She loved being on camera, at the center of attention. So when all of this disappeared, she felt like her whole world was falling apart." Her mother was also afflicted by an addiction to sleeping pills that began during her first trip to Cuba. She used to stay up all night waiting for Fidel, and then she couldn't sleep the next day, so she would take pills. Howard's spiral downward continued that summer when she suffered a miscarriage. On July 4th, after being released from the hospital, she drove to a pharmacy in East Hampton, where she and her husband were spending the summer. She altered a sleeping pill prescription to read 100 instead of 10, and promptly downed most of the barbiturates with a Coke. Police found her wandering dazed and glassy-eyed in the Strug-Drug parking lot, mumbling about her miscarriage. They drove her to a hospital, but she collapsed and died before they could get her inside. A medical examiner said she had taken enough sleeping pills to kill 5 people. "It wasn't a cry for help," said LaRoe. "She was determined to die." Lisa Howard pursued death as aggressively as she had pursued life. In contrast to his friend Lisa Howard, Bill Atwood's career flourished in the post-Kennedy years. After serving as President Johnson's ambassador to Kenya, he returned to journalism, becoming editor-in-chief of Cowles Communications, publishers of Look in 1966, and then president and publisher of Newsday in 1970. But as the years went by, Atwood was increasingly haunted by the assassination of JFK. He began to wonder whether there might be a link between Kennedy's secret Cuba peace efforts and his murder. In October 1975, he wrote a letter to Senator Richard Schweiker of Pennsylvania, who, along with fellow Church Committee member Gary Hart of Colorado, had persuaded Frank Church to let them form a subcommittee to investigate the Kennedy assassination. "I think the Warren Commission is like a house of cards," Schweiker announced to the press at the time. "It's going to collapse." In his letter, Atwood told Schweiker that while he found it hard to disbelieve the Warren report, he had some suspicions about the possible involvement of anti-Castro Cubans in the assassination. And he encouraged Schweiker to investigate the back channel that Kennedy opened with Castro as a possible motive for his killing. As the years went by, Atwood's suspicions deepened. He communicated with conspiracy researchers. He discussed the assassination with Castro during a February 1977 trip to Havana that was intended to revive his long-dormant peace mission, this time on behalf of newly inaugurated President Carter. During a lengthy conversation one evening in the presidential palace, Castro told Atwood that Kennedy's American University speech showed that he'd have been a great president had he lived. The Cuban leader then recalled the exploratory peace talks between Atwood and his UN representative, Lechuga. "This is why Kennedy was killed," Castro told him, pinning the blame on a conspiracy of right-wing elements who could see U.S. policy in Cuba and Vietnam about to change. Atwood was beginning to think along similar lines.
He later gave an eye-opening interview to Anthony Summers, a former BBC journalist whose 1980 book on the assassination, Conspiracy, was a landmark in Kennedy research, applying rigorous reporting skills for the first time to the crime. Atwood told Summers that he suspected the phone calls he and Lisa Howard made to Havana from her apartment were tapped by the CIA. When word of Kennedy's secret peace track filtered down the agency ranks, Atwood conjectured, to the level where zealous operatives worked with equally feverish exiles, the results might have been explosive. If word of a possible normalization with Cuba leaked to these people, I can understand why they would have reacted violently, Atwood said. This was the end of their dreams of returning to Cuba, and they might have been impelled to take violent action, such as assassinating the president. Arthur Schlesinger concurred with Atwood's assessment, telling Summers, "Undoubtedly, if word leaked of President Kennedy's efforts, that might have been exactly the kind of thing to trigger some explosion of fanatical violence."
It seems to me a possibility not to be excluded. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan, increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. It seems to me a possibility not to be excluded. It should have been front-page news when someone of Atwood's prominence, backed up by a former Kennedy administration insider who was one of the country's leading historians, raised such provocative questions about the assassination. But Atwood's statement quickly disappeared into the media black hole where JFK revelations are routinely consigned. Nonetheless, Atwood continued to speak to the press about his suspicions late into his life. "We thought there was more to Dallas than we'd been told," his widow Simone said in an interview. In January 1986, Atwood repeated what he told Summers in a phone conversation with British TV producer Richard Tomlinson, telling him he suspected disgruntled CIA operatives and Cuban exiles. Atwood's theory, Tomlinson wrote in his notes of the conversation, was that the secret negotiations with Cuba were the last straw as far as the conspirators were concerned. It was then that they took the decision to kill Kennedy. His critical mistake, Atwood remarked, was to use phones which were tapped by the CIA. Until that point, only 6 people knew about the negotiations. But there were elements within the CIA which were violently opposed to rapprochement with Cuba. In the United States, the only reporter who took an interest in Atwood's provocative statements about the JFK assassination was someone from The Advocate, his hometown paper in New Canaan, Connecticut. Atwood shared with him his dark speculations about Dallas. "I knew there were people in the agency, one of them worked with me later, who felt strongly that Kennedy had let them down by normalizing relations with Cuba. These were fairly nutty people." Atwood concluded his interview in his local paper by urging his fellow citizens not to forget the crime of the century. "If you don't get to the bottom of these things, if you let it lie, then we're all part of the cover-up." But when Atwood died of heart failure in 1989, at age 69, the truth was still out of reach, fathoms below, in the cold, dark unknown. Dallas. President Kennedy looked tired and somber as he stood at the lectern in the spacious State Department auditorium on Halloween 1963. There were dark bags beneath his eyes, and his shoulders stooped, as if from pain or fatigue. It was the second-to-last press conference of his administration, a forum in which he generally sparkled. These were occasions for the deft and charming president to show off, and he did so often, holding 64 news conferences in his 1,037 days in office. Though he was invariably well prepared, he always seemed spontaneous and light on his feet. There was no sign of effort in his smooth replies and displays of mischievous wit. A reporter tried to break through his easy self-confidence at one press conference. "The Republican National Committee recently adopted a resolution saying you were pretty much of a failure," he poked Kennedy. "How do you feel about that?" With a comic sense of timing, JFK waited for the nervous chuckling in the auditorium to fade before responding. "I assume it passed unanimously." But Kennedy seemed downcast at his October 31 news conference. The questions he was asked that day vividly demonstrated the pressures he was under. What were his intentions in Vietnam? Should U.S. generals stationed overseas be given the authority to order nuclear strikes, as Senator Goldwater has urged? Was the president expecting a white backlash against his civil rights policies in the forthcoming Philadelphia municipal elections? Castro has captured several CIA agents and is threatening to execute them. Would he care to comment? A woman reporter sensed the president's heavy spirit. She reminded him that after the Bay of the Pigs, she had asked him how he liked being president. Now, prompted by his dark mood, she repeated the question. It was a choice opportunity for Kennedy to exhibit his wit, to neatly deflect the emotionally probing query with a joshing jab at his Republican opponents or a self-deprecating quip. But instead, he grew philosophical. In a voice oddly meditative for a man soon to announce his re-election bid for the White House, he mused that he found the job rewarding. And then he invoked the wisdom of the ancient Greeks, as his brother would often do in seeking solace after he was gone. "I have given before to this group," Kennedy told the 304 reporters assembled in the auditorium's tiered seats, "the definition of the Greeks, and I will define it again. It is the full use of your powers along the lines of excellence. I find, therefore, the presidency provides some happiness." It was hardly a ringing endorsement of the job. Despite his solemn mood, however, Kennedy was looking forward to the 1964 election. He predicted the race would pit him against Goldwater, a man with whom he had developed a friendly relationship in the Senate, but who represented the opposite pole of the political spectrum. By fall 1963, JFK had settled on a peace theme for his re-election campaign, and he sensed that the American people, tired of being held captive by nuclear terror, would reward him with victory. The 1964 campaign would offer a stark choice: the emerging détente of the Kennedy-Khrushchev era versus the Cold War militants of the far right. In the final months of his life, he felt increasingly confident that he could carry his peace message even into Republican strongholds.
He did just that on September 26 before a Mormon Tabernacle assembly in Salt Lake City, declaring that America must learn to live in a world of diversity where no one power dominated global affairs. We must first of all recognize that we cannot remake the world simply by our own command, the president intoned. When we cannot even bring all of our own people into full citizenship without acts of violence, we can understand how much harder it is to control events beyond our borders. To the astonishment of the jaded Washington press pack covering the president's speech, the conservative crowd cheered and cheered. Nonetheless, Kennedy knew the 1964 campaign would be bitterly fought. He was aware of how polarized the country had become as a result of his efforts to end the Cold War and racial segregation. Because of his civil rights policies, the South was in hot flight from the Democratic coalition where it had resided since the New Deal. Kennedy's June 1963 TV address announcing the introduction of civil rights legislation in Congress was a moral high point of his administration. But it was the final insult to a traditional Southern order built on white supremacy. The president asked Sorensen to write the speech on the spur of the moment after watching TV in the Oval Office as another Southern governor, this time Alabama's George Wallace, defied federal orders to integrate a Dixie University. Swinging around in his chair from the television set, Kennedy said to Sorensen, "We better make that speech tonight." The White House speechwriter had 2 hours to craft the history-making address. "Scramble is putting it mildly," Sorensen said. "While I was typing away, the president came into my office. I believe it was the only time in his presidency that he came into my office and said, 'How's it coming?' And I said, 'Don't worry, I'm just finishing some revisions now.' And he said, 'Whew, I thought I was going to have to go on national television ex-temp.'" JFK's TV address on civil rights, along
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous turnal. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. If an American, because his skin is dark, cannot eat lunch in a restaurant open to the public, if he cannot send his children to the best public school available, if he cannot vote for the public officials who represent him, If, in short, he cannot enjoy the full and free life which all of us want, then who among us would be content to have the color of his skin changed and stand in his place? The president had at last dropped his cautious, pragmatic pose on civil rights. His doomed strategy to hold together the old Democratic Party coalition, and addressed America's original sin with the passion it demanded. And once again he turned to Ted Sorensen, the Nebraska progressive who in his youth had formed the Lincoln Social Action Council to fight racism in his hometown, to help him find the right words to inspire the better angels of our nature. 100 years of delay have passed since President Lincoln freed the slaves, yet their heirs, their grandsons, are not fully free. They are not yet freed from the bonds of injustice. They are not yet freed from social and economic oppression. And this nation, for all its hopes and boasts, will not be fully free until all its citizens are free. JFK told his brother, who had become the administration's battering ram on civil rights, he feared the speech would be his political swan song. Because he had finally put his full eloquence behind the cause of equal rights, the president knew he was facing the mass defection of white voters, not only in the South, but in ethnic neighborhoods that were resisting integration in the North. A Gallup poll in early November found that the president's popularity had sunk to 59%, after hitting 77% following the Cuban Missile Crisis. Republican leaders gathering in Charleston, South Carolina on November 9 confidently predicted that Goldwater would sweep the South in 1964, even taking Texas out of the Democratic column. George Wallace, who had theatrically faced off against the Kennedy administration on the steps of the University of Alabama, told a cheering Dallas audience on November 18th that the American people are going to save this country next year by removing Kennedy from the White House. The press began wondering whether Kennedy's re-election was becoming less of a sure bet, with Look magazine declaring JFK could lose, and Time speculating that Barry Goldwater could give Kennedy a breathlessly close race. Kennedy could lose most of the old Confederacy and still win re-election in 1964, but he could not afford to lose Texas, which he had narrowly taken in 1960 with the help of his wily Lone Star running mate Lyndon Johnson. He needed the state's 24 electoral votes, and he needed to tap its riches for his campaign war chest, and this is why he planned a 2-day trip there in late November. The trip was a political necessity, but Kennedy and his staff dreaded it. "It's a real mess," Kenny O'Donnell told White House advance man Jerry Bruno in October. Texas's increasingly conservative white voters had turned sharply against Kennedy's liberal policies, and open war had erupted in the state's Democratic Party between conservative Governor John Connally and liberal maverick Senator Ralph Yarborough. Connally, Kennedy's former Navy secretary, was well along the path that would eventually take him into the Republican Party. Fearing that the president could poison his own re-election chances in 1964, Connally made no secret of his opposition to the trip. If Connally could not stop JFK from coming to his state, he was determined to control his itinerary, shuttling the president to exclusive fundraisers and limiting his public exposure so Texas Democrats would not suffer from an anti-Kennedy backlash. Tall, well-groomed, and blessed with the jutting-jawed good looks of a cowboy matinee hero, Connally seemed cut from the same cloth as the wealthy ranchers and oilmen whom he politically served. He tried to intimidate the fireplug-shaped Bruno when Kennedy's emissary met with him in the governor's mansion to plan the presidential visit. Towering over Bruno in his cowboy boots and surrounded by his aides, Connally began dictating the schedule for Kennedy's trip. If the president didn't like it, he informed Bruno, he could stay at home. At one point, recalled JFK's advance man, they brought in lunch, a juicy steak for Connally, a sandwich for me. And I'll tell you, if you've spent most of your life working with your hands, you know what they're trying to tell you with a move like that. Connally was dead set against a presidential motorcade in Dallas, but the populist Yarborough lobbied aggressively for it. Yarborough, the People's Senator, felt the trip was too heavy on visits with fat cats and didn't provide enough of a chance for ordinary Texans to see the president, recalled Texas politician Ben Barnes, a Connally protege who helped him organize the trip. The White House sided with Yarborough on the motorcade and let Connally know where he stood in the chain of command. The president is not coming down to be hidden under a bushel basket, O'Donnell told Johnson aide Bill Moyers. Privately, however, Yarborough and Kennedy's aides had deep misgivings about Dallas. The frontier boom city was a vortex of all the whirling passions that had bedeviled the Kennedy presidency. When Dallas Morning News publisher Ted Dealey insulted the president to his face in the White House, telling him he was not the man on horseback the nation needed, but a panty waist on Caroline's tricycle, he knew he was speaking for most of his hometown, which voted for Nixon in 1960 by the widest margin of any major city. In the final days of the campaign, even native son LBJ had come under assault, when he and wife Lady Bird were spat upon and roughly jostled by a mink-coat mob of right-wing women in the lobby of the city's plush Adolphus Hotel. A month before Kennedy was scheduled to visit Dallas, Adlai Stevenson, whose liberalism and UN ambassadorship made him a favorite target of the far right, was heckled off a stage in Dallas and then set upon by a mob outside the auditorium who gobbed him, struck him over the head with a picket sign which read, "If you seek peace, ask Jesus," and rocked his car as he tried to escape. "For a minute or two, I thought we were going to be turned over," recalled Dallas department store mogul Stanley Marcus, who was accompanying Stevenson that day. "I told the driver, 'Step on it, your horn, and get out of here in a hurry,' which he did. And fortunately, we didn't hit anybody. We were surrounded, and I think we were in imminent danger of being manhandled." Dallas was the city of retired General Edwin Walker, the apocalyptic Christian soldier who electrified his fellow citizens with his attacks on Kennedy's defeatist foreign policy and socialistic domestic agenda. JFK, he declared, was rapidly turning the American eagle into a dead duck. It was a seething mecca for John Birchers, Minutemen, and Christian crusaders. Various people tried to warn JFK against going to Dallas, including Billy Graham, David Brinkley's wife, Anne, and Stanley Marcus.
It was pointed to, and do not read aloud, any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters,
e.g., Deputy Burns, quick focus delivery, technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. It was pointed to as a prime example of the family's arrogant defiance of the fates. Joe Kennedy had brought up his children to be blithe daredevils, it was said, indoctrinating them with the powerful myth of Kennedy invincibility. But JFK would have strenuously rejected this interpretation of his decision to go to Dallas. Kennedy had long since stopped believing in the sublime exceptionality of his family. It was World War II that had destroyed this family myth. A young JFK wrote in a remarkably revealing 1947 letter to Claiborne Pell. The war had savaged his family, he confided to Pell, taking the lives of his older brother, sister, and brother-in-law. It turned my father and brothers and sisters and I upside down and sucked all the oxygen out of our smug and comfortable assumptions. We still, with the old battles long over, have great confidence. Great Kennedy confidence, which is the main strength of our tribe. But we sons and daughters no longer have that easy, witless, untested, and meaningless confidence on which we'd been weaned before the war. Our father had us pretty well trained to appear to ourselves and others as unbeatable and immortal, a little bit like gods. Now that's over with. Now, after all that we experienced and lost in the war, we finally understand that there is nothing inevitable about us. And that's a healthy thing to know. It was Kennedy's sense of political duty that compelled him to Dallas, not recklessness. He knew there was nothing inevitable about his re-election. Lyndon Johnson would bury Goldwater in 1964, but his landslide was triggered by the seismic post-Dallas grief that shook the nation. Kennedy knew the election would be close. If he hoped to be re-elected president, he could not let himself be run out of major cities in the country, no matter how hostile they seemed. He refused to cede any part of the nation to his enemies on the far right. In fact, he planned to use his trip to Dallas to denounce the threat of extremism in American life. Here is what Kennedy planned to tell his audience at the Dallas Trade Mart on November 22, 1963, when he arrived there. Americans must stop listening to the voices of nonsense that blared, "Peace is a sign of weakness." The most effective way to demonstrate America's strength was not to brandish its awesome weapons and threaten its enemies. It was to live up to the country's democratic ideals, practice what it preaches about equal rights and social justice, and pursuing peace instead of aggressive ambitions. Kennedy had been warned not to inflame the city's right-wing passions, but he was undeterred. If the speech lit up Ted Dealey, so be it. Reading an advance copy of the Trade Mart address, Robert McNeil, who was covering the Dallas visit for NBC News, was filled with a kind of pride, even though he had long maintained a journalistic skepticism towards Kennedy's seductive charms. On reading this speech, I felt a surge of the intellectual power and rational force that he represented. I felt warmed by it and was looking forward to the moment when he would loose his barrage on the citizenry of Dallas. Going to Dallas was a risky but essential mission, and the president fully embraced it. It was not LBJ who had strong-armed Kennedy into going, as some Johnson haters in the Kennedy camp later bitterly charged. In fact, Johnson was just as fearful of the political backlash against the administration in his home state as Connally was. Taking his new frontier themes, peace and racial equality, into an old frontier state, Kennedy would directly engage with the rugged electorate of Texas and try to persuade them that his policies were in their best interest. Riding through the streets of Dallas in an open car,
Filled with the radiance of the young first couple, the politically astute president knew was a dramatic way of connecting directly with the people he hoped to win over with his vibrant message. The heroism of Kennedy's mission was underscored by his realization that it carried not just political risk, but physical danger. Kennedy took the threatening atmosphere in Dallas in fatalistic stride. When Dealey's newspaper ran a caustic anti-Kennedy ad on the morning of November 22nd, he shrugged it off, but he knew that it would disturb Jackie. Framed in a funereal black border, the ad, which was paid for by right-wing oil baron H.L. Hunt's son Nelson and future Dallas Cowboys owner Bum Bright, accused JFK of selling out the country to the communists. "We're heading into nut country today," he told his wife that morning before their short plane ride from Fort Worth to Dallas. "But, Jackie, if somebody wants to shoot me from a window with a rifle, nobody can stop it. So, why worry about it?" JFK, who often broached the subject of assassination during his contentious years in office, seemed particularly preoccupied with the specter during his Texas trip. There was good reason for this. In the weeks preceding Dallas, he was informed of two serious assassination plots against him, one in Chicago and the other in Tampa. We can now conclude that Kennedy was in fact being methodically stalked in the final weeks of his life. On Saturday, November 2nd, a motorcade that was to take the president from Chicago's O'Hare Airport to Soldier Field, where he would watch the Army-Air Force football game with Mayor Richard Daley, was abruptly canceled after the FBI informed the Secret Service of a plot to shoot the president before he reached his destination. The conspiracy, which was detailed in the 2005 book Ultimate Sacrifice by assassination researchers Lamar Waldron and Tom Hartman, involved a four-man sniper team, at least two of whom were Cuban exiles, and a fall guy named Thomas Arthur Valet with an Oswald-like profile, a troubled ex-Marine with an apparent affinity for guns and extremist politics. Kennedy was to be ambushed as his limousine made a slow, hairpin exit from the expressway onto Jackson Street, similar to the 90-degree turn his car would take onto Elm Street in Dallas shortly after the shots rang out there, passing a tall warehouse where Valet worked, not unlike the Texas School Book Depository. Valet, who was arrested by Chicago police 2 hours before Kennedy's plane landed at O'Hare, later claimed that he was framed by someone with special knowledge of his background, namely his CIA assignment to train exiles to kill Castro. Later that month, another plot to kill Kennedy was exposed by law enforcement officials in Tampa, where the president was scheduled to ride in a lengthy motorcade on November 18th from MacDill Air Force Base to a speech at the National Guard Armory, and then a second speech at the International Inn. The Tampa attempt, noted Waldron and Hartman, who interviewed former Tampa Police Chief J.P. Mullins and other officials about the plot, had even more parallels to Dallas. A key suspect in the Tampa plot, a Cuban exile named Gilberto Lopez, seemed stamped from the same strange mold as Oswald. Like the accused Dallas assassin, Lopez had earlier defected to Russia and masqueraded as a pro-Castro member of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. Despite the plot, which Waldron and Hartman assert was aborted when one of its architects, Florida Mafia boss Santo Trafficante, Kennedy went ahead with the motorcade. He even stood up in the moving limousine and waved to the crowds, to the distress of Secret Service agents and Tampa police assigned to protect him. Kennedy did not take the risk lightly. One Florida official later observed that he was under by the final month of his life. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing.
Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan, increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Sam, lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. By the final month of his life, John Kennedy seemed a marked man, encircled by a tightening knot of treachery. On the weekend of November 16, as the president took up residence in the family's Palm Beach mansion to work on his important Olive Branch War Arrow speech about Cuba that he planned to deliver in Miami, a suspicious group of Cuban exiles moved into the house next door. The group was led by a wealthy Bay of Pigs veteran named Alberto Fowler, who bitterly blamed the president for the brigade's defeat. Fowler later told the New Orleans Times-Picayune that he was simply trying to annoy Kennedy by blasting loud Cuban music all weekend. But his apparent role as an intelligence operative after Dallas, he tried to spread the false story that Oswald was a Castro agent, and he later infiltrated Jim Garrison's New Orleans investigation of JFK's murder, point to a more disturbing explanation for his sudden appearance as Kennedy's neighbor. Robert Kennedy was fully aware of the Chicago and Tampa plots, and while there is no evidence he knew about Fowler's odd stalking of the president, he was keenly conscious of the growing intrigue against his brother in the Cuban exile world. Bobby was Jack's protector, but he was also his political point man. The two roles must have clashed in a particularly disturbing way for Bobby in November 1963. Like his brother, he fully grasped how important the Texas trip was for their political ambitions. But he was growing increasingly apprehensive about Jack's safety, to the point where he was maneuvering to take away presidential protection duties from the Secret Service and bring them under his control in the Attorney General's office. Like Kenny O'Donnell, the third Kennedy brother in the administration, Bobby could not bring himself to try to block Jack's Texas trip. The Kennedys were supposed to be tough enough to ride out dark nights of foreboding. But Dallas disturbed him. Perhaps both brothers had a sense of what was coming. On November 20th, Bobby, 38. He was in a gloomy, wry mood at the surprise party thrown for him at the Justice Department, mocking himself for being a drag on his brother's re-election chances. "Who do you think clinched the South for President Kennedy?" he exclaimed like a politician on the stump, while his staffers looked down in embarrassment. "Robert Kennedy, that's who." No matter how maniacally he worked for his brother, it was never enough for Bobby. Later, he went over to the White House for the annual reception for the judiciary. He talked to his brother about his forthcoming Texas trip. "Why did Jack have to go on political missions like this?" Bobby asked. "You are president, and those duties are enough," he told his brother. There was a sad, wistful quality to his complaint, and of course, he knew exactly why Jack had to go. JFK tried to jostle his younger brother out of his mood. "But, Bob,
64 is coming and I can't wait. Remember what Lord Tweedsmuir said? The president reminded his brother, invoking the Scottish diplomat and novelist he was fond of quoting. Politics is a noble adventure. Then he clapped his brother on the back and marched out the door. Bobby never saw him again. As a boy growing up in the tiny East Texas farm town of Chandler, Ralph Yarborough liked to hunt. But when he went into the woods by himself, a fear would always creep over him, he would remark years later. Stalking his prey under a dark canopy of trees, accompanied only by his hunting dogs, he would get the shivers sometimes until he finally reached the open light. The same feeling of dread came over Yarborough on the afternoon of November 22nd, as he rode through the shadowy canyon of downtown Dallas, 2 cars behind the president. The senator was squeezed into the back seat of a convertible between the vice president and his wife, Lady Berta, a cozy proximity that pleased neither of the men, who were pitted bitterly against one another in the Texas Democratic Party feud. LBJ still resented Yarborough for breaking ranks with the Texas delegation at the 1960 Democratic Convention and throwing his support to Kennedy instead of Johnson, the state's favorite son. And Yarborough felt, with considerable cause, that the conservative Johnson-Connally wing of the state's Democratic Party had been seeking to punish the renegade liberal ever since. When the president's plane landed at Love Field at 11:38 that morning, Kennedy, desperately trying to smooth over the dispute during his trip, had to order Yarborough to ride in Johnson's car. White House aide Larry O'Brien backed up the president's demand by shoving Yarborough into the vehicle at the airport and slamming the door behind him to ensure the bickering politicians presented a harmonious face to the Dallas crowds. As the motor car left Love Field heading down Mockingbird Lane toward downtown, the senator, who could turn on the folksy charm when he needed to, quickly slipped into his proper role, shouting, "Howdy thar," to the spectators lining the streets, while Johnson sat sullenly beside him. When the motor car began gliding down Main Street, underneath the dark towers of corporate Dallas, Yarborough's mood began to change. The old boyhood fear came upon him. On the street, the crowd, which was now 10 to 12 people deep, seemed exuberant, raucously cheering the president and first lady who was making her first trip to Texas. But the senator did not like what he saw. When his eyes scanned the office building windows, the people standing there, businessmen and their secretaries, stared with eerie silence at the passing spectacle. They stood there rather stonily, Yarborough would recall. They just stood there looking at the president, and they weren't saying anything. I'd look up there on the 2nd, 3rd floor. I'd see people through glass windows up there, standing back. They'd be looking down at the president, it looked to me like, with positive hate. I saw them, and I grew apprehensive. Among the grim-faced office building spectators was ultra-right oil tycoon Hunt, who gazed down at the president from his 7th-floor perch in the Mercantile Building, flanked by 2 secretaries. Yarborough was afraid that someone would throw a pot of flowers or something and hit the First Lady. As the presidential cavalcade moved slowly down Main Street's sunless gulch, the senator strained to see the open light as he had on his boyhood expeditions through the woods. If they could just get through the dark shadows of downtown, he felt they would be safe. When the motor car reached sun-spangled Dealey Plaza, Yarborough breathed a sigh of relief. It was like finally coming out into the open fields with his dogs when he was 12. I thought, I'm glad to see daylight. I'm glad we're through. I felt safe the minute we got. It's all over. But as the column of cars turned left on Elm Street, heading for the expressway to the Dallas Trade Mart, a noise rang out that snapped Yarborough immediately back to his childhood terrors. This time, he felt like the hunted, not the hunter. It was the unmistakable sound of a rifle shot, quickly followed by more shots. The day froze dead in its tracks. And then he caught a sharp whiff of gunpowder on the breathless air. Hunted down, ambushed. These were the ways that passengers in the motor car would describe their doomed feeling that day. They were trapped in a crossfire.
and the prey, the President of the United States, was defenseless. For the rest of his life, Yarborough would wonder about the peculiar stone-footed reaction.
Yarborough never forgot the awful sight. He had all kinds of anguish written on his face, and despair and everything else. Seeing that, I knew they had either killed or seriously wounded the president. John F. Kennedy had been gunned down at high noon in a Dallas plaza named for the frontier-era father of Kennedy hater Ted Dealey. JFK, the avid reader of history, would have appreciated the ripe irony. Americans would get some sense of the utter horror, the visceral obscenity of Dealey Plaza when a home movie of the assassination made by a 59-year-old Dallas dress manufacturer named Abraham Zapruder was finally excavated from the Life magazine vault where it had been kept for years and widely exhibited. The infamous 26-second film clip of the president's final moments, culminating in the repulsive frame where a searing bolt slams his head viciously backwards, tearing off a shard of his skull in a spray of bloody mist, will forever punish the souls of those who watch it. Zapruder himself paid a terrible price for being the nation's eyewitness. Amazingly, he kept steadily filming the horrible spectacle as it unfolded in graphic detail before his camera. Then he clambered down from his vantage point, a concrete abutment on the grassy knoll overlooking the crime scene, and stumbled back to his office in a daze, screaming, "They killed him! They killed him! They killed him!" Afterwards, he sat at his desk sobbing. A terrible thought flashed across Zapruder's mind as he watched his president being executed before his eyes. I just felt that somebody had ganged up on him. His words, conjuring the image of the most powerful man in the country bullied into bloody submission by anonymous assailants, are still deeply troubling. Zapruder, a Russian Jewish immigrant who came to America as a teenager, never recovered from the shock of what he intimately observed through the lens of his Bell Howell 8mm movie camera. For the rest of his life, he suffered recurring nightmares. When he was called before the Warren Commission in July 1964, he broke down in tears as he relived the afternoon. At the end of his testimony, he apologized abjectly for his outburst of emotion. "I am ashamed of myself," he told the staff attorney taking his testimony. "I didn't know I was going to break down, and for a man to, but it was a tragic thing, and when you started asking me that, and I saw the thing all over again, and it was an awful thing. I know very few people who had seen it like that. It was an awful thing, and I loved the president. And to see that happen before my eyes, his head just opened up and shot down like a dog. It leaves a very, very deep sentimental impression with you. It's terrible." Wesley Liebelert, the assistant counsel who was dispatched to belatedly and perfunctorily take Zapruder's eyewitness account, was not interested in hearing about his trauma. Nor was the attorney particularly interested in his observations that the shots came from right behind me on the grassy knoll, the spot where most eyewitnesses and police bystanders that afternoon immediately suspected the sniper's nest was located. The Warren Commission, which originally did not plan on interviewing Zapruder at all, treated him as an afterthought. But his 486-frame film would reveal more about the death of the president than the vast 26-volume report delivered by the commission, Chief Justice Earl Warren, to President Johnson on September 24, 1964. Zapruder's handheld horror movie would live on long after his death in 1970, a haunting testament to how President Kennedy was ganged up on in Dealey Plaza by more than one assailant. Gunmen firing shots from the front as well as rear of the presidential limousine. As dreadful as it was, the Zapruder film did not capture the full mayhem inside the presidential limousine during the explosion of violence in Dealey Plaza. But the wives of the two men shot that day, Jackie Kennedy and Nellie Connolly, would insist on telling everything they witnessed. It was Jackie's wrenchingly matter-of-fact account, delivered to Life magazine correspondent Theodore White in an extraordinary interview at the family's Hyannisport compound 1 week after Dallas, that most vividly conveyed the unfiltered horror of it all.
This, along with the interview she gave William Manchester, the family's authorized chronicler of the assassination, would be the only time she ever publicly discussed November 22, 1963. Sitting on a sofa, dressed in black slacks and a beige pullover, her dark eyes wider than pools, she told her unspeakable story to White in a remarkably calm voice. The words poured out of her as if she were in a trance. "I realized that I was going to hear more than I wanted to," White later wrote, an odd comment for a journalist who had just scored the scoop of his career. White's employer shared his tender sensibilities. Once again, life would find it necessary to suppress a terrible document of Dealey Plaza, publishing a soothingly expurgated version of the interview in its December 6, 1963 issue. The brief article, an epilogue for President Kennedy, focused on JFK's love of the musical Camelot, helping turn his story into a gauzy Arthurian legend instead of the monstrous crime mystery it was. Missing was the eyewitness testimony of a woman still scorched by what she had endured just 1 week earlier. But over 3 decades later, following the death of Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis in 1994, the Kennedy Library finally released White's Camelot documents, including his handwritten notes from the interview. Despite the passage of time, Jackie's account was still awful to read, and media coverage of the document's release was still decorous, pulling a veil over the grisly details that Jackie could not forget. The motorcade from the airport that afternoon put her in mind of the first couple's tumultuous procession through the streets of Mexico the previous year, Jackie told White. It was hot, wild, and the sun was blazing in her eyes. Jack had asked her not to wear her sunglasses for fear it would make the First Lady look too much like an aloof movie queen to the people on the Dallas streets. She was happy to oblige him, knowing how important the Texas trip was to her husband's political fortunes. After suffering the death of their newborn son Patrick in August, the couple seemed closer than they had been in a long time. Jackie had grown weary of the political circus, but riding with her husband that day was an expression of her love. JFK, who took pleasure from the electric effect that his wife had on crowds, deeply appreciated her company on the trip. Even without their sunglasses, the couple emitted a starry glow as they waved to the boisterous crowds lining the streets. Sitting in the press bus several cars behind the Kennedys' limousine, Robert Donovan, the Los Angeles Times Washington bureau chief, mused that if Hollywood had tried to cast a president and his wife, they could never have dreamed up John F. Kennedy and Jacqueline Kennedy. They were just 2 beautiful people that day, glamorous, and they had a screaming reception. There was never a point in the public life of the Kennedys, in a way, that was as high as that moment in Dallas. Nellie Connolly was relieved and elated by the cheering crowds. As their car turned slowly onto Elm Street, she shifted around in the jump seat where she was riding next to her husband and beamed at Kennedy. "Mr. President, you certainly can't say that Dallas doesn't love you." His eyes grew wide with excitement. Dallas had surprised him, thought Nellie. And then the plaza rang with the first gunshot. The first bullet tore through Kennedy's throat, and his arms went up as if to block himself from further injury. His wife turned to him, and just as she did, another bullet shattered his head. The picture of her husband in his final moment of life seared itself into her memory. She remembered the strange elegance of his demeanor. His last expression was so neat. He had his hand out. I could see a piece of his skull coming off. It was flesh-colored, not white. He was holding out his hand, and I can see this perfectly clean piece detaching itself from his head. Then he slumped in my lap. Later in her interview with White, Jackie returned to the moment of her husband's death. It was an odd association to make, but something about his face brought back the alert play of his mind at press conferences. You know when he was shot. He had such a wonderful expression on his face. You know that wonderful expression he had when they'd ask him a question about one of the 10 million gadgets they'd have in a rocket? Just before he'd answer, he looked puzzled, and then he slumped forward. Now the contents of her husband's precious brain were spilled all over the car. They splattered everyone riding in the limousine.
To Nellie Connolly, it felt like she was being tattooed by hot hail. Even the motorcycle cops, riding uselessly behind the presidential vehicle, were splashed with Kennedy's life matter. The First Lady tore the air with her frantic screams, "Jack! Jack!" And then, "They've killed my husband. I have his brains in my hand." Nellie Connolly could offer no help. She was bent over her own husband, who was gushing blood through his shirt. By holding him tightly, Nellie Connolly would save her husband's life, blocking the gaping hole in his chest. "My God, they are going to kill us all," the governor blurted before sagging forward. The Connollys would forever insist, contrary to the Warren report, which strained to limit the number of bullets fired that day to fit its lone gunman theory, that the bullet that ripped into the governor's back was not one of those that hit the president. Suddenly, the First Lady, her pink suit drenched in her husband's gore, was clambering onto the trunk of the moving limousine. She needed to retrieve the missing fragment of her husband's skull. It was the only way that she could save him, that she could make him whole again. The sprinting Clint Hill pushed her back into the car, just as it suddenly sped off to Parkland Hospital. We all lay down in the car, and I kept saying, "Jack, Jack, Jack," and someone was yelling, "He's dead, he's dead," she told White. All the ride to the hospital, I kept bending over him saying, "Jack, Jack, can you hear me? I love you, Jack." I kept holding the top of his head down, trying to keep the... She could not finish the sentence. At the hospital, sitting in the terrible Lincoln long and black as a hearse, in Nellie's words, Jackie could not let go of her broken husband. The seat was full of blood and red roses, she recalled. Everywhere else during the trip, they had given her the yellow roses of Texas. But at Love Field, she had been presented a bouquet of red American beauties. Secret Service men were suddenly swarming everywhere, screaming, "Mr. President!" They pleaded with Jackie to get out of the car. These big Texas interns kept saying, "Mrs. Kennedy, you come with us." They wanted to take me away from him. Dave Powers came running to me. My legs, my hands were covered with his brains. When Dave saw this, he burst out weeping. From here down, and here, she made a gesture indicating her husband's forehead. His head was so beautiful. I tried to hold the top of his head down. Maybe I could keep it in. I knew he was dead. They came trying to get me. They tried to grab me, but I said, "I'm not leaving." When they carried Jack in, Hill threw his coat over Jack's head. It wasn't repulsive to me for one moment. Nothing was repulsive to me. And I was running behind this big intern. I was running behind with the coat covering it. I remember this narrow corridor. I said, "I'm not going to leave him. I'm not going to leave him. I'm not going to leave him." She remembered the grueling back operation that had nearly killed him when they were newlyweds. She had promised him that she would not leave his side during the surgery, but they had taken him away and she had not seen him again for hours. "They're never going to keep me away from him again," she told herself at Parkland. Dr. Malcolm Perry, the surgeon working on her dying husband, did not want her in the operating room, but she forced her way in. She told him, "It's my husband, his blood, his brains are all over me." There was nothing Perry and the other doctors could do to save her husband. A priest was summoned to deliver the final rites. There was a sheet over Jack. His foot was sticking out of the sheet, whiter than the sheet. I took his foot and kissed it. Then I pulled back the sheet. His mouth was so beautiful, his eyes were open. They found his hand under the sheet, and I held his hand all the time the priest was saying extreme unction. In the months following Dallas, the fallen president's deeply despondent widow sought counsel from a Jesuit priest named Richard McSorley. She was plagued by something from that day, she told McSorley.
Her husband was already dying from the fatal second shot before she realized it. If only I had a minute to say goodbye. It was so hard not to say goodbye, not to be able to say goodbye. Later, in the hot confines of Air Force One, which Lyndon Johnson insisted stay on the Love Field tarmac until he was sworn in as the new President of the United States, everybody urged her to wipe her husband's dried blood off her face. A photographer was going to commemorate the historic ceremony, and Johnson wanted Jackie by his side. She stared at herself in the mirror. My whole face was splattered with blood and hair. I wiped it off with a Kleenex. But she immediately regretted it. 1 second later, I thought, why did I wash the blood off? I should have left it there. Let them see what they've done. That's what she told Bobby when she saw him later. They should have seen her with her painted face and clotted hair when the famous photo was taken on Air Force One. Her horrible visage would have condemned them for all time. But, widowed at 34, she already felt herself fading into history. White's notes are filled with the word. She repeated it often during the interview. History, she said inexplicably at one point, as if describing herself, for that's what she was becoming. As Air Force One flew through the darkening sky to Washington, events were already sweeping past her. I thought, no one really wants me here. For a brief savage moment, Jacqueline Kennedy considered playing the role of a raging truth-teller from a Greek tragedy. This is how they killed the king. This is how they spilled his beautiful mind into my hands. But she would soon allow herself to be turned into the widowed Kennedy as she mocked her image, the stoic woman who taught a nation how to mourn. In the chaotic hours after Dealey Plaza, the world tilted off its axis. Global leaders wondered whether the assassination of the U.S. president meant the beginning of nuclear war. The newly inaugurated president was not certain if he could control the shockwaves from Dallas. Like his predecessor, he did not feel in full command of the country's military machine. Would he be history's master or its victim, wondered Lyndon Johnson as Air Force One carried him, along with Kennedy's remains and his shattered retinue, back to Washington. Bill Moyers, Johnson's young protege, had rushed to his side as soon as he heard about the assassination, chartering a private plane in Austin, where he had been overseeing the final leg of the Texas trip, and flying to Dallas before Air Force One took off. Johnson, surrounded by angry, distraught Kennedy loyalists, was relieved to see the fresh-scrubbed face of the former Baptist seminarian on board. The two Texans were closely connected by what Moyers called an almost familiar umbilical cord. Johnson, who knew that the Kennedy Circle liked the bright young Texan, who was serving as Sergeant Shriver's Peace Corps deputy at the time, needed him more than ever now.
While Air Force One was still in the air, the new president recruited him to be his special assistant. At one point during the flight, Moyers noticed his old mentor sitting by himself, gazing intently at the passing clouds outside his window. "What's on your mind, Mr. President?" asked Moyers. A grim-looking Johnson turned to him and said, "I wonder if the missiles are flying." Moyers was puzzled by the remark at the time. If the United States was launching a nuclear attack, certainly the new president would know it. But in the frantic aftermath of Dallas, Johnson was clearly unsure who was running the country. The thought in Johnson's mind at this time could only be that there had been a coup, and that once the airplane took off from Love Field for Washington, the country would spin into the hands of the button pushers, observed James K. Galbraith, a political historian at the University of Texas Lyndon B. Johnson School of Public Affairs, in a recent interview. Galbraith, the son of the late economist and Kennedy advisor John Kenneth Galbraith, added that Johnson knew that this was the moment of maximum strategic advantage for national security hardliners who yearned for a final confrontation with the country's enemies. For nearly 3 years, Kennedy and McNamara had held off these rabid advocates of a final nuclear solution.
But with JFK bluntly removed from the chain of command, there was no telling what they would now attempt. These same fears were gripping the two foreign leaders most likely to be attacked by unhinged nuclear warriors in the United States. In Cuba, Fidel Castro was eating lunch with John Daniel, the French journalist who had brought peace feelers from President Kennedy, at the Cuban leader's Varadero Beach residence when he received the stunning report about Dallas. "This is bad news," a dazed Castro repeated 3 times after putting down the phone. After their long and bitter jousting, Castro had begun to see Kennedy as an agent of change. He still has the possibility of becoming, in the eyes of history, the greatest president of the United States, the leader who may at last understand that there can be coexistence between capitalists and socialists, even in the Americas, Castro told Daniel during an all-night interview session on the eve of Dallas. He would then be an even greater president than Lincoln. "I know, for example, that for Khrushchev, Kennedy is a man you can talk with. I have gotten this impression from all my conversations with Khrushchev." Then Castro broke into what his French visitor described as a broad and boyish grin, pledging to help Kennedy in his re-election campaign. "If you see him again, you can tell him that I'm willing to declare Goldwater my friend if that will guarantee Kennedy's re-election." But on the afternoon of November 22nd, as Castro and Daniel huddled over a radio, listening to an NBC News broadcast from Miami, the Cuban leader's mood grew dark and foreboding. When Kennedy's death was confirmed, Castro stood up and said, "Everything is changed." Then, as the radio played the Star-Spangled Banner, Castro, surrounded by a circle of worried aides, made an astute prediction. "You watch and see. I know them. They will try to put the blame on us for this thing." Later, as they rode in Castro's car, the radio reported that Lee Harvey Oswald, the accused assassin, was married to a Russian. "There, didn't I tell you? It'll be my turn next," erupted the Cuban leader. Minutes later it was. The American broadcaster reported that Oswald was a Castro admirer who belonged to the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. At first he tried to shrug it off, calling it an obvious propaganda device. "It's terrible, but you know, I'm sure this will all soon blow over. There are too many competing policies in the United States for any single one to be able to impose itself universally for very long." But as the radio announcer ominously confirmed that Kennedy's assassin was a pro-Castro Marxist, and the tone of the reports grew increasingly shrill and aggressive, Castro's equanimity began to fail him. He started grilling Daniel about what he knew of the new U.S. president. What were Johnson's relations with Kennedy, with Khrushchev? What was his position on the Bay of Pigs? And then, finally, and most important of all, Daniel recalled, Castro asked him, "What authority does he exercise over the CIA?" It was a question that Lyndon Johnson was asking himself at the very same time. Meanwhile, in Moscow, the roly-poly leader who, clowning and growling, had at first tried to intimidate the young, untested American president, and then, after he had taken his measure of the man, settled into a mutually respectful quest with him for world peace, was utterly undone. Hearing the news from Dallas, Khrushchev broke down and sobbed in the Kremlin. "He took the news as a personal blow," said one aide. "For several days he was unable to perform his duties." Khrushchev was convinced that Kennedy was killed by militaristic forces in Washington bent on sabotaging the two leaders' efforts to reach détente. Would they now launch a nuclear strike on the Soviet Union? Would the Soviet leader be ousted by hardline forces in his own government? Khrushchev needed Kennedy, and thought Kennedy needed him, observed Khrushchev biographer William Talbot. Together, they were staking out a course that was steering the two countries away from nuclear brinksmanship to a new world harmony. Even administration tough guy Bobby Kennedy looked forward to a second summit meeting where, unlike the abrasive posturing of Vienna, the two leaders could calmly sit and talk everything over. Now Khrushchev's essential partner was gone. At the White House reception for the foreign dignitaries who attended Kennedy's funeral, the guests were surprised to see the president's widow coming downstairs to greet them, despite everything she had been through. In the receiving line, the Russian representative, Khrushchev's old warhorse deputy, Anastas Mikoyan, approached Jackie, visibly trembling. She clasped both his hands in hers, and in a voice filled with deep emotion said, "Please tell Mr. Chairman President that I know he and my husband worked together for a peaceful world, and now he and you must carry on my husband's work." The old Bolshevik blinked and hid his face with both hands. A week later, Jackie Kennedy followed up her remarks to Mikoyan by writing a letter directly to Khrushchev to make sure she clearly understood her message. The day of the funeral had been so horrible for her, she explained in the letter, that she did not know how lucid she was in her brief conversation with his representative. She told Khrushchev how her late husband had regarded him as an integral force for peace. And then she made a revealing reference to the obstacles that Kennedy had faced in his search for détente, one that certainly would have resonated with the Russian leader, who confronted similar opposition at home. "The danger troubling my husband was that war could be started not so much by major figures as by minor ones," wrote Mrs. Kennedy. "Whereas major figures understand the need for self-control and restraint, minor ones are sometimes moved by fear and pride. If only in the future major figures could still force minor ones to sit down at the negotiating table before they begin to fight." Jackie's letter appeared to reinforce the confidential message that she and Bobby sent to the Soviet leadership that same week through their trusted friend Bill Walton. President Kennedy had been the victim of a conspiracy of small-minded men. After Kennedy's death, Khrushchev's own days in office were numbered. In October 1964, less than a year after JFK's assassination, the Soviet leader was removed from power in a shakeup engineered by his more stolid, less imaginative rival, Leonid Brezhnev. Ironically, it was a bloodless coup.
Living out his final years in domestic exile, sequestered in a log cabin on the banks of the Istra River, Khrushchev pursued his own personal glasnost. He bitterly complained about how the Brezhnev regime was reversing his reforms. Listening to the BBC and the Voice of America on an old Zenith shortwave radio given to him years before by an American businessman, he grew increasingly impatient with the heavy-handed propaganda of the Soviet media. "This is just garbage," he fumed, flipping through Pravda. He read a Samizad copy of Dr. Zhivago and regretted that his government censors had banned it. "I should have read it myself," he said. He denounced the jailing of dissident Soviet writers and expressed disgust over the 1968 invasion of Czechoslovakia. "What kind of socialism is this? What kind of gosh is it when you have to keep people in chains?" Towards the end of his life, Khrushchev began work on his memoir. When the news reached Moscow, the Politburo demanded that he immediately stop and hand over what he had written to the Central Committee. He defiantly refused, and after completing the manuscript, like a dissident writer, he had it smuggled out of the country and published in the West, where it became an instant bestseller. In the book, titled Khrushchev Remembers, the retired autocrat wistfully recalled his days with Kennedy, whom he praised as a real statesman despite his youth. "If Kennedy had lived," he wrote, "the two men could have brought peace to the world." On September 11, 1971, less than a year after his memoir was published in the United States, Khrushchev died of a failed heart. The Central Committee decreed there would be no fanfare and no formal Red Square funeral. His wake was held in a drab red brick building, and he was quietly buried in the remote corner of a Moscow cemetery next to a 16th-century nunnery. Only a small crowd of determined mourners was allowed through the lines of police, who photographed them as they entered the cemetery. It would take 4 years for his family to get permission to put a monument at the head of his grave. In the weeks after Dallas, as political leaders and intelligence services all over the world were struggling to make sense of the assassination, so was Robert Kennedy. But his was a deeply emotional as well as political struggle. As the days went by, his rush to uncover the mystery faltered. Overtaken by the enormity of his loss, his investigative zeal began to ebb away. His brother was the center of his orbit, and his son had fallen from the sky. What difference would it make to solve Jack's murder, he would tell people. It wouldn't bring him back. But as Robert Kennedy slowly emerged from his tomb of mourning, his quest for justice was reborn as well. Robert Kennedy wore the burden of that mission uneasily. At times he did not want to face the truth. He suspected that the conspiracy involved elements of his own government, and he realized that following its dark trail could tear apart the country. He also feared that the quest would highlight the brother's own fatal errors and reveal how his own passions had stirred up the furies that took Jack's life. And finally, he knew that the search would put him in mortal danger. But in the end, Kennedy could not help but pursue the truth. The awful grace of God. In moments of national crisis, the public's desire to huddle together and put its trust in the country's leadership can be frantically powerful. Such was the mood of the country in the days and weeks after Dallas. The government declared that the calamity that had befallen the nation was the work of one misfit, and that his shocking elimination 2 days later was the work of another distraught individual. The press rushed to endorse this conclusion. There was only one lingering mystery, the public was reassured, that of the human soul. Whatever prompted Lee Harvey Oswald to kill the president, a man whose civil rights record he was said to admire, was a secret that he took with him to the grave. It takes a certain temperament to challenge a national consensus with the near-compulsory power that the lone gunman theory had in the aftermath of John F. Kennedy's assassination. A pugnacious self-righteousness and a charmless egocentricity are certainly essential ingredients of this personality. And these happen to be defining characteristics of a 36-year-old crusading New York attorney named Mark Lane. He would become the first American to throw himself in front of the freight car of official opinion, declaring that Oswald had been railroaded to infamy without an honest public hearing, and that the assassin of President Kennedy remains at large. Less than a month after the assassination, in the December 19, 1963 issue of a left-wing national weekly paper called The Guardian, Lane published a 10,000-word broadside that punched disturbing holes in the official version of the crime. The attorney highlighted a list of inconvenient facts about the case, including several that would become the cornerstone of conspiracy research for decades to come. How could Oswald have been the lone gunman firing from his perch in the Texas School Book Depository behind the president's car, when Parkland Hospital doctors declared that one of the bullets fired at Kennedy struck him in the throat? How could a gunman using a rudimentary bolt-action rifle that he had purchased for $12.78 squeeze off 3 expertly aimed shots in less than 6 seconds? A feat that even the skilled marksman who headed the National Rifle Association was unable to match. Why would alleged left-winger Oswald kill a president who was intent on improving relations with the Soviet Union and Cuba, a man whom Fidel Castro believed could become the greatest president of the United States? Despite the marginality of The Guardian, where Lane was forced to take his work after getting rejections from a wide range of U.S. publications, including Life, Look, The Saturday Evening Post, The Nation, and Fact, the magazine of controversy, his article created a sensation. When the issue promptly sold out on the newsstands, The Guardian printed thousands of extra copies of the article in pamphlet form. Blacked out by the American media, Lane found an eager audience in the European press. He also formed a citizens' committee of inquiry, which began interviewing Dealey Plaza witnesses, and he rented a New York theater, where each evening for many months he presented his case against the lone gunman theory. On January 14, 1964, Oswald's mother, Marguerite, hired Lane to represent her son before the Warren Commission.
Portrayed in the media as a figure of frazzled pathos, the plump, matronly Marguerite would insist in her testimony before the commission that her son was a U.S. intelligence agent and that he was set up to take the blame for the assassination. When Lane himself later went before the commission, he insisted the session be held in public, the only time the secretive panel did so, and the confrontation was heated. "We had very, very little trouble of any kind during the hearings," Supreme Court Chief Justice Earl Warrant, the panel's chairman, later recalled, "except from one fellow by the name of Mark Lane, and he was the only one that treated the commission with contempt." Lane knew the Kennedy brothers slightly from the 1960 campaign, when he ran successfully at the bottom of the Democratic ticket for a New York Assembly seat. The young attorney was part of a reform movement that was trying to wrest control of the city's Democratic Party from the corrupt Tammany Hall machine. When Bobby met with the group at the Kennedy's Carlisle Hotel suite, he shocked the West Side liberals by bluntly telling them their righteous battle to clean up New York City politics was not as important as getting his brother elected president. "Once he's elected, we don't give a very if blood runs in the streets of New York," Bobby informed them. Afterward, the reformers clucked in outrage.
But Lane did not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation. Sharp modulation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 to 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. But Lane did not share their indignation. Bobby might be lacking in tact, courtesy, and manners, he felt. His honesty was commendable, however. Bobby did not return Lane's admiration. Despite his own hard-nosed reputation, Kennedy was often rubbed the wrong way by abrasive personalities. "He just didn't like him," recalled Kennedy aide Frank Mankiewicz. "I'm really sorry that Mark Lane jumped in so quick. He gave the whole thing a kind of a queer, bizarre tone." In January 1964, Bobby returned to what was now his forlorn post at the Justice Department. His law enforcement team was drifting without his energetic direction. "We need you," Walter Sheridan had told him. "Yeah, I know," Bobby had replied, "but I don't have the heart for it right now." Later that month,
his friends in the administration arranged for Kennedy to make an official visit to Indonesia to take his mind off his loss. The trip briefly restored his sense of purpose. But Dallas was looming for him as soon as he returned. Among his first callers after arriving back in Washington was Mark Lane. "I said, I'd like to see you," recalled Lane. He said, "All right, lunch tomorrow?" I said, "Okay." And then he said, "But you're not going to talk about that, are you?" Kennedy still could not bring himself to give the assassination its name. Lane's notoriety as an assassination researcher was already on the rise, and he knew exactly what that meant. "Yes, that's what I want to talk to you about," Lane told Kennedy. And then the attorney made the mistake of playing a card that was far too explosive with Kennedy. He told Bobby, "You know, you have an obligation." Before he could finish his sentence, Kennedy sharply cut him off. "Don't you tell me about my obligations to my family." The conversation skid to an abrupt conclusion. "If that's the only thing you want to talk about, Mark," said Kennedy, "then we're not going to meet." The two men never spoke again. The chilly exchange between Kennedy and Lane set the stage for Bobby's awkward and volatile relationship with assassination watchdogs for years to come. Kennedy could not stop himself from avidly following their activities, and even sometimes personally engaging with them. But he was easily put off by their often tactless or eccentric personalities, and seemed relieved when this gave him an excuse to dismiss their investigative work, no matter how valid it might be. Their very existence shamed and disturbed him, because their inquiries were boldly public, while he felt forced to carry out his own search in dark privacy. In the gray, lifeless winter months following the death of his brother, Bobby lacked the will to face what had happened in Dallas. His burst of investigative passion in November quickly drained out of him, replaced by a paralyzing sense of loss. Nevertheless, Kennedy's friends felt driven to keep bringing information about the assassination to his attention. In December, Arthur Schlesinger was impressed enough by a sober and meticulous dissection of the lone gunman theory that appeared in the New Republic 2 days after the publication of Lane's essay to send a copy to Bobby. Titled Seeds of Doubt, the article, written by scholars Jack Minnis and Stoughton Lind, raised many of the same questions about the case as Lane did, but without his rhetorical flourishes. Concerned citizens also wrote Kennedy's office to express their fears of a conspiracy. To paraphrase Shakespeare, there is something rotten in Dallas. University of Illinois psychology professor Charles E. Osgood, a former chairman of the American Psychological Association, declared in a letter to the Attorney General. In March, Kennedy was urged to contact 2 journalists whose work on the case was beginning to attract the same florid attention as Lane's: syndicated gossip columnist and game show celebrity Dorothy Kilgallen, and a Paris-based American journalist named Thomas Buchanan. Writing in the French newsweekly L'Express, Buchanan had created a stir by charging that President Kennedy was the victim of a far-right plot. His L'Express articles would become the basis for the first JFK conspiracy book, Who Killed Kennedy, which was released in May by a British publisher. Buchanan's articles were part of a wave of European press coverage that tartly questioned the official version of Kennedy's demise. While the U.S. press accepted the soothing reassurances of Washington officials, European publications cried out that something dark and foul had occurred in Dallas. As Raymond Cartier wrote in Paris Match, the Life magazine of France, Europe, almost in totality, rejects the official view of the crime. Europeans are convinced the Dallas drama hides a mystery, which, if uncovered, would dishonor the United States and shake it to its foundations. Buchanan alleged that Oswald was a low-level CIA agent who had been assisted by others in the crime. The petty crook who dispatched him, Jack Ruby, was a co-conspirator known to Oswald. The motive for the assassination, according to Buchanan, was to disrupt the developing détente between Washington and Moscow, which threatened the weapons industries on which the plotters depended. "I believed lived for something, and I think he died for something," Buchanan would conclude in his book. "Any man is measured by his enemies. The list of those who hated Kennedy the day he died does honor to him. It must never be forgotten that he went to Dallas to combat these men, to tell the people of that city, of the nation and the world beyond, that peace is not a sign of weakness." Like Mark Lane, who was ridiculed in the U.S. media as paranoid, while his phones were being tapped and offices bugged by the FBI, Buchanan received rough treatment in his native country. Washington Post columnist Chalmers Roberts notified his readers that Buchanan had been fired in 1948 as a Washington Star reporter after confessing a brief membership in the Communist Party. Blacklisted at home, Buchanan had been forced to go overseas to find employment. On the face of it, it is absurd to call Buchanan, an admitted former communist now living in Paris, a rival to the group of 7 distinguished Americans headed by the Chief Justice, sniffed Roberts. "But that is just the predicament that the Warren Commission found itself in," lamented the columnist, after Buchanan sowed vast quantities of seeds of doubt about the assassination. But Ben Bradley, JFK's press pal who was destined to take over Roberts' newspaper the following year, had a higher estimation of Buchanan. On March 9, 1964, Bradley phoned Bobby Kennedy at the Justice Department, getting his efficient secretary, Angie Novello, who told him the Attorney General was in New York for the day. Bradley left a message for Kennedy, urging him to meet with Buchanan, who was visiting the United States at the time. Buchanan was one of the most articulate writers on the assassination, according to the message Novello relayed to Kennedy, and is most anxious to see you without going to the FBI. Novello asked Bradley if Buchanan had some information for Kennedy, and Ben said he did, but he also wanted some information from the Attorney General. Bobby apparently did not meet with Buchanan. Instead, he directed him to his brother Ted, who in turn steered him to Nick Katzenbach, the Justice Department official whom...
There is no evidence that Kennedy and Kilgallen met to discuss Dallas, but the Hearst newspaper columnist, known to millions for her sensational scoops, as well as her regular guest slot on the popular Sunday evening game show What's My Line, was digging more and more into the assassination. Kilgallen would become a thorn in the side of the Warren Commission, running a leaked copy of Ruby's testimony, which exposed the hapless quality of the panel's interrogation, prompting an FBI investigation of the newspaper woman and later scoring her own jailhouse interview with Oswald's killer. She hooked up with Mark Lane, who began feeding the columnist provocative items from his investigation. When Lane referred to Kilgallen's coverage of the assassination in his lectures, audiences would snicker at the mention of the gossip queen's name. But he admired her courage. She was the only prominent journalist in the country willing to take on the case, declared Lane. After her exclusive interview with Ruby, Kilgallen began telling friends that she was going to break the real story behind the Kennedy assassination, that she was going to have the biggest scoop of the century. But she never revealed in her newspaper column what Ruby, the only key figure in the case who was in custody, had told her. Apparently, she was holding on to the scoop for her forthcoming book, a collection of the crime stories she had covered, titled Murder One, to ensure that it would be a blockbuster. But the book was never published. On November 8, 1965, Kilgallen was found dead in her Upper East Side townhouse, a victim of what police said was an overdose of alcohol and Seconal. The draft of her Jack Ruby chapter and her notes for it were never found. The Kilgallen story would become one more mysterious footnote in the aftermath of Dallas. For some, it represented the deeply sinister aspect of the case and the lengths that the conspirators would go to cover up their crime. For others, it was simply another tawdry aspect of the world of conspiracy enthusiasts, a gaudy carnival peopled by hard-drinking, pill-popping gossip peddlers like Kilgallen.
While Bobby avoided controversial sleuths like Lane, Buchanan, and Kilgallen in the months after the assassination, he did not reject their suspicions about the case. But he was determined to keep his own inquiries into Dallas private. He was seen taking long walks in a Washington park with Allen Dulles, the former CIA director who had returned from the exile imposed on him by President Kennedy to become the dominant force on the Warren Commission. But Bobby never revealed what the two men discussed during these lengthy conversations. CIA veteran Sam Halpern later told Washington Post reporters Walter Pincus and George Lardner that RFK also secretly recruited a mobster from upstate New York to dig into his brother's assassination. But the late Halpern was an unreliable source on the Kennedys, one of those CIA officials eager to portray the brothers in the most unflattering ways. And having Bobby, of all people, consort with mobsters would be a particularly lurid way of tarnishing his image. Still, Kennedy was obviously an emotional extremist in these early months after Dallas, the kind of punishing state of mind where a man feels driven to take extraordinary steps. One day, Bobby went as far as to arrange a secret meeting with the man he considered public enemy number one. Early one morning in March 1964, Secret Service agent Mike Howard and his partner had a surprise encounter with Attorney General Robert Kennedy. Howard was one of the agents assigned to protect Jackie Kennedy in the months after Dallas. His eventful career had also included overseeing the Fort Worth leg of JFK's Texas trip and taking Marina Oswald and her children into protective custody for a week after the assassination at a Six Flags motel outside Dallas. Years later, Howard would guard former President Johnson when he retired to his Texas ranch. While on duty with the former First Lady, the agent sometimes drew the midnight shift. Sitting outside her bedroom, he would hear Jackie screaming nightmares. One morning around 7, after another graveyard tour of duty, this time at Wexford, the weekend manor that Jackie had built in the Virginia horse country the last year of JFK's life, Howard and his partner were leaving when they came upon Bobby Kennedy in the kitchen, drinking a cup of coffee. "Will you fellas, be going past Dulles?" Kennedy asked the Secret Service agents. When Howard told him they would, he asked if he could ride with them. Howard wondered why the Attorney General did not have FBI men to ferry him around, but he later learned that J. Edgar Hoover, who had once been eager to put FBI cars at Kennedy's service, had cut off all amenities for the Attorney General after his brother's assassination. As Howard soon discovered, it was not just transportation Bobby needed that morning, it was the Secret Service men's intimidating presence. Bobby asked the agents if they could stop at Dulles Airport on the way back to Washington, directing them to a remote spot on the tarmac where private planes landed. "I'll need you to drive me out onto the airfield, and I'd like you to stay with me," said Kennedy, and the two agents agreed. After the car was parked, Bobby got out and began walking toward a small plane that was sitting about 50 yards away, followed by Howard and his partner. About 40 feet from the plane, Bobby turned to the agents and said, "Fellas, you wait right here." As Kennedy approached, a fireplug of a man got off the plane, followed by two hulking sidekicks. The Secret Service agents instantly recognized him, Jimmy Hoffa. To the agent's amazement, Kennedy and Hoffa greeted each other and began conversing, as the Attorney General showed a document to the Teamster leader, and Hoffa alternately nodded and shook his head. As the two men talked, Howard and his partner warily eyed Hoffa's bodyguards. One was built like a Green Bay Packer, Howard recalled, and the other wore dark shades, and there wasn't any doubt about what he had under both armpits. He was loaded. Howard and his partner could not believe what they were witnessing. "We weren't expecting something like this at all," he said. "This wasn't part of our routine duty. We weren't even supposed to be there." We could hear Bobby and Hoffa talking, but we couldn't hear what was being said. But the thing that was a concern to us was what was going to happen. Hoffa had made it clear, at one time, that he would kill this son of a difficult person if he got the chance. All of a sudden, I wasn't sleepy anymore, I can guarantee you. We were wide awake because we didn't know whether there'd be a shootout right there or not. Later, as Kennedy and the Secret Service men drove back to Washington, there was no conversation in the car. He didn't say a word about it, not a word, Howard recalled. And the Secret Service men were too professional to ask anything about the extraordinary meeting. That was something you didn't do. Why did Kennedy confer with his longtime nemesis that day? His Justice Department had finally won a conviction against the slippery Hoffa on jury tampering charges in Nashville, and the following month it would put the Teamster boss again for defrauding the union's Central States Pension Fund of $20 million. This might have been the subject of the two men's conversation that morning on the landing field. But as investigative journalist Gus Russo has speculated, it might also have been Dallas. Perhaps Kennedy wanted to look into Hoffa's eyes while asking him if he had anything to do with his brother's killing, as he had done with, among others, John McCone of the CIA. It has long perplexed assassination researchers why Robert Kennedy did not put the formidable power of the Justice Department behind the probe of his brother's murder. If anybody had the means and motive to solve the crime, it was the Attorney General of the United States.
Kennedy's inertia is partly explained by the enervating gloom that settled over him in the months after Dallas. But another explanation is suggested by Howard's remarkable story. When Kennedy did marshal the energy to pursue leads on his brother's case, he could not rely on the government's investigative apparatus. Kennedy's official power began slipping away the minute his brother was killed. It was so weakened by March 1964 that he could not depend on the FBI to protect him during a nerve-twisting meeting with his top criminal target. There is something deeply poignant about the Attorney General of the United States reduced to hanging around his sister-in-law's kitchen in hopes of borrowing her Secret Service protection. Increasingly marginalized by Lyndon Johnson, a man he regarded as a usurper and who eyed him in return with burning suspicion, and the new president's malevolent courtier, Hoover, Kennedy was powerless to mount a full assassination investigation in 1964, even if he had possessed the will. It was the FBI chief who moved quickly to bring the investigation under his control, ignoring the Attorney General in the process. Hoover's contempt for Kennedy's authority became so blatant after Dallas that Ed Guthman, the tough newspaperman who was still serving as the Attorney General's press secretary, stormily confronted Hoover deputy Cartha DeLoach over lunch in early March. Guthman was outraged at the way that Hoover and his coterie, before the president's body was even cold, had begun to snub the Attorney General, communicating directly with the new occupant of the White House and feeding LBJ's rampant paranoia with tales of Bobby's disloyalty. It pissed me off. I mean, what the hell, to get really messed around like that by Hoover, Guthman later told me. As soon as President Kennedy was killed, Bob Kennedy might just as well not have existed as far as he was concerned. After an initial exchange of pleasantries that afternoon, the lunch meeting soon grew heated. Guthman was blunt in his assessment of the FBI director's behavior. It was chicken gauche and unmanly. The words surely inflamed the hypersensitive Hoover when Deke DeLoach dutifully reported back to his boss, a man of monstrous ego, in the deputy's own words, who ruled the FBI like the great and powerful Oz. Hoover and his men were clearly moving to consolidate position with President Johnson, Guthman observed, and went out of their way to really stick it in and hard against Kennedy. At a time when Bobby could barely function, lost in his fog of grief, Guthman found the FBI czar's behavior cruel and unnecessary. We had no illusions about what had happened or what changes in power. But Hoover needed to keep reminding Kennedy of his fall, to punish the young man, once called the second most powerful person in Washington, for his short-lived dominion over him. There was a time when Kennedy would have directly confronted Hoover himself, but in his final months at the Justice Department, sleeping and eating intermittently, he seemed to shrink even physically before the eyes of his friends and colleagues. Bobby took to wearing JFK's old clothes, but wrapping himself in the comforting leather skin of his older brother's bomber jacket, he seemed like a lost boy.
"He looked to me like a man who was just in intense pain," said his friend John Seigenthaler after visiting Washington to check in on Bobby. "He looked to me like a man hurt, just physically hurt." Bobby Kennedy once charged through Washington's bureaucratic fortresses like a blazing revolutionary, determined to inflame the government with a sense of Kennedy mission. The Attorney General was frequently an insurgent, and his country was the beneficiary of the insurgency, Edward R. Murrow would tell Bobby in a wistful thank-you note after receiving a pair of the cufflinks that were given to the core members of the Kennedy administration on Christmas 1963. But without his inspirational leadership, Kennedy's crusades at the Justice Department began to lose their fervor, and some of his young prosecutors began to drift away. When Bob Blakey, who had served on his organized crime task force and would one day play a key role in reopening his brother's case, dropped by Kennedy's office to say goodbye, he was stunned by the transformation his once dynamic boss had undergone. He seemed absolutely devastated. He used to have these piercing eyes. When he was looking at you, you knew it. The day I came into his office, he was idly playing with that big dog of his, Broomis. He looked at me with vacant eyes. Instead of his usual vigorous handshake, his hand felt like a piece of meat. To friends like Seigenthaler, it seemed as if Kennedy's body-racking grief after Dallas was intensified by something else, a haunting sense of remorse. It was as if he felt responsible in some way for his brother's murder. That must have been part of his agony, Blakey observed. This terrible sense, is there something I did or failed to prevent that backfired against the president? He was supposed to be his brother's sleepless watchman, but he had failed him. There was something else that undoubtedly weighed on Kennedy in those dark months, another reason he seemed immobilized, unable to confront the truth about his brother's assassination. It was first speculated about in a provocative monthly magazine called The Minority of One that was published by a brilliant Polish-born survivor of Auschwitz named Menachem Arnoni. The Minority of One, whose board of sponsors included Albert Schweitzer, Bertrand Russell, and Linus Pauling, lived up to its defiant motto, "The Independent Monthly for an American Alternative dedicated to the eradication of all restrictions on thought." Its founder, known to his readers as M.S. Arnoni, ran his magazine with the fearless abandon of a man who had lived 1,000 lives and died 1,000 deaths, as he declared in a 1965 speech on the Berkeley campus, where he addressed the audience in the striped uniform of a Nazi concentration camp inmate. With his tragic European sense of the world, Arnoni inveighed against the dangers of militarism and the threat of a new and final world war, displaying a passion and intellectual acuity rarely evident in the American press. Long before Walter Cronkite signaled the mainstream media's disaffection with the war in Vietnam, the Minority of One was regularly denouncing it as a moral disaster. And while the rest of the press was rushing to close the case on the assassination of President Kennedy, Arnoni insisted on raising sharp and disturbing questions about the official version, publishing the work of pioneering dissentants on Dallas like Lane, Sylvia Meagher, and Vincent Salandria. The monthly's carefully documented dissections of the Warren Report and intriguing explorations into the identities of Oswald and Ruby would catch the attention of men in Bobby Kennedy's circle who read and corresponded with the journal. The most disquieting essay on the assassination ever published by Arnoni might have been one he wrote himself in the January 1964 issue. In the piece, which ran on the cover of the magazine under the title "Who Killed Whom and Why? Dark Thoughts About Dark Events," Arnoni raised the chilling possibility that Kennedy's assassination was a regime change engineered at the top levels of government. Deep into his essay, Arnoni made another disturbing conjecture, one that might further explain Bobby's paralyzed condition after Dallas. The possibility can by no means be dismissed that important men in Washington do know the identity of the conspirators, or at least some of them, and that these conspirators are so powerful that prudence dictates that they not be identified in public, Arnoni suggested. Let us make the fantastic assumption that President Lyndon Johnson and Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy know or believe that the murder was planned by a group of high-ranking officers who would stop at nothing to end American-Soviet negotiations.
However strong their desire to avenge John F. Kennedy, what course would be open to them? To move against such formidable conspirators might start a disastrous chain of events. It could lead to American troops shooting at other American troops. It could lead to a direct takeover by a military clique. To avert such catastrophes, it might well be considered prudent to pretend utter ignorance in the hope that the conspirators might be removed from power discreetly at a later date, one by one. This seems a sharply intuitive reading of Robert Kennedy's mind at the time. As soon as RFK concluded his brother was the victim of a high-level plot, which he communicated to family members and even the Soviet government within days of the assassination, the very next thought that must have occurred to a passionate patriot like Bobby, someone who had dedicated his life to the service of his country, was surely enough to freeze his heart. If I move against the conspirators at this point, with a slipping grasp on the machinery of government, it could spark an American inferno. In fact, this is precisely what Kennedy later suggested to an old family friend. If the American people knew the truth about Dallas, RFK told him, there would be blood in the streets. Once, Bobby had been renowned for his prosecutorial zeal. But now, emotionally and politically unable to bring his own brother's killers to justice, he seemed hollowed out, drifting listlessly through his days. In his deepening gloom, he sought counsel, not from a psychiatrist, but, in the Irish way, from a priest. Worried about Jackie's state of mind, Kennedy had recruited his old friend, Father Richard McSorley, a liberal Jesuit theology teacher at Georgetown University, to talk with her, under the guise of giving her tennis lessons on the backyard court at Hickory Hill. Jackie confided in the priest that she was plagued by suicidal thoughts. Would she be punished in the afterlife if she committed this mortal sin? She asked McSorley. Do you think God would separate me from my husband if I killed myself? It's so hard to bear. I feel as though I am going out of my mind at times. Wouldn't God understand that I just want to be with him? Bobby, too, tried to comfort his sister-in-law, but all he could offer her was stoic advice. Sorrow is a form of self-pity, he told her. We have to go on. He also chided his colleagues at the Justice Department about their downcast moods. Robert Kennedy defeats despair, proclaimed the headline of a January 9, 1964 article in the New York Times by his friend Anthony Lewis. As if by telling it to the press, Bobby could make it true. But Father McSorley realized that it was not just Jackie who desperately needed help. In a letter he wrote in early summer 1964, McSorley consoled Bobby for his irreplaceable loss. Your grief goes as deep as your love. Because you were close to him, you received the impact of his rare personality more fully than others. Yours was the inspiration of constant, daily, personal contact. But he then encouraged Bobby to turn grief into action by picking up his brother's fallen banner. I look at you as twin spirit, wrote the priest. No one is in a better position to lead those whose hearts have caught fire from his flame than you. But it would take time before Kennedy was ready to resume his brother's mission. In the meantime, the man of action found solace in literature and philosophy. It was Jackie who helped guide him this time, giving him a copy of The Greek Way, the minor 1930 classic by retired headmistress Edith Hamilton, that extolled the glory that was briefly Athens. Kennedy devoured the book during a trip he took with Jackie and a small group of family and friends to the island of Antigua in March 1964, retreating to his room in a borrowed seaside villa to read and heavily underline it. The tragedy of Athens, its 150-year reign as a cradle of democracy and art before succumbing to the corruptions of empire, must have echoed his own gloomy thoughts about the perils of a life devoted to politics. And he took deeply to heart the ancient counsel of the great tragedians whom Hamilton celebrated, particularly Aeschylus, the poet who had once been a warrior, hero of Marathon, a man whose wisdom was born of life's cruel strife. Kennedy found particular comfort in these lines from the playwright. He who learns must suffer, and even in our sleep, pain that cannot forget falls drop by drop upon the heart, and in our own despair, against our will, comes wisdom to us by the awful grace of God. Early in 1964, Bobby arranged to meet in Miami one last time with Angelo Mercado and his compadres Manuel Artim and Manuel Rebozo. Kennedy was closing his Cuban accounts. The farewell meeting between Kennedy and his Cuban intelligence team was deeply painful, recalled Mercado. We sat down with him and man, it was highly emotional. Everybody was in tears. It took us about 5 minutes to regain control. You should have seen the guy. Jesus Christ, he had lost weight, he was in such pain. He had just come down to talk about what happened and to say goodbye. And that was the last time we ever spoke. Mercado said he and his colleagues did not bring up the name of the man whose spectral presence loomed over the meeting, Lee Harvey Oswald. The man Kennedy had told them months earlier was safe to ignore, since he seemed to be under the direction of the FBI. Why in the world would you put alcohol in the wound, you understand? He said goodbye, and that was it. Mercado and his pro-Kennedy allies in the exile community had been stunned on November 22nd when the man they had been tracking in New Orleans was suddenly identified as the suspect in the assassination of the president. When that happened, we were utterly terrified. Afterwards, he and his fellow exiles anxiously huddled to try to make sense of the events in Dallas. They quickly came to the conclusion that the assassination was the work of their employer, the CIA. When the thing happens, we sit down and we talk. We realized, my God, we've been used like toilet paper. Who in the world is behind all this? And we knew that the plot could come from only one source, the CIA. The whole infrastructure, the logistics, it was the CIA. We all believed the same thing. It was a highly sophisticated operation. Look, they were so good at it that even today, nobody knows exactly what happened. There's only one enterprise that can pull off things like that. It was the CIA, but not alone. It was the CIA plus something higher. Mercado uses the term invisible government to describe the high-level source of the plot. He believes these high officials eliminated Kennedy because he broke from their Cold War ranks. JFK was another victim of the Bay of Pigs. He was ahead of his time. But Mercado won't speculate on the names of people who might have been involved in the conspiracy, especially those of other Cuban exiles. Anything you want to know about me related to Bobby, I will tell you. The rest, forget about it, because that would create a lot of static. And remember, in the Cuban environment, you don't create a lot of static. In any case, said Mercado, it's too late. Those who could shed light on the plot are long gone. Everybody is dead, or other guys have disappeared. And I respect that. You fade away, and I respect that. I ain't going to bring nobody out of the shadows to come up with the truth. Mercado doubts that the American people even want the truth. You know that line from the movie? It's the best line I've heard for this country. You don't want the truth, you can't handle the truth. In the months after Dallas, Robert Kennedy seemed eager to distance himself from Cuba, the battleground that had once absorbed so much of his aggressive energy. It was also the cauldron of intrigue that he associated with his brother's murder. Reminiscing about the Kennedy administration over dinner with Bill Moyers in spring 1968, soon before his own assassination, a wistful Bobby remarked that he wondered at times if we did not pay a very great price for being more energetic than wise about a lot of things, especially Cuba. Immediately after JFK's assassination, the CIA and its Cuban assets began systematically promoting the idea that the Castro regime was behind the violent assault on the U.S. presidency. Robert Kennedy himself was one of the targets of this disinformation campaign. On November 27, 1963, someone identifying himself as Mario del Rosario Molina mailed a letter to Kennedy from Havana, informing him that a Castro agent in the United States named Pedro Charles had paid Oswald $7,000 to assassinate his brother. Pedro Charles reached an understanding with Lee Harvey Oswald, an expert marksman, for the president to be killed and for an international scandal to be unleashed so that all the blame would fall on the racists and the extreme rightists of the state of Texas, read the letter. The mysterious communication had all the markings of the CIA's anti-Castro propaganda campaign, and it failed to convince Bobby that the Cuban leader was behind his brother's murder. More important, Lyndon Johnson also resisted the intense pressures building within the government, refusing to be stampeded into declaring war on Havana. LBJ moved swiftly to defuse the ticking Cuba bomb, suspending CIA-sponsored raids on the island in January, and making it clear to Hernando Oliva there would be no U.S.-backed invasion led by the Bay of Pigs veterans. At Johnson's request, Bobby Kennedy accompanied Oliva to the White House the day LBJ delivered the bad news. The president wanted to make it clear there would be no more vague Kennedy promises of liberating Cuba. In a brusque 16-minute meeting in the White House library, recalled Oliva, Johnson flatly told me my program with the Cubans had to be terminated. Bobby didn't say anything. You know they didn't get along well. Burns told me before that he had tried to persuade him, but he didn't try and persuade the President of the United States in front of me. He was only listening, his head bowed, pretty sad. But the CIA would prove unresponsive to Johnson's leadership, just as it was under Kennedy, continuing to sponsor unauthorized raids and assassination attempts on Castro. In February, the agency was soon back to its old game, trying to manufacture excuses to invade the island. This time, it was reviving a scheme from the final days of the Kennedy administration. On November 19, 3 days before he was assassinated, President Kennedy was startled when Richard Helms opened a canvas air travel bag in the Oval Office and pulled out a submachine gun. The weapon, Helms claimed, was part of a Cuban cache that had been found on a beach in Venezuela, dramatic proof of Castro's brazen effort to subvert his neighbors' governments. Helms' message was all too predictable. It was time to get tough on Castro. But Kennedy seemed more disturbed by the fact that the CIA official had been able to blithely slip an automatic gun into the Oval Office unmolested by his Secret Service centurions. "It gives me a feeling of confidence," he dryly told Helms. After Kennedy's death, the CIA resumed flogging the Venezuela weapons caper in hopes of driving a wedge between Cuba and the Organization of American States. The agency was having a hard time making its case, even within its own bureaucracy, where one official later declared himself not too impressed with the evidence, which struck him as suspiciously manufactured. On February 28, 1964, Des Fitzgerald paid a visit to Bobby Kennedy's office to show him a copy of the Spectrum paper, the latest CIA scenario for war on Castro, in hopes of enlisting his support. Fitzgerald was under no obligation to seek Kennedy's approval that day, since the new president had removed Cuba from RFK's portfolio. But John McCone had suggested the visit, undoubtedly as a courtesy to the man who once spearheaded the government's crusade against Castro.
As the Attorney General perused the Spectrum paper that day, it soon became clear he no longer had the heart for anti-Castro intrigue. He surprised Fitzgerald by asking him whether the CIA's Board of National Estimates had ever directed its attention to the question of whether or not the United States could live with Castro. The answer was obviously no, and the agency was not about to change now. And LBJ, to the agency's delight, had made it clear he agreed with the agency, declining to pursue the back-channel peace negotiations initiated in JFK's final months. But Fitzgerald found Kennedy strangely persistent. Bobby wondered whether it might not be a good idea for such to be produced, Fitzgerald later noted in his memo on the meeting. No, Fitzgerald flatly told the Attorney General, it was not a good idea to explore the peace option with Havana. This post-Dallas picture of a wan and powerless Robert Kennedy is painful to behold. Here he is, facing a CIA official he once made tremble, and all he can do is feebly suggest that the agency completely reverse its course on Cuba. Fitzgerald and his colleagues back at Langley must have gloated at the fall of their rude overseer. The suspicions that Kennedy harbored about a CIA involvement in his brother's murder must have made meetings like this all the more excruciating for him. Kennedy did not suspect Fitzgerald in particular of participating in any plot. In fact, the CIA official apparently shared RFK's doubts about the lone gunman proposition. Watching TV with his wife on the morning of November 24, when Ruby suddenly burst in front of the cameras and shot down Oswald, Fitzgerald began to cry. "Now we'll never know," he said. When Fitzgerald dropped dead of a massive heart attack in July 1967 while playing tennis, Bobby Kennedy was among those who attended his funeral. In the months after Dallas, Kennedy also seems to have maintained a civil relationship with CIA Director John McCone, who often phoned Bobby at the Justice Department and invited him and Ethel to dine at his home. But this was not the case with other CIA officials. Like McCone, Dick Helms, the real power at the agency, also strove to maintain close contact with Kennedy, offering to brief him on intelligence matters, even though Johnson had ordered McCone to inform Bobby that he would no longer enjoy the same intelligence access in the new administration. On January 22, 1964, Helms wrote Kennedy a warm note attaching a tribute to JFK that had been written by an editor of the London Sunday Telegraph. On March 4, 1964, Helms phoned Kennedy to congratulate him on the Hoffa conviction, making an appointment to see him the following week without specifying the reason. The spy master would call Kennedy's office to see him at least twice more before he stepped down as Attorney General in August. It is unclear why Helms continued to pursue a relationship with the lame duck Attorney General. It was certainly not out of affection for him. Helms had feared and reviled Kennedy when he reigned over the agency. For the wily Washington operator, it must have been a case of keeping an enemy close. Helms was not interested in befriending Kennedy or consoling him, said RFK aide John Nolan, who observed the CIA official continue to court Kennedy when he became a senator. Dick Helms was not a warm and cuddly guy. He was a consummate bureaucrat, and in that sense, a savvy operator in Washington power games. Calling Bob Kennedy every morning was his way of either currying or maintaining favor with Bob Kennedy. Bobby clearly felt no warmth for Helms. The day after the assassination, the deputy CIA director hand-wrote a condolence letter to Kennedy on his home stationery. "There is nothing for me to say that has not been said better by many others," wrote Helms.
"When you sent me to see the president Tuesday afternoon, he never looked better, seemed more confident, or appeared more in control of the crushing forces around him. Friday struck me personally. Mrs. Helms and I extend our deepest sympathy and heartfelt condolences to you and the family. We pray that you will continue to give us your leadership. Respectfully and sadly, Dick Helms." Helms' letter was smoothly crafted, down to his less than sincere prayer that Bobby remain the CIA's master. But it apparently left Kennedy unmoved. "Dear Dick," he perfunctorily replied 2 weeks later, "my thanks to you. Condolence letters from a range of other well-wishers, Kirk Douglas, Hugh Downs, even Soviet Ambassador Dobrynin, elicited warmer responses from Kennedy. As Hoover did with the FBI, Dick Helms, working with his old mentor Allen Dulles, made certain that the CIA was insulated from the Warren Commission's investigation. Dulles was the most diligent member of the commission. "I don't think Allen Dulles ever missed a meeting," Warren later recalled. Mark Lane would comment that the assassination panel should have been called the Dulles Commission. The former CIA chief had lobbied hard to get appointed to the panel. He lost no time in establishing himself as its dominant player, expertly deflecting the investigation away from the spy agency and herding his fellow panelists toward the lone gunman conclusion. No one in the mainstream press commented on the striking irony of the man whose career had been terminated by President Kennedy leading the inquiry into his murder. After being forced into political exile by JFK in 1962, the embittered Dulles found it hard to adjust to life outside Washington's whirling Tower Center. "He had a very difficult time to decompress," observed James Angleton, who made a point of visiting his old colleague 2 or 3 times a week at his house. His service on the commission brought Dulles back to life. Though no longer on the CIA payroll, he served as the agency's undercover man on the commission, leaking information to Angleton, with whom he continued to confer regularly. Meanwhile, Helms moved swiftly to limit the CIA's own probe of the assassination, taking the case away from the bright, aggressive official to whom it was originally assigned, a well-respected 43-year-old covert operations veteran named John Whitten, and handing it to the spooky wizard Angleton. Helms removed Whitten from the investigation at a December 6, 1963 meeting after the conscientious agent complained that information about Oswald, on whom the CIA had maintained files for at least 3 years, and his Cuba-related activities was being withheld from him. With Whitten out of the picture, the CIA's probe of the Kennedy assassination soon became mired in Angleton's misty swamps, where he and his counterintelligence sorcerers strained mightily to draw a connection between Dallas and Moscow. Angleton, whose counterintelligence unit was in charge of monitoring defectors to the Soviet Union like Oswald, drew gauzy theories about the ex-Marine's alleged KGB role. But Bobby Kennedy and his Justice Department team did not buy the spook's theories. "A stranger man I never met, he just gave me the creeps," said Nick Katzenbach, who talked to Angleton on several occasions. Angleton was known to loathe President Kennedy, whom he came to regard, in his alcohol-fueled paranoia, as an agent of the Soviet Union. "If the Soviets had launched their doomsday missiles," he darkly muttered to reporters late in his career, "the Kennedys would have been safe in their luxury bunker, presumably watching World War III on television. The rest of us would have burned in hell." Years later, as newly appointed CIA Director William Colby prepared to sack Angleton in a sweeping effort to purge the agency of its past sins, the fallen spy master made a strange and airy remark apparently related to the Kennedy assassination. In December 1974, pursued by the dogged Seymour Hersh, who was then investigating the CIA's illegal domestic operations for the New York Times, Angleton suddenly blurted to the reporter, "A mansion has many rooms. I'm not privy to who struck John." What did the cryptic remark mean? "I would be absolutely misleading you if I thought I had any freaking idea," says Hersh today. "But my instinct about it is he was basically laying off on somebody else inside the CIA, and the whole purpose of the conversation was to convince me to go after somebody else and not him, and also that he was a completely crazy freaking old fart." In May 1978, John Whitten again surfaced in relation to the Kennedy probe, appearing before the House Select Committee on Assassinations to discuss his aborted investigation. Testifying for 7 hours in secret session, using his old CIA codename John Scelso, the former agent, then living in Austria where he had fled the intelligence world to sing with the Vienna Men's Choral Society, drew a disturbing picture of the machinations of his former bosses, Dick Helms and Jim Angleton. Helms hid the CIA's assassination plots against Castro from him, Whitten told the 2 committee investigators who were questioning him. "If he had known about the plots," testified Whitten,
he would have zeroed in on the CIA's Miami station and conducted a thorough investigation of its activities. He told the congressional investigators that he was stunned to learn that Helms had chosen Bill Harvey, a ruthless guy who was, in my opinion, a very dangerous man, to run the assassination operation against Castro. When Harvey brought mobster Johnny Rosselli into the fold, Whitten added, it reinforced the sinister character of the scheme. The very thought of Helms entrusting Harvey to hire a criminal to have the capacity to kill somebody violates every operational precept, every bit of operational experience, every ethical consideration. Moreover, Whitten declared, it was a morally highly reprehensible act for Helms to withhold the Castro assassination plots from the Warren Commission. He had obviously done so because he realized it would have cost him his job and precipitated a crisis for the agency. Then Whitten was asked an even more explosive question. Could Harvey have been involved in the assassination of President Kennedy? His elliptical reply was worthy of a longtime spy. He was too young to have assassinated McKinley and Lincoln, Whitten said. Whitten also offered an unsettling view of Angleton. He regarded him as psychologically unsound, finding his understanding of human nature, his evaluation of people, to be a very precarious thing. Then came another provocative question. Did Angleton have ties to organized crime? This time Whitten's answer was blunt. Yes. Angleton had covered for his mafia associates in federal investigations, added Whitten, and he had used them in Cuba operations. If John Whitten and his 30-agent team had been allowed to carry out the CIA's investigation of the Kennedy assassination, the Warren Commission would have found itself deeply enlightened by their work. But Richard Helms and James Angleton made sure that didn't happen. Whitten was a rare CIA hero in the Kennedy assassination story, whose personal odyssey is a poignant but unsettling reminder that inquiries into national tragedy can be compromised early on, Washington Post reporter Jefferson Morley has observed. Without an investigative unit of its own, the Warren Commission was utterly dependent on the information provided by Hoover at the FBI and Helms and Angleton at the CIA. The commission boasted some of the most distinguished names in Washington, from Supreme Court Chief Justice Earl Warren on down, but its mission was compromised from the very start by its investigative weakness. The Blue Ribbon Panel would be the helpless pawn of two agencies that Robert Kennedy considered his mortal political enemies. "Nick, what do I do?" wrote Bobby in his tight, tiny script on the letter he received from Earl Warren on June 12, 1964.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production.
ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. There was a plaintive quality to Kennedy's question, which was directed to his deputy, Nicholas Katzenbach, the man he had asked to take over Warren Commission-related duties at the Justice Department. Kennedy was in a dilemma. He had so far avoided testifying before the Warren Commission, but now the chairman, a man he greatly respected, was writing to tell him that before the panel wrapped up its investigation, it needed to hear directly from the Attorney General. In view of the widely circulated allegations on this subject, Warren wrote, the Commission would like to be informed in particular whether you have any information suggesting that the assassination of President Kennedy was caused by a domestic or foreign conspiracy. Needless to say, if you have any suggestions to make regarding the investigation of these allegations or any other phase of the Commission's work, we stand ready to act upon them. Kennedy had made it clear to Katzenbach that he wanted nothing to do with the Warren Commission. He said he didn't give a damn whether there was any investigation, the former Kennedy aide recalled. What's the difference? My brother's dead. That's what he would say to me. But, as Katzenbach suspected, that was not the full story behind Bobby's refusal to cooperate with the Commission. Kennedy was not ready to publicly reveal everything he knew, and he certainly was not going to tell it to the Warren Commission, a panel that, despite its august composition, was under the control of his political enemies at the FBI and CIA. In true Kennedy fashion, he wanted to control any investigation of the crime, not only to ensure its authenticity, but to prevent any damage to his brother's legacy and his own political future. Bobby knew that if the Kennedy administration's secret war against Castro, a war that he was supposed to be overseeing, was revealed as the source of the plot against his brother, the family's image could be badly tarnished. Like others close to Kennedy, Katzenbach sensed that he was plagued by feelings of guilt over Dallas. My own feeling was that Bobby was worried that there might be some conspiracy, and that it might be his fault, Katzenbach says today, sitting in the comfortably stuffed study of his stone house outside Princeton, New Jersey. I think the idea that he could be responsible for his brother's death might be the most terrible idea imaginable. It might very well have been that he was worried that the investigation would somehow point back to him. Kennedy's political enemies, including Lyndon Johnson, were quick to play on his sense of guilt when it suited their purposes. Within days of the assassination, LBJ irritated with Kennedy for a series of real and imagined slights, including brushing past him to embrace Jackie when Air Force One returned to Washington, was making incendiary comments to former JFK aides, knowing they would get back to Bobby, suggesting that the Kennedys themselves were responsible for the terrible fate that had befallen Jack. I want to tell you why Kennedy died, Johnson told White House staffer Ralph Dungan. Divine retribution. Divine retribution. He murdered DM and then he got it himself. The accusation was not true. JFK had dithered on the decision to back the coup in Saigon and was appalled by its bloody outcome. But it was an expertly aimed dart at a man haunted by the notion that he and his brother had been more energetic than wise on a lot of things. Now Earl Warren was asking Bobby to resolve his inner turmoil about the assassination and tell everything he knew about Dallas. But he simply could not do it. Kennedy turned to Katzenbach to get him out of his predicament. Conspiracy researchers would later blame the Deputy Attorney General for playing a key role in the government's cover-up of the assassination. The public must be satisfied that Oswald was the assassin, that he did not have Confederates who were still at large. Speculation about Oswald's motivation ought to be cut off, wrote Katzenbach, in a post-assassination memo that would be widely quoted as evidence of his complicity in a cover-up.
But Nick Katzenbach was a Kennedy loyalist, the man Bobby had called upon many times in the heat of battle, including the raging night at Ole Miss. And in the traumatic days after Dallas, he was primarily responding to signals from his boss. Katzenbach worked out a deal for Kennedy with Warren and the Commission's chief counsel, Lee Rankin. In return for being excused from testifying before the Commission, Bobby would be required to sign a letter written by Warren Commission attorney Howard Willans, which read, "I would like to state definitely that I know of no credible evidence to support the allegations that the assassination of President Kennedy was caused by a domestic or foreign conspiracy." After hesitating for several weeks, Kennedy finally signed the letter, though he knew it to be untrue, and had it delivered to Willans on August 4. The pact Robert Kennedy made was a fateful one, for it would put his name on record as endorsing the Warren Report, a document that, as time passed, would be widely condemned as a monumental government fraud. For the rest of his life, Kennedy would be forced to publicly defend the official version of his brother's assassination, a predicament that filled him with increasing turmoil over the years, since he believed that its central conclusion about a lone assassin was false. Kennedy made his first public statement about who was responsible for his brother's murder during a trip to Poland in late June 1964. Despite a cool reception from the communist authorities, Bobby and Ethel were given a raucous greeting by the Polish people. In the town square of Krakow, the old university town, a youthful crowd thronged their car, pelting them with flowers and serenading them with "Sto lat," "May you live 100 years," while the Kennedys responded with an improvised version of a favorite family song, "When Polish Eyes Are Smiling." The emotional Polish crowds, which unnerved government officials in Warsaw as well as in Washington, were the first sign of the Kennedy cult that was starting to sweep the world. The long-dispirited Bobby came alive in the crush of the crowds, climbing on top of the U.S. ambassador's car with Ethel and denting the rooftop, to the horror of the rigidly proper envoy, and clasping the beseeching hands that reached out to him. Later, at a public forum in Krakow, a nervous 25-year-old Polish student leader first put the question to Bobby. "We always greatly respected President Kennedy, and we are very interested in your version of his death," said the young man. "We hope you will forgive us for asking such a direct question, but we really would like your view." Kennedy seemed to take the question in stride, calling it a proper question which deserves an answer. He told the audience that his brother's assassination was the work of a solitary misfit by the name of Oswald, who was motivated by a vague dissatisfaction with our government and our way of life rather than a specific ideology. There is no question that he did it on his own and by himself. He was not a member of a right-wing organization. He was a confessed communist, but even the communists wouldn't have anything to do with him. Ideology, in my opinion, did not motivate his act. It was the single act of an individual protesting against society. Kennedy seemed to be signaling to the authorities back home that they had no cause for concern. He would stick closely to the government's line, an official story that was intended to put the public's fears to rest rather than exhume the truth. But 3 months later, on September 28, 1964, when Earl Warren presented his commission's voluminous report to President Johnson in the White House, Kennedy could not muster the same enthusiasm.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Bobby, who was then campaigning for the Senate in New York, issued a brief statement on the Warren Report, repeating the comments he had made in Poland and declaring that he was completely satisfied that the commission investigated every lead and examined every piece of evidence. But Kennedy felt obliged to add this caveat. I have not read the report, nor do I intend to. This would become part of his obligatory response on the subject whenever he was asked about it, a kind of escape clause that might become important in the future when he would undertake his own inquiries. The release of the Warren Report seemed to cast a pall over Kennedy. He canceled his scheduled campaign appearances in Manhattan that morning, overcome by what aides said were the sorrowful memories provoked by the report, and retreated behind closed doors with Jackie. In the afternoon, as he flew upstate to address rallies in Ithaca, he seemed subdued, according to the New York Times, sitting by himself on the plane and staring out the window. Later, he smiled wanly during his speeches, which lacked fire, reported the Times. Kennedy was trapped in an impossible position. Privately, he contemptuously dismissed the Warren Report as nothing more than a public relations exercise designed to reassure the public. But unwilling at this point to publicly challenge it, he was stuck with supporting it. Perfunctorily giving the report his stamp of approval was his way of deflecting any further press inquiries about the assassination. You know my position. Let's move on. In 1964, he was in no political or emotional condition to do anything more. He always stood by the Warren Commission in public. He thought that was the right political thing to do, said RFK aide Frank Mankiewicz, who knew that Kennedy privately harbored very different views about Dallas. He didn't want to talk about it. I think he was physically unable to talk about it. The Warren Report won unanimous praise in the U.S. press, with the New York Times and Washington Post setting the euphoric tone of the coverage. Writing in the Post, Robert J. Donovan hailed it as a masterpiece of its kind. For the stamp of honesty, authenticity, and fact is on this report, effused the Post correspondent. It surely will convince reasonable men beyond a reasonable doubt that Lee Harvey Oswald, a malcontent of questionable sanity, assassinated President John F. Kennedy while acting alone on his own impulses. Both newspapers took pains to assure their readers in a fusillade of articles that the report once and for all knocks props from under all plot theories, as a Post headline definitively announced. Press coverage of the Warren Report's release followed the line that, ironically, had been set months earlier by New York Times reporter Anthony Lewis, who was close to Bobby Kennedy. Lewis's promotion of the report, which began with a page-one story that ran on June 1, nearly 4 months before the report was released, reflected Kennedy's own public position on the commission's views. This was part of a pattern that started soon after Dallas and continues today.
in which RFK friends, out of a sense of loyalty to the man they understandably deferred to on the assassination, stick closely to his public declarations about the crime. His mantra became their own. Lone misfit, nothing will bring him back. It's morbid to dwell on the past. The tragedy, of course, is that, unknown to most of these friends, Robert Kennedy actually believed something quite different. In truth, Kennedy was one of the first and among the staunchest believers in a conspiracy. Unaware of this, Lewis took the lead in knocking down conspiracy theories, quoting anonymous Warren Commission staff members at length in his advance story on their investigation, as they predicted that their final report would silence their critics once and for all. Lewis's story singled out Thomas Buchanan and Mark Lane, whom his commission sources seemed particularly eager to discredit. Their report would completely explode these men's theories, they told a sympathetic Lewis. Over the years, Lewis would continue to disparage critics of the Warren Report, but he seemed to become less certain of his convictions. He later intimated to reporters for the Village Voice that his coverage of the Warren Commission was colored by his close ties to the Kennedy family, specifically Bobby Kennedy, making the subject very painful to me personally. Over the years, I felt I did not want to get involved as a counter-expert or expert. Maybe with all that has happened, Vietnam and Watergate, today's reporters would have come to it with more resistance. In its eagerness to embrace the Warren Report, the press failed to discover that among the study's most prominent critics were some of its own authors, including Senators Richard Russell and John Cooper, and banker-diplomat John McCloy, whose illustrious resume earned him the media moniker Chairman of the Eastern Establishment. All three of these commission members privately expressed strong skepticism about the single bullet theory, the shaky proposition that JFK and Governor Connally were hit by the same magic bullet, on which teetered the entire lone gunman belief system. But it was Russell in particular who would prove troublesome, as the commission sought an elusive unanimity of opinion. LBJ had strong-armed a reluctant Russell to serve on the Warren Commission, feeling that his old Senate mentor would bring prestige to the panel, and trusting that he would be able to work smoothly with the CIA, since Russell was one of the senators responsible for overseeing the agency. "You're my man, period," Johnson declared, closing his sales job on the venerable senator from Georgia. But Russell would be troubled by his service on the commission for the rest of his life. He came to the Warren Commission believing that the burst of gunshots in Dealey Plaza resulted from a conspiracy, and he left with the same suspicion, despite the panel's reassuring conclusions. As the commission drove toward its goal of a unanimous report, Russell held out. At an executive session on September 18th, 10 days before the final report was released, the senator forced the commission to include a disclaimer stating that the possibility Oswald had co-conspirators cannot be rejected categorically. Unknown to Russell, Chief Counsel Lee Rankin later had the disclaimer purged from the commission's records to expunge all signs of discord on the panel. But the legislator steadfastly clung to his suspicions. In January 1970, suffering from the lung cancer that would kill him within a year, Russell gave a final interview to Atlanta-based Cox Television in which he aired his doubts about the Warren Report. He never believed that Lee Harvey Oswald assassinated President Kennedy with at least some encouragement from others, Russell said, and that's what a majority of the committee wanted to find. I think someone else worked with him on the planning. Perhaps the most surprising Warren Report skeptic was the man who cobbled together the commission and herded it toward its reassuring conclusion, none other than President Lyndon Johnson. Working closely with J. Edgar Hoover, with whom he had developed a pragmatic relationship over the years that served both men's interests, LBJ had moved aggressively to wrap up the case. "The thing I am most concerned about is having something issued so that we can convince the public that Oswald is the real assassin," Hoover told Johnson in a phone conversation 2 days after the assassination, which echoed the new president's own sentiments. But privately, Lyndon Johnson was haunted by Dallas. LBJ began anxiously conjecturing about a conspiracy immediately after the assassination.
He shifted blame for the assassination over the years, sometimes focusing his suspicions on Cuba and sometimes on the CIA, depending on the person with whom he was airing his thoughts. There seemed to be a strategy behind his speculations. Deke DeLoach, Hoover's liaison with the White House, dismissed the president's dark mutterings as simply his efforts to reassure himself that the Warren report was correct. But Dick Helms, another audience for Johnson's suspicious ramblings, probably had a more accurate read of the president. He was on a fishing expedition, and he wanted to see who bit. "I didn't know whether was just like the fly fisherman flick over the water to see if he has any takers, or whether he really believed it," remarked the spy master. The relationship between these two consummate power players was fraught with hidden meaning. In 1966, Johnson would finally give Helms the top post at the CIA he had long coveted. But there seems to have been little trust between the two men. When Johnson asked Helms if the CIA ever plotted to kill foreign leaders, the CIA official flatly denied it to the president's face. There were certain matters that were above the president's pay grade, Helms believed. Johnson's suspicions about JFK's demise always seemed mixed with fears for his own safety. At Parkland Hospital, he asked White House press aide Malcolm Kilduff to delay announcing Kennedy's death until he was safely back aboard Air Force One. "We don't know whether this is a worldwide conspiracy, whether they are after me as well as they were after President Kennedy," he told Kilduff. Later on the presidential plane, Johnson's fears briefly blossomed into a full-blown panic attack. Searching for LBJ to get his approval to take off, Brigadier General Godfrey McHugh, Kennedy's Air Force aide, found him hiding in the toilet muttering, "Conspiracy, conspiracy, they're after all of us." After moving into the White House, Johnson again grew agitated when he saw the blood-red rug that Jackie had installed in the Oval Office before the Dallas trip. It reminded him of the president being assassinated, and he put another rug in the Oval Office with the presidential seal on it, DeLoach recalled. Johnson did not trust the Secret Service with his life after Dallas, and demanded that the FBI protect him even though it was not part of its job description. "Just honestly, Mike," LBG told Senate Majority Leader Mike Mansfield in a September 1964 phone conversation recorded by the president's Oval Office taping system, "and I wouldn't have this repeated to anybody. My judgment is that they're more likely to get me killed than they are to protect me." DeLoach sympathized with Johnson's security concerns, but gently rejected his request. "He was not a coward," insisted the FBI official, although that's precisely what Bobby Kennedy believed about him, ever since he witnessed Johnson's shaky performance during the Cuban Missile Crisis. The president was a very courageous man. He was a very strong man, but he wanted that added protection. For example, he would call and ask me to put an FBI agent on Air Force One on almost any trip. A lot of times he wanted me to go personally, and I frankly couldn't turn loose of my responsibilities and handle such assignments, and I diplomatically told him that. From time to time, Johnson would unsettle DeLoach by bringing up Kennedy's violent end and speculating about who may have caused it. The FBI man would rush to assure him that his fears of a conspiracy were groundless. He indicated that, could it have been the CIA? And I said, "No, sir." And he didn't think so himself. He was just rambling in his conversation. Could it have been Castro? Could it have been the Soviet Union? And I told him no, that the investigation had been very thorough, that the Warren Commission had confirmed the conclusions of the FBI, that there was no conspiracy involved, and that Lee Harvey Oswald, and Oswald alone, did it. But Hoover's man in the White House failed to put the president's mind at rest. After Johnson was driven from office in 1969, a nearly broken man, historians would conclude that he was a victim of the war in Vietnam. But as Max Holland, a scholar of LBJ's White House tapes, has observed, the assassination weighed on him as heavily as did the war.
Back home on his Texas ranch, smoking and drinking heavily again in defiance of his failing heart, Johnson continued to speculate about the dark trauma that had given him the terrible gift of the American presidency. In a 1969 interview with Walter Cronkite of CBS, he raised the possibility of an international conspiracy, but then quickly tried to shove the disturbing idea back in its bag, pressuring CBS to cut this exchange for reasons of national security. Nonetheless, Johnson could not contain his disturbing thoughts. One day, lounging in his swimming pool on the ranch, he brought up Dallas with his Secret Service guard Mike Howard, who he knew had some connection to the case. "What do you think of this Oswald fellow?" Johnson asked Howard. The Secret Service man dutifully gave the former president the official line. He was a deranged young man who had delusions of grandeur. "So you think he did it by himself?" asked LBJ. "I sure do," said Howard. Johnson squinted in the sun at the agent. "Uh-huh." That was all he said. Historians have cautioned that not much should be made of Lyndon Johnson's dark speculations about Dallas, since his mind was given to conspiratorial brooding. But he was not alone in Washington power circles in his suspicions. One of the most startling and little-known facts about this chapter in American history is how much of the political elite believed Kennedy was the victim of a conspiracy. While the country's ruling caste, from President Johnson on down, muttered among themselves about a conspiracy, these same leaders worked strenuously, with the media's collaboration, to calm the public's fears. LBJ's suspicions about the Castro regime's involvement in Dallas were fed to him by the CIA's McCone and Helms. But it is uncertain whether he actually believed them. Abe Forsyth, the trusted legal advisor Johnson asked to scrutinize the Warren report and report back to him, was among those in the president's inner circle who poured cold water on the theory. The CIA and the U.S. ambassador to Mexico, Thomas Manna, a hardline Cold Warrior who came from the CIA-connected United Fruit Company, began spinning LBJ on the false story that Oswald was a Castro agent immediately after the assassination. But Hoover, whom Johnson found a more trustworthy source of intelligence, informed the president that the photographic and audio evidence the CIA was using to prove Oswald had visited the Soviet and Cuban embassies in Mexico City appeared to be faked, a disturbing piece of information that both men certainly recognized pointed back at the CIA itself. Johnson knew that he was being hustled into war with Cuba by forces within his own government. The Warren Commission would become his way of heading off this military showdown, which he realized could lead to nuclear war. Johnson famously overpowered Chief Justice Warren's resistance to chairing the Assassination Commission by painting a cataclysmic vision of the future if the hysteria about a red plot was not put to rest. His picture of a scorched world with 40 million dead brought tears to the 72-year-old jurist's eyes. But it was not simply another melodramatic Lyndon Johnson performance. The president believed these were the stakes. Once you hear the conversations that Johnson had with Warren and Russell, you recognize the commission was not set up to search for the truth about the assassination, remarks James Galbraith, political historian at the University of Texas Lyndon B. Johnson School of Public Affairs. Nonetheless, it had a very high purpose, which was to protect Johnson from the far right from being stampeded into nuclear war.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming/crying. This is the haunting risk that keeps Johnson awake nights throughout his presidency. Lyndon Johnson was too shrewd a master of Washington power not to sense the dark forces at work that had resulted in his occupancy of the White House. The shadow over his ascension to the exalted office would forever plague him. Robert Kennedy was not the only haunted figure in Washington after the assassination. Johnson was weighed down by a lot of guilt feelings too, observed Katzenbach. To begin with, the despicable crime had occurred in his home state. Of all the places in the world, Katzenbach exclaimed. Johnson knew that was the kind of thing that could start all sorts of rumors. Robert Kennedy and Lyndon Johnson were legendary antagonists. They warily circled one another, brimming with wounded emotions and scalding resentment. But, ironically, they shared similar suspicions about the events in Dallas. The only way that the truth about the assassination could have been wrung out of the government is if these two formidable personalities had joined forces to demand it. But considering their poisoned chemistry and their lifelong predilection for secrecy, this was asking the impossible. Meanwhile, the Kennedy band of brothers, following Bobby's lead, also stayed largely silent about Dallas. They looked to RFK as the future king, convinced that his succession was inevitable. In the meantime, they waited. They were always waiting for Bobby. Backstage at the Channel 9 studio in Los Angeles, Arthur Schlesinger was having his makeup removed after being interviewed by local TV newsman Stan Borman for his afternoon talk show. Before he left the station, Schlesinger was asked by Borman if he would meet with a Los Angeles assassination researcher named Ray Marcus, who had brought some evidence to show him. It was 1967, and conspiracy theories about Dallas were now in full bloom. Schlesinger himself had long been a skeptic about the Warren Commission's lone gunman conclusion, and had even called for reopening the case. But he had stopped short of joining the conspiracy camp. Still, the Kennedy court historian agreed to meet Marcus, who was waiting to see him in an adjoining room. Ray Marcus, who was 40 at the time, was a respected figure among the first wave of Warren Report's critics. He ran a small business, distributing Keep Off the Grass and other household signs to retail stores, but was able to leave it in the hands of a trustworthy partner, allowing him ample time to delve into the case. In a later generation, the dedicated citizens like Marcus who threw themselves into the deep arcana of the assassination would have been bloggers. Some were frenzied, even decidedly mad in their devotion to the case. Others, like Marcus, were solidly grounded. He had been pulled down the rabbit hole, as some researchers called the labyrinth of their obsession, on the very first day. I've always been a news hound, and I was glued to the TV set on November 22nd, he recalled.
I knew that when they began saying Oswald had acted alone, they were either telling a lie or saying something that could not possibly have been proven by that time. Working in the pre-internet era, Marcus produced sober, well-documented monographs on the assassination, which he published and distributed himself. He also closely examined the photographic evidence from Dealey Plaza, cutting out frames from the Zapruder film that were published in Life magazine and the Warren Report, and turning them into 4-feet-long photo displays to graphically demonstrate how JFK must have been shot from more than one direction. Like the other assassination critics, Marcus was tormented by the idea that the American people had been deceived by the government, the legal system, and the media. The Warren Report, he declared at the time, was the most massively fraudulent document ever foisted on a free society. Marcus conceded that his photographic analysis might be completely unscientific. But my answer to people saying, "You're no expert," is, where are the experts? Marcus thought it was important for President Kennedy's key courtiers to see his photographic evidence, and he made a strong effort to contact them. When Borman, who knew of his work, offered to introduce him to Arthur Schlesinger, he jumped at the chance. But when Schlesinger walked into the backstage room at Channel 9, he was not prepared for what he saw. After shaking the historian's hand, Marcus directed his attention to the photo display that he had set up on a table. Included in the blow-ups was notorious frame 313, where President Kennedy's skull explodes in a halo of bloody mist. Schlesinger glanced at the photos and visibly paled. He turned immediately away. "I can't look and won't look," he said. There was no further conversation. Schlesinger left the studio, and Marcus never saw him again. "I can't look and won't look." It was a perfect summation of the attitude toward the horror of Dallas that was widely held in the Kennedy circle. Many of the president's men were plagued by doubts about the Warren Report, but they could not muster the political and emotional fortitude to grapple with the case. Instead, they waited for Bobby. And while they waited, they mulled over the unspeakable crime quietly among themselves. Courtney Evans, the FBI agent with the unenviable task of serving as RFK and Hoover's go-between, recalled the intense discussions about Dallas among Kennedy's Justice Department brotherhood. Evans was inclined to believe Oswald had acted alone, but not everyone agreed. "I still think Oswald was the assassin, a man who had fallen under the influence of certain groups and ideas," Evans says today. "The old crowd at the Justice Department, Katzenbach, Ramsey Clark, we used to talk it over. The subject came up whenever we were together. There was ambivalence within the group about who was responsible for the assassination, but there just wasn't much factually to prove there was a conspiracy. Why didn't RFK's elite Justice Department team, the young, hard-charging prosecutors, former investigative journalists, and loyal FBI men like Evans, use their formidable talents to solve the case?" Evans said he was restrained by his boss. "Hoover kept me as far away as possible from the Warren Commission. He made sure I was kept busy with other tasks. Of course, he put nothing in writing. The subtle word was put out orally." Evans was one of the few FBI men who had clearly shifted his loyalty to the Kennedys. "I felt the Kennedys were trying to do a wonderful service for the country," he said. "President Kennedy had a strong feeling that we should change the course of the country. But after Johnson took over, realizing he had no future at Hoover's FBI, Evans resigned from government service. I was certainly disillusioned with Hoover and the Bureau. He would have sent me to Anchorage. Obviously, I was not going anywhere in the FBI. It's been published that Hoover knew JFK was going to replace him in his second term. Maybe he was taking that out on me." Oddly, despite the well-known strains between RFK and Hoover, the Attorney General's team trusted the FBI to investigate the assassination. According to former organized crime prosecutor Ronald Goldfarb, not even the mob-connected Ruby seemed to ring alarm bells. "You have to go back to those times," he said. "It was a time we believed government. It was pre-Watergate and all that stuff." And like everyone else in the Kennedy circle, Bobby's prosecutors were following his lead. I remember people saying, who's got a greater motive than Robert Kennedy to get his brother's murder?
But some of Kennedy's prosecutors wondered why Miller was taking the lead on the investigation. He did not seem like the kind of bulldog Bobby would pick to go snuffling about the gutters and suites of America to find his brother's killers. A lifelong Republican, Miller had been plucked by Bobby from the plush world of Washington corporate law because his legal background included a skirmish with the Teamsters. After his stint at the Justice Department, Miller would resume his lucrative law practice, representing such elite clients as Richard Nixon, for whom he won a presidential pardon. "If Bobby was going to get the truth, I know who he would have chosen," said Goldfarb. "He would have chosen Walter Sheridan. Because he trusted him, he was tough, they knew each other for a long time." What Goldfarb and other Justice Department lawyers did not know was that Kennedy had indeed tapped Sheridan secretly to dig into the crime. But the two close friends were biding their time, waiting until Kennedy had the political power to make their investigation official. With Bobby keeping his suspicions about Dallas quiet, his circle of colleagues and friends were left to figure out their own views about the crime. James Symington, Kennedy's former administrative assistant, had gone to work in Abe Fortas' Washington law firm by the time of the assassination. Fortas, charged with reviewing the Warren report by his longtime friend and client Lyndon Johnson, delegated the task to his young employee, dropping the massive tome on his desk with a thud. "I never talked to Bob about the assassination," Symington told me. "I was not in his inner circle. But I had to read the entire Warren report before it was released, and it seemed to me like an effort by people who were very anxious to put the case to rest without looking into every nook and cranny. It was a long and windy thing and was concerned mostly with Oswald's background and showing that he acted alone. But I could never bring myself to think that he acted alone. Because of the way the bullet struck Kennedy, and because Oswald's motivation was never clear to me. Why the gosh would he do that? It was never made clear. And then there was the totally unbelievable situation of Jack Ruby walking up to him in the police station and killing him, as if to make sure he would never talk. There were just too many loose ends. Nick Katzenbach is one of the Justice Department veterans who has consistently defended the Warren report over the years. "I think the Warren Commission had the facts right," he told me recently. "I have absolutely no doubt." But even Katzenbach concedes the flaws in the official investigation. In his 1978 testimony before the House Select Committee on Assassinations, he was scathing in his description of how the CIA and FBI had manipulated the commission. "Cooperation?" he laughed bitterly at one point. "I don't think the term is applicable. It's unbelievable some of the stuff they concealed from the commission." Katzenbach was astounded by how Allen Dulles, who he said was obviously the CIA spy on the commission, hid crucial information like the CIA mafia plots from the Blue Ribbon panel. As for the FBI's role in the investigation, Katzenbach testified, "Hoover was impossible in those days. His real talent was running over people and covering up in the process." Today, Katzenbach even suggests that Oswald might have been backed by others. "I'm as certain as one can be there was no other gunshot," he told me, characterizing as silliness views to the contrary. But it's not silliness to speculate that somebody was behind Oswald. I'd almost bet on the Cubans. "If I had the choice, if it had to be one of the three," he said, referring to the CIA, Mafia, and Cuban exiles, "I'd say the Cubans probably had the worst judgment." Doubt and confusion about the assassination also reigned in Kennedy circles outside the Justice Department. In a newspaper interview, former White House press aide Malcolm Kilduff established his respectability by taking the obligatory swipe at conspiracy theories as garbage, but then expressed profound skepticism about the Warren report's magic bullet. Fred Dutton, JFK's cabinet secretary and later RFK's behind-the-scenes campaign manager in his 1968 presidential race, told me shortly before his death in 2005 that he agreed with Bobby's characterization of the Warren report as a PR job.
Dutton was convinced there was more to it than we've gotten, and yet I don't know what that is. According to their sons, Larry O'Brien, JFK's savvy congressional liaison, and Chicago Mayor Richard Daley, the Kennedys' key political ally, also both suspected a conspiracy. I would have put my dad in the camp of someone pretty suspicious of the Warren version, Bill Daley says today. But no former Kennedy administration official ever created a public furor over Dallas. It would become clear that if one wanted to remain a member in good standing in Washington political and social circles, it was wise not to say anything intemperate about the assassination. This expedient position was couched as doing what was right for the country and helping it get on with its business. I think he accepted the Warren report, but did he believe it? That's another matter, said Carol Bundy, daughter of the late William Bundy, one of the cerebral, well-bred brotherly duo who served President Kennedy as foreign policy advisors. I think he thought it was for the good of the country. This is what we put together, and now we need to move forward. When I brought up the subject, he would say, "There's probably a lot of evidence we don't know about, but that doesn't necessarily mean there was a plot. The point was to stabilize the country after the assassination. Let's get on with the ship of state." Despite his emotional ties to the Kennedy family, Robert McNamara took the same practical attitude as fellow establishment figures like Bundy. Did the Warren report get it right? Well, the answer is that I have made no effort to find out, McNamara informed me. The answer is I do believe it's the most likely. I just don't know. Then he laughed, a queer, uncomfortable laugh. So, in his mind, the case has been settled? It was a terrible loss. I think the world would be different today had not the two Kennedys been assassinated. But it's done. It's past. I can't do anything about it. Arthur Schlesinger found his own sentiments on the subject harder to contain. Despite his avowal to Marcus that he would not look, he did look many times through the years. He would talk to Bobby about it. He would read the assassination books. In later years, he even gave a measured endorsement to one of the best such books, Conspiracy, later retitled Not in Your Lifetime, by investigative journalist Anthony Summers. But in public, he would go no further than declaring himself agnostic on the question of whether Oswald acted alone. It was a position that even his own wife found inadequate. During a March 2001 conference in Havana to mark the 40th anniversary of the Bay of Pigs, film producer and former John Kerry speechwriter Eric Hamburg found himself seated next to Schlesinger's wife, Alexandra. At one point, she surprised Hamburg by leaning over and asking to look at his copy of ZR Rifle, a JFK conspiracy book by Brazilian journalist Claudia Foriati that draws heavily on Cuban intelligence files. "I used to have a copy," she said, "but I've lost it. I'm sure this book is right. I'm absolutely convinced there was a conspiracy." Then Alexandra Schlesinger nodded towards her husband and whispered confidentially, "He's an agnostic, but I'm not." But Schlesinger's wife made it clear that she had problems with one of Foriati's charges, her allegation, credited to the Cuban State Security Department, that Richard Helms was the ultimate author of the assassination plot. "I can't believe the part about Dick Helms," she told Hamburg. "He was a friend of ours. We played tennis with him."
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Technique, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming, crying. The Kennedy Circle's overlapping relationships with the Georgetown CIA set made it hard for many of them to make this unnerving leap, to conclude that JFK's assassination was like the slaying of Julius Caesar, an inside job. Some of the Kennedy men, including Schlesinger, had known CIA officials like Helms since their days together in the OSS. Some drank martinis with them at Joe Alsop's salons, or played tennis with them, or lived next door to them. Longtime Kennedy friend Marie Ritter, who party-hopped in Georgetown with a young Jack before his marriage, "I'm the only person I know," she quips today, "who went out with Jack and didn't get propositioned," is among those who cannot bring themselves to suspect the CIA. A spunky former Knight Ridder newspaper reporter and widow of publisher Walter Ritter, Marie Ritter now lives in active retirement in a sun-dappled clapboard house on a rolling green bluff overlooking the Potomac. She greeted me one day in rumpled slacks and blouse, fresh from her garden, and over a lunch of chilled sorrel soup and hamburgers on her backyard patio, reminisced about the Kennedys and her old Georgetown friends. "Jim Angleton was, of course, kind of an evil genius," Ritter remarked at one point, "but I don't think he'd be involved in killing his president. I really, truly don't. He used to have the land over there," she said, pointing to the lushly landscaped house next door. "He was a fabulous gardener, and a man who was a fabulous gardener is not going to kill off a president. I'm sorry. And Helms? Helms was a very sweet, well-meaning man," said Ritter. "He would not have been in a murder conspiracy," she added, overlooking his confessed role in the plots against Castro. With other Kennedy intimates, the very subject of the assassination is an emotional minefield that must be gingerly navigated. Theodore Sorensen quickly makes it known when the subject arises in conversation that it is still too painful for him to contemplate, even at this late date. An interviewer feels sadistic to press on. New frontiersmen like Sorensen are in their autumn days now. They have lived long, eventful lives, but nothing filled them with as much pulsing sense of purpose as their time with Jack and Bobby Kennedy. Their eyes pool with tears as they relive those days when they were the young and the chosen and were changing the world before something was cut from their hearts. Like Schlesinger, Sorensen says that he is agnostic on the question of Dallas. "I have never seen any hard evidence that contradicted the Warren Commission conclusion that Oswald acted alone," he tells me, making it clear that he would prefer to change the subject. Sorensen seems weighted down with the melancholy burden of history. He knows that John F. Kennedy lived for a purpose. He just can't bring himself to believe he died for one. It's terribly painful. You see, there's emotion on both sides internally. On the one hand, if I can know that my friend of 11 years died as a martyr to a cause, that there was some reason, some purpose why he was killed, and not just a totally senseless lucky sharpshooter, then I think the whole world would feel better. That brave John F. Kennedy, with all these courageous positions, went into Texas knowing that it was hostile territory, and he ended up dead. But I just think that's a fanciful theory as of now, and comforting as it may be, I'm not going to embrace it, because there's no evidence of it. But Kenny O'Donnell, Kennedy's vigilant watchdog, the politically shrewd White House aide who wielded the most influence over the president, did see evidence of a conspiracy. He saw it with his own eyes in Dallas, and it would torment him the rest of his life. Among the Kennedy brotherhood, Kenny O'Donnell's story looms as the saddest of them all.
Kenny O'Donnell and his fellow Irish Mafia warhorse Dave Powers were eyewitnesses to history on November 22, 1963. Riding immediately behind the president's limousine in the Secret Service backup car, the two men saw it all that day. Before the motorcade began, JFK, attentive as always to political detail, had asked them to take seats in the follow-up car so they could closely observe the reactions to him and Jackie from the crowds. The two men could never forget what they saw that afternoon. As the shots rang out, Powers blurted, "Kenny, I think the president's been shot." O'Donnell quickly made a sign of the cross. As both men stared intently at the man they had loved and served ever since he was a scrawny young congressional candidate, a final shot took the side of his head off, O'Donnell would later recall. "We saw pieces of bone and brain tissue and bits of his reddish hair flying through the air. The impact lifted him and shook him limply, as if he was a rag doll, and then he dropped out of our sight, sprawled across the back seat of the car. I said to Dave, 'He's dead.'" O'Donnell and Powers, both World War II veterans, distinctly heard at least 2 shots come from the grassy knoll area in front of the motorcade. But when they later told this to the FBI, they were informed that they must be wrong. If they did not change their story, it was impressed on the men, it could be very damaging for the country. So O'Donnell altered his account to fit the official version, testifying before the Warren Commission that the shots had come from the right rear, the direction of the school book depository. Powers, however, could not be fully shaken from his story. Even though one of the Warren Commission employees who took his statement kept interrupting him, Powers insisted that he had a fleeting impression that the noise appeared to come from the front as well as from behind, which is probably why Powers was not invited to testify before the commission as the more amenable O'Donnell was. 5 years after the assassination, O'Donnell confessed to his friend, Boston Congressman and future Speaker of the House, Tip O'Neill, what he had dutifully hidden from the public. He heard 2 shots from behind the fence on the grassy knoll. O'Neill, who was dining with O'Donnell and a few other people at Jimmy's Harborside restaurant in Boston, was stunned. "That's not what you told the Warren Commission," he said. "You're right," replied O'Donnell. "I told the FBI what I had heard, but they said it couldn't have happened that way and that I must have been imagining things. So I testified the way they wanted me to. I just didn't want to stir up any more pain and trouble for the family." "I can't believe that," said O'Neill. "I wouldn't have done that in a million years. I would have told the truth." "Tip, you have to understand. The family, everybody, wanted this thing behind them." It's clear from O'Neill's account, and one given by Dave Powers, who suggested that Hoover himself pressured O'Donnell to change his account, that the FBI played a key role in this fateful distortion of the record. But it's equally obvious that O'Donnell was also responding to signals from the Kennedy family, and that could only mean his close friend Bobby, the man with whom his life and career had been completely intertwined ever since they were Harvard roommates. The intensely loyal O'Donnell, who was as close as a brother to Bobby, would never have changed his story without first checking with Kennedy. And Bobby had made it clear that he was not ready to publicly question the official story about the assassination. Whatever his reasons for hiding the truth about Dallas, O'Donnell's decision weighed heavily on him. The Kennedys had been his life. Tough, taciturn, and utterly dedicated, he had put in slavish hours at the White House. But he laughed at the notion it was a sacrifice. "Tough job? No way. It was the best job I ever had," he would say. Now the man he had served was gone. He wished the bullets had hit him instead, he told his wife. And instead of helping bring the president's killers to justice, he was misleading the country. The assassination was the end of his life, his son Kenny Jr. told me. He never was the same again.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text.
Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect, then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation. Sharp modulation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. None of the men around Kennedy were witching, but especially him. O'Donnell confided what he really witnessed in Dealey Plaza to his son as well. He said there was fire from 2 different directions, recalled the younger O'Donnell, and his father would bitterly complain about his experience with the Warren Commission to his son. "I'll tell you this right now," he told him, "they didn't want to know." O'Donnell called the inquiry the most pointless investigation I've ever seen. Pulling out the records of his testimony to show Kenny Jr., he would point to a passage with disgust and say, "Look, this is ridiculous. They weren't even looking for an answer to this." O'Donnell might also have been disgusted with his own performance before the commission. In the months after Dallas, O'Donnell would devote himself to helping Jackie. The two had clung to each other like old soldiers ever since the assassination. As they flew back to Washington that day, both were stained with Jack's blood. Kenny and Bobby found solace by gathering friends at Jackie's Georgetown house and entertaining her with old stories about Jack. But O'Donnell could not put Dallas behind him. What he and Dave Powers witnessed that day continued to work inside them. O'Donnell experienced wrenching bouts of nausea for 6 months after Dallas. Powers began suffering violent headaches. The pain was focused in the same part of his skull where he had seen the bullet blow off the top of his friend's head. He couldn't get the sickening sound out of his own head, like a grapefruit splattering against the side of a wall. O'Donnell began drinking heavily. When friends warned him to go easy on the stuff, the man nicknamed the Cobra would fix them with a cold glare and tell them, "Go to hell and mind your own business." But he listened when Jackie and Bobby sat him down and talked to him. It worked, observed his daughter, Helen. He seemed to step forward into human company again. But Kenny O'Donnell never fully recovered. He just lived the rest of his life with a heavy heart, said his son. He ran twice for the Democratic nomination for governor in Massachusetts, in 1966 and 1970. But his political talent was as a behind-the-scenes man, not as a campaigner, and he lost both times. Bobby's assassination was the final blow. Kenny Jr. was with his father the night he heard. His father had just spoken to RFK on the phone about the California primary results. "It's over," his father told him after hearing that history had repeated itself. "That's all he said," recalled Kenny Jr. "That was the absolute end." When O'Donnell died in a Boston hospital in September 1977 at age 53, his family requested that the cause of death be withheld, but the press reported he had succumbed to a liver ailment. There was no more Bobby to tell him to put down the bottle.
His memorial service was held at St. Matthew's Cathedral, where he had escorted Jack's casket 14 years before, walking slowly up Connecticut Avenue from the White House. At the Irish wake held afterwards at the Mayflower Hotel, a Boston Pole reminisced about his fallen friend. "Without the Kennedys," he said, "O'Donnell was the music without the harp." Once again, Ed Guthman was worrying about his friend Bob Kennedy's life. It was fall 1964. Kennedy's campaign for the Senate was underway, and everywhere he went, the candidate spiked into deep wellsprings of emotion. The people strained against police lines. They lunged to touch him. Whites, blacks, the young and old, men, women. It was a longing that went beyond politics. Americans needed to feel that not all hope had died on November 22. Here he was in the flesh, a living reminder that the Kennedy dream is still alive. After the long months of mourning, when nothing seemed right anymore about the country, the very sight of Bobby set off explosions of ecstasy. But Guthman knew that passions about Kennedy ran in opposite directions. As he marched along the New York campaign trail, less the happy warrior than an ashen penitent, Bobby also stirred darker thoughts. Guthman, who had left the Justice Department with Kennedy to work on the Senate campaign, heard about the constant stream of death threats. The FBI would call nearly every morning with another warning about their campaign destination that day. Were they all real? Was Hoover exaggerating the threats to disrupt the campaign or make his bureau seem more vigilant than it was in protecting his brother? Guthman took the threats seriously enough to talk to Jim King, the NYPD detective who was traveling with the campaign. But both men knew it was useless to say anything to Bobby. He would never let security precautions dictate his campaign style. The people needed to touch him. He needed to touch the people. It was the only thing that seemed to bring him alive. On September 29, the campaign rolled through Rochester. It was the hometown of his incumbent Republican opponent, Kenneth Keating, but as usual, the Kennedy crowds were boisterous. Still, Guthman felt that dark undercurrent. Earlier that day, a man with a rifle who had asked about Kennedy's motorcade route was arrested by the police. They released him after he convinced them he was a deer hunter on his way home from a gun shop and was trying to avoid traffic. But Kennedy did what he always did. He went into the poorest, most crime-ridden neighborhoods, including the ghetto that had been torn by rioting in July. He climbed onto car lids to speak to the surging, grasping crowds, alone with no guards. In Rochester, he reminded people what America should stand for. It was the day after the Warren Report's release, but Bobby came out of the gloom that had descended over him when he was asked at a press conference to define his foreign policy differences with his opponent. Keating was a genial, white-maned, ruddy-faced uncle figure with a progressive record on civil rights. But he had played a provocative role during the Cuban Missile Crisis, using information leaked from the CIA to goad the Kennedys into a combative stance. Bobby told the press that day he stood for a strong military. But he immediately added, America's military prowess must be coupled with the inner strength and wisdom not to use that military strength precipitately or indiscriminately. He said that in the end, communism would only be defeated through progressive, practical programs which wipe out the poverty, misery, and discontent on which it thrives. He suggested that true national security would come from strongly supporting the United Nations, mankind's noblest experiment, and helping lift the world's 2 billion poor from their wretched fate. Finally, he declared, America would only command the world's respect if it practiced what it preached at home, upholding democratic principles and working towards racial equality. We cannot expect an African to believe we are on the side of equality when his own ambassadors are not served in our restaurants. We cannot expect countries with far lower standards of living to respect our belief in human dignity if their aged are venerated and ours are neglected. We cannot expect nations to join us in combating poverty if in the midst of unprecedented wealth 6 million families live in poverty. Giving voice to these new frontier ideals lifted Kennedy from his doldrums of the previous day, as if borne aloft by his brother's soaring rhetoric. But if Bobby was conjuring his brother's spirit, Guthman was concerned with keeping this living, breathing Kennedy safe from bodily harm. "I was with him that day in Rochester," he recalled, "and it appeared to me to be a kind of dangerous situation. So I went up to these news photographers who were covering the campaign, and I asked them to gather around him, to give him some protection. It's astonishing in today's political climate to consider a media pack agreeing to do this, to put themselves in the line of fire for a candidate. But that's precisely what the photographers did," said Guthman.
Look, a lot of people would have taken a bullet for Bob Kennedy any day of the year. Would Guthman have done so? Absolutely, without hesitating. Robert Kennedy's 1964 Senate campaign rolled forward on a wave of popular sentiment, a yearning that he realized had more to do with his brother than with him. After a hectic day of campaigning, Guthman rejoiced in the clamorous receptions that Kennedy had received. "I've never seen crowds like you're getting. They've got to be a good omen," he told Bobby. But Kennedy looked at Guthman with a melancholy expression. "Don't you know?" he said. "They're for him. They're for him." Kennedy's race for the Senate was the critical first step in his strategy to regain the White House, where, he had vowed, he would continue his brother's policies. But Bobby's heart was clearly not in the campaign. He had announced his Senate candidacy at the last moment, on August 25, after declaring he would not run just 2 months earlier. The decision came after an overwrought process in which he first considered running for governor in Massachusetts, finally rejecting this option out of concern he would be stepping on brother Teddy's turf, and then allowed himself to be briefly pushed forward by supporters as Lyndon Johnson's vice presidential running mate. Both men knew it would be a disastrous match, and LBJ summoned Kennedy to the White House on July 29 to make his decision official. The meeting was deeply awkward for both men. As Bobby later recounted to Kenny O'Donnell, Johnson told him that he wanted a vice president who could help the country, help the party, and be of assistance to him. And he concluded by saying, "That person wasn't me." Kennedy, who knew that Johnson needed to establish an independent political base, took the decision in stride. "Ah, what the hell," he laughed, after telling his Justice Department colleagues what happened. "Let's go form our own country." From then on, Bobby and his circle would be the government in exile, as Ethel accurately jested. Kennedy's outsider status would be driven home at the Democratic Party convention in late August. Bobby announced his Senate candidacy the day before the convention began in Atlantic City, but Johnson was so fearful that his rival would spark a delegate stampede for the vice presidential or even presidential nomination that he took the unprecedented step of ordering the FBI to keep Kennedy under surveillance. Carther DeLoach and a 30-man FBI team swept into Atlantic City to monitor every move of the Attorney General of the United States, the man who was officially still their boss. The FBI spies, who flashed fake NBC News press passes and other bogus credentials, had special instructions to look for any contacts between Kennedy and Martin Luther King Jr., a charismatic combination that could have swept the convention hall. Johnson's chief of staff, Marvin Watson, even instructed former JFK advance man Jerry Bruno to keep a close eye on Bobby. "We are not going to let Bobby and Jackie Kennedy steal this convention," Watson told him. Bruno, a Kennedy loyalist, was stunned by the order. He would stick with RFK at the convention, but as a friend, not a spy. Johnson did not have to worry. Bobby was in such fragile shape during the convention, where his brother's ghost hovered everywhere, that he could never have mounted a political rebellion. When he climbed on stage to introduce a film tribute to JFK, a speech that the nervous Johnson had rescheduled from the beginning of the convention to lessen its impact, Kennedy was greeted with a massive ovation. He stood on the podium while it washed over him in unending waves for 22 long minutes. "Mr. Chairman," he would begin as the applause finally began to wane. But then it would rise up again from some new corner of the cavernous hall.
Wearing the same black suit and tie he had worn almost continuously since the assassination, he fought back tears as he looked over the cheering crowd. His eyes, red and glistening in the spotlights, were filled with the sorrow of the past 9 months. Finally, he began his speech. There was nothing political about it. He said nothing of the forces that had cut down his brother. But even his sentimental references to the fallen president would be interpreted by his enemies in the Johnson camp as political attacks. "When he shall die, take him and cut him out in little stars," said Bobby, quoting Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet, an addition to the speech suggested by Jackie. "And he will make the face of heaven so fine that all the world will be in love with night and pay no worship to the garish sun." Supporters of the garish Texan were quick to take offense. Other observers interpreted the extended ovation for Kennedy as a slap at party bosses. But after he finished his speech, Bobby simply retreated to the fire escape outside the convention hall, where he sat sobbing for 15 minutes. He had been raised to believe that Kennedys don't cry, passing this stoicism along to his own children. But he found it hard to live by on the Senate campaign trail, even in public. At Columbia University, a student confronted him with the dreaded question: did he believe the Warren report's conclusion about a lone gunman? For several minutes, Kennedy stood speechless, while the audience murmured nervously. Finally, he responded irritably, "I've made my statement on that." But as he began to rehash what he had said months earlier in Poland, Kennedy's voice suddenly cracked. He dropped his head and tears began streaming down his face. The man whom colleagues found astonishingly honest could not bring himself to repeat what he did not believe. With Kennedy unable to shake free of his grief, his desultory campaign was headed for defeat. Paul Corbin, the ruthless political operator whom some called Bobby's dark side, was the only one with the nerve to confront him. "Get out of your daze," he scolded his boss. "Gosh, Bob, be yourself. Get hold of yourself. You're real. Your brother is dead." It was painful to watch him on the campaign trail. He was depressed and the crowd sensed it, recalled Justin Feldman, the Reform Democrat who first approached Bobby to run for the New York Senate seat and later worked as his campaign coordinator. Feldman urged him to go on the attack against Keating, but Bobby did not have the stomach for it. He told me, "Well, he hasn't been that bad of a senator, has he? Everybody says I'm so ruthless." Then, as Keating seemed coasting to victory, he made a fatal mistake, said Feldman. And it made Bobby finally come alive. At the end of September, trying to drive a wedge between Kennedy and the Jewish vote, Keating dredged up the old Nazi appeasement charges that had haunted the Kennedy family. He suggested that as Attorney General, Kennedy had settled a World War II-era case in favor of a chemical company with Nazi ties in order to please his father. Bobby, the family protector, was outraged that Keating would use such a tactic. He had lost a brother and a brother-in-law to the war, he reminded voters. Left unsaid was that his family had just given another son to the country. Bobby went nuts, said Feldman. He no longer thought Keating was this benign force in politics. He denounced his charges as outrageous demagoguery. After that, Bobby became a campaigner. In the end, Kennedy won by over 700,000 votes. But he needed the coattails of his brother's successor, who carried the state by 2 million more votes than Bobby won, to do it. Even in victory, Bobby seemed melancholy. Congratulated by his bodyguard Bill Barry during the raucous election night party, Bobby said, "If my brother was alive, I wouldn't be here. I'd rather have it that way." Later, sitting at the Johnson inauguration with his old friend Joe Tidings, who had also just been elected to the Senate from Maryland, Bobby grew teary watching the ceremony that should have ushered in his brother's final term.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. "We quietly cried together when LBJ was sworn in," said Tidings, "when, President Kennedy should have been there." Unlike his brother Ted, Robert Kennedy's interest was not engaged by the day-to-day business of the Senate. But he quickly seized it as a platform to highlight the national and international issues that he deemed most urgent. He thought that the way the Senate ran was archaic, Pierre Salinger recalled. He didn't see it as a real action place. And I think he was rather restless with the Senate. "I'd go up and sit in the Senate office for 4 or 5 hours at a time. And he would spend most of his time talking to people on problems which were not at all directly related to his Senate duties." Kennedy met with foreign dignitaries Salinger introduced to him, such as French politicians Pierre Mendès France and François Mitterrand. And he would discuss the intractable problems of poverty with activists from Mississippi and the Indian reservations. Quietly, Bobby also began to show renewed interest in his brother's assassination. On November 16, 1964, shortly after he won his Senate seat, RFK flew to Mexico City, where he spoke at the dedication ceremony for a workers' housing project named after President Kennedy. At a press conference, he was again asked about the Warren Report, and he again endorsed it. But this time he added an intriguing qualifier, saying he believed in its veracity as far as the investigation went. Though he attended a flurry of events during his 2-day visit and dined with U.S. Ambassador Fulton Freeman at the fashionable San Angel Inn, Kennedy made it clear to embassy officials that he also wanted private time while he was in Mexico. But the visiting U.S. Senator could not escape official supervision. Newly released Mexican government documents show that RFK was put under surveillance by the Dirección Federal de Seguridad, Mexico's FBI, an agency with close ties to the CIA station in Mexico City. CIA Station Chief Winston Scott, who was kept informed of Bobby's comings and goings during his visit, learned that the senator was gathering information about Lee Harvey Oswald while he was there. Scott noted in a memo for agency files that playwright Elena Garro de Paz, wife of novelist Octavio Paz, was among those trying to pass information about Oswald to Kennedy during his stay. Mexico City was one of the most intriguing chapters in Oswald's murky life before his collision with history in Dallas. The alleged lone assassin had traveled there in late September 1963, according to the CIA, to get a visa from the Cuban embassy. But, as Hoover had informed LBJ, the evidence suggesting Oswald was urgently trying to visit Cuba was apparently falsified by the CIA. Was Oswald the object of a U.S. intelligence operation or a Cuban operation? The Warren Report had left pressing questions like this about Oswald's Mexico City trip unresolved. Bobby was interested in finding out more about Oswald's mysterious trip during his own visit. In the months after his election, Kennedy also took time from his Senate duties to meet and correspond with assassination researchers. In August 1965, Ray Marcus mailed a packet of his Dealey Plaza photographic evidence to Kennedy. In his cover letter, Marcus apologized for sending the senator material that would certainly cause him personal anguish, but said he felt an overriding obligation to bring this evidence of a conspiracy to Kennedy's attention. To the researcher's surprise, Bobby responded in a letter dated September 16th. "I just wanted you to know that your interest is appreciated," wrote Kennedy. Bobby also agreed to meet in his Senate office with Penn Jones, Jr., a crusading Texas publisher who had turned his small-town newspaper, the Midlothian Mirror, into a forum for assassination muckraking. Jones, a short, feisty former boxing champ at the University of Texas and World War II hero, realized there was something absurd about a cowtown newspaper taking on the political crime of the century. But he didn't see the big media guns taking on the job, and he refused to sit idly by. He became convinced that JFK's murder was a coup d'etat involving the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the CIA.
Puzzled by Bobby's silence about Dallas, Jones decided to fly to Washington to present his research to the senator and encourage him to speak out about the case. Greeting the publisher in his office, Kennedy told him, "Look, I'll listen to what you have to say. I won't necessarily agree or disagree, but I'll listen." Afterwards, Bobby autographed Jones' copy of Profiles in Courage, next to the signature that JFK himself had scrawled in the book during his Texas trip. RFK then asked his limousine driver to take Jones to JFK's final resting place at Arlington, which the publisher wanted to visit before returning home. In his speech at the 1964 Democratic Convention, RFK had urged the delegates not to be swept away in the mists of the past, but to look forward as President Kennedy did. Bobby once chided Jackie for immersing herself in Kennedy library work, telling her it was morbid to dwell on the past. But Bobby, too, could not forget. The senator is still haunted by memories, a New York Times reporter observed in June 1965, describing one corner of his Capitol Hill office as a small shrine to President Kennedy. Pictures, books, the restored image of the fallen leader. Everywhere he went, Bobby carried Jack's old overcoat. He hardly ever wore it, but he was always taking it with him, remembered his aide Ronnie Eldridge. He always forgot the very overcoat. He'd carry it with him and then leave it in different places. So we were always scurrying around looking for the overcoat. Bobby's friend Marie Ritter speculates that his ongoing interest in the assassination was part of his inability to let go of the past and accept his brother's death. "I wonder how I can put this," she said. "My first husband was killed in World War II at the Battle of the Bulge. I went to Germany right after the war, and I used to look at all the soldiers there to see if by chance Ben was there. I mean, I absolutely knew he wasn't. I knew that. I had his clothes, but I emotionally couldn't let go. I think that's the nearest parallel. It's not rational, but I understand why he'd do it." But the men in whom Kennedy confided his suspicions about Dallas did not regard them as irrational. "We know the CIA was involved, and the Mafia. We all know that." Dick Goodwin is speaking over the phone from his home in Concord. His voice is matter-of-fact. But how you link those to the assassination, I don't know. Goodwin has suspected there was a conspiracy behind the assassination of JFK for more than 40 decades now. But who precisely was involved and how the plot was carried out, these crucial questions remain a mystery to Goodwin. He never investigated the case himself. Like other members of the Kennedy inner circle, he was waiting for Bobby to do that. And he remains convinced to this day that Kennedy would have done that if he had made it back to the White House. Whatever way he went about it, he would have tried to find out if there was more there once he had the power to actually get information. That was always my assumption. Goodwin was one of the few people with whom Bobby discussed his suspicions about Dallas. It took someone Kennedy trusted and someone with Goodwin's blustery personality to force the conversation. It happened on the evening of July 25, 1966, at Kennedy's 14th floor UN Plaza apartment overlooking the East River, where Goodwin had returned with him following dinner to spend the night. Bobby used his 6-room suite in the luxurious glass tower, which was also home to Truman Capote and Johnny Carson, as his crash pad when he stayed in New York, and it had more the feel of a hotel than a home. Goodwin was not one of the band of brothers whom Bobby had drafted into the Kennedy administration, and the two men were not particularly close during JFK's presidency.
After Dallas, there was some strain between the men when Goodwin decided to accept LBJ's offer and stick with the new president as a speechwriter and civil rights advisor. Goodwin felt obliged to defend his decision in a letter to Bobby, arguing that by staying on, he would be able to help protect JFK's legacy. "I feel strongly that I am doing a service, small as it is, not only to the president and the country, but to your brother whom I idolized," he wrote. Goodwin was bemused by Bobby's grudging response. "I wish you wouldn't, but I guess you have to. After all, if any one of us is in a position to keep him from blowing up Costa Rica or something like that, then we ought to do it.
But as time went by, Goodwin developed warmer feelings for Bobby. Just before joining Johnson's White House staff, he attended a reception at the Venezuelan embassy where he watched Kennedy deliver a brief speech thanking the Venezuelan government for its contribution to the Kennedy Library. It is curious he doesn't have the intellectual depth of his brother, Goodwin later jotted down in his notes on the evening, a perspective he would later change. But he has a feeling for the needs and mood of other people, which few politicians possess. I am constantly wavering in my opinion of RFK. He is, after all, only where he is because of birth. He has a great tendency to divide the world between the good guys and the bad guys. On the other hand, he has intuitive understanding of the complexities and subtleties of other people's motivations. His weakness is probably to act quickly, from emotion, to have too emotional a response to events, although when he has thought them out, he is very good. It was a description that in some ways matched Goodwin himself. And by July 1966, when the two men sat talking late into the night in Bobby's apartment with the lights of the vast sprawl of the outer boroughs of New York twinkling in the distance, they were fast friends. Goodwin would later call it the closest personal relationship he ever made in politics. Indeed, a friendship as important to me as any I ever had. The day before, Goodwin had rocked the Capitol by writing a laudatory review in the Washington Post of Edward J. Epstein's systematic critique of the Warren Report, Inquest. Epstein's book was a landmark in the assassination case. Like other Warren Report critics, Epstein found the Blue Ribbon study deeply flawed and unconvincing. But Epstein, who had written the book as his master's thesis for Cornell, took a dry, meticulous approach, seeking to avoid what he considered the pitfalls of other Warren Report commentary, which he characterized as either works of blind faith or conspiratorial demonology. In his review, Goodwin wrote that Epstein presented his case with a logic and a subdued tone which have already disturbed the convictions of many responsible men. The former Kennedy aide then dropped a bombshell. He called for an independent panel to review the Warren Report's work, and, if it was found defective, he proposed a new inquiry into President Kennedy's murder. A startled New York Times observed that Goodwin was the first member of the late president's inner circle to suggest publicly that an official re-examination be made of the Warren Report. It was not the first time Goodwin had displayed an interest in the assassination. Earlier that year, in March, he had mailed Kennedy a request asking if he might be able to help him get a copy of a 33-page letter written by Jack Ruby that had been sold at a New York auction. P.S., he scribbled at the bottom of the letter, knowing Bobby's acute sensitivity on the subject, "Don't worry, I am not writing anything on this subject." But the Epstein book did compel Goodwin to air his views. The evening after his review ran in the Post, Goodwin was eager to discuss his urgent misgivings about the government's investigation with Bobby. Over nightcaps in Kennedy's living room, he launched into his analysis of the Epstein book. But, as usual, Bobby instantly withdrew into a self-protective silence, twirling the scotch in his glass and staring down at the floor while Goodwin spoke. Finally, he looked up and said, "I'm sorry, Dick. I just can't focus on it." Goodwin was acutely aware of how painful the subject was for Bobby. Most of Kennedy's friends would stop as soon as they saw the anguished expression come over his face. But Goodwin decided to press on. "I think we should find our own investigator, someone with absolute loyalty and discretion." Suddenly, Kennedy did focus. Goodwin was on the right track. It was precisely what he was contemplating. "You might try Carmine Bellino," Bobby said. "He's the best in the country." It was a revealing suggestion. Like Walt Sheridan, Bellino was a key member of the elite investigative team that Kennedy had assembled during the Senate rackets probe and later kept on Hoffa's trail at the Justice Department. But these were Bobby's men, not Goodwin's. There was no way that Goodwin could initiate an investigation without Bobby's nod. Both men knew this. Goodwin understood that it was Kennedy's way of saying, "Let's drop the subject for now. You know who will carry out the investigation for me when the time comes. But for now, we have to wait." The conversation moved on to other topics: the Vietnam War, civil rights, the war on poverty, and whether Americans were too selfish to enlist in it.
As the two men finally rose from their armchairs at 2:30 in the morning and made their way down the hallway to their bedrooms, Bobby suddenly paused. "About that other thing," he began, his eyes unable to meet Goodwin's. His friend knew immediately what he meant. "I never thought it was the Cubans. If anyone was involved, it was organized crime. But there's nothing I can do about it. Not now." In his memoir, Goodwin wrote that he and Kennedy never discussed the assassination again. But Adam Walensky remembered other times that Goodwin would raise the subject when Bobby was present. Walensky was a young Yale law graduate who had briefly served in Kennedy's Justice Department before going to work in his Senate office as his legislative assistant. With his crusty demeanor, keen intelligence, and soft heart, Walensky quickly endeared himself to the senator, who relied on his sharp young aide to keep him current on the most important new books, articles, and ideas. "I was his intellectual valet," said Walensky, smiling, in a recent interview. Walensky shared Goodwin's skepticism about the Warren Report, whose ballistics theory he found completely tortured and strange. But, following his boss's lead, he learned to keep his suspicions about Dallas to himself. Goodwin, on the other hand, would talk openly about the assassination, said Walensky, launching into an imitation of his distinctive mumbling growl. It was the CIA, the Mafia. The senator would be in the room or around, but he was always extremely guarded. One of the things you learned when you were around Kennedy, you learned what it was to be serious. Serious people, when faced with something like that, you don't speculate out loud about it. You might ask a question. That's all. It's a matter of mental discipline. Until he could win the White House, Kennedy was convinced, there was nothing he could do to solve his brother's assassination. And even then, Bobby realized his task would be daunting. He had an acute understanding of how difficult that kind of investigation is, even if you had all the power of the presidency, Walensky said. If there is something there, you can't possibly find it out unless you're the President of the United States. And even then, you may not. But that's the only chance. And so, Kennedy bided his time, waiting for his opportunity to return to power. But in the meantime, events started to rush past him. By 1967, a decisive majority of Americans, 60%, believed that President Kennedy's assassination was a conspiracy.
Public opinion had shifted dramatically since the publication of the Warren Report, when only 31% of the country suspected a plot. This was largely the result of the tireless assassination critics, whose voluminous work Kennedy's staff struggled to stay up with. "We were drowning in it," Walensky recalled. "You can't believe how much of that stuff there was. I had a big shelf with all that stuff. But we never discussed it. Never. Everyone in Kennedy's office knew the #1 goal, to get him elected president. Until that was accomplished, nothing was possible." Still, the pressures mounted on RFK to comment on the Warren Report. A London Observer review of the Epstein book, reprinted August 13, 1966 in the San Francisco Chronicle, pointedly commented, "How long the dead president's political heir can manage to maintain even a non-committal attitude is perhaps the most intriguing question in American politics today." Bobby was asking himself the same question. In October 1966, drinking into the wee hours with Arthur Schlesinger at P.J. Clark's saloon, his favorite New York watering hole, RFK wondered how long he could continue to avoid comment on the report, Schlesinger later noted. Bobby believed the report was a poor job, the historian observed, but he was still unwilling to criticize it and thereby reopen the whole tragic business. Kennedy's silence on the issue was used by Warren Report defenders to fend off critics. Surely if the president's own brother, the top lawman in the country at the time, did nothing to pursue the case, there must be nothing there, they said. It must have been particularly galling for Bobby to hear this from one of President Johnson's advisors.
John P. Roche, a Brandeis University professor on leave as LBJ's intellectual in residence at the White House, denounced conspiracy researchers as marginal paranoids in a widely publicized letter to the London Times literary supplement, arguing that RFK's support for the Warren Report was proof of its validity. If he had known about it, Kennedy would have found even more grotesque a CIA document that recommended using his silence on the Warren Report to counter critics. The January 1967 memo, which was distributed to CIA media assets at the New York Times, CBS, NBC, ABC, and elsewhere, suggested ways of countering and discrediting the claims of conspiracy theorists, whose growing impact on public opinion at home and abroad the agency found alarming. Innuendo of such seriousness affects the whole reputation of the American government, the memo grimly noted, including that of the CIA itself. Conspiracy theorists have frequently thrown suspicion on our organization, for example, by falsely alleging that Lee Harvey Oswald worked for us. The memo listed a number of arguments that could be used by CIA-friendly journalists to knock down the work of conspiracy authors. Among them, note that Robert Kennedy, Attorney General at the time and John F. Kennedy's brother, would be the last man to overlook or conceal any conspiracy. At least one of Bobby's friends in the press, CBS News producer Don Hewitt, found the nerve to confront him on the growing controversy over the assassination. Hewitt, who produced the legendary Kennedy-Nixon debates in 1960 and later created 60 Minutes, was drinking iced tea with Kennedy one morning in the backyard of Hickory Hill when he decided, with more guts than brains, to ask him the big one, the million-dollar question. Bobby, do you really believe Lee Harvey Oswald all by himself killed your brother? He dismissed the question with almost studied indifference, Hewitt later recalled, giving the TV newsman his usual conversation stopper. What difference does it make? It won't bring him back. But the savvy journalist knew when he was being handed a line. I never believed that Bobby believed what difference it makes. I've always believed that he knew something he didn't want to share with me or anyone else. Hewitt himself came to suspect that JFK was the victim of a conspiracy, because of things I've learned since, he told me recently. Like, Lee Harvey Oswald and Jack Ruby were not strangers. Ruby was a gangster of sorts who was asked by Oswald's uncle to take good care of his nephew. I've always believed that Ruby went to that police station on a mission to make sure that Oswald didn't talk. So many things just don't add up. The broadcast news veteran speculates that disgruntled CIA types might have been behind the assassination. I have heard from some of those White House plumber types that their real difficult person with Jack Kennedy was denying air cover for their comrades at the Bay of Pigs, and maybe someone decided to get even for that. That's the best theory I can come up with. Unknown to Hewitt at the time, Bobby was thinking along similar lines. Hewitt is certain that Kennedy would have gone after his brother's killers with a vengeance when the time was right. Bobby was relentless in his pursuit of wrongdoing, he said. When he said that to me about it not making a difference, I couldn't help thinking, Bobby, you're really lying to me. In 1967, a gaudy Louisiana legal spectacle would make it harder than ever for Kennedy to keep his silence. New Orleans. As New York's junior senator, Robert Kennedy continued to draw on the services of the Irish Mafia loyalists who had long served him and his brother, like political aide Joe Dolan. But his Senate staff included some new faces as well, men who were neither Boston Irish nor Harvard intellectuals. One day, during a meeting in his Capitol Hill office, Kennedy gazed at the men around him. Frank Mankiewicz, Adam Walensky, Peter Adelman, Jeff Greenfield. There was not a Catholic among them. You realize, fellows, that I'm the only one here who's going to heaven, he dryly observed. He inspired an intense devotion among his staff. He was tough, but had a wounded vulnerability. He was demanding, but returned their unstinting loyalty. He combined a shrewdness about American politics with a soaring view of the country's possibilities that his aides found utterly unique and intoxicating. Mankiewicz, who had gone to work as Kennedy's press secretary at age 42, making him one of the older staff members, first fell under RFK's spell in 1965 during a State Department meeting where Bobby discussed his forthcoming trip to Latin America. Mankiewicz was head of the Peace Corps' Latin American division at the time. He had abandoned a promising career at a Hollywood law firm to join JFK's New Frontier. My wife Holly and I decided that if I stayed with the firm, within 10 years we'd have this terrific house and a lot of money. But nobody would care if we had lived or died, except perhaps our mothers, Mankiewicz later recalled. After JFK's death, Mankiewicz stayed on with the new administration, but his heart was with the Kennedy cause. At the State Department meeting, RFK and President Johnson's Latin American team, headed by a prickly bureaucrat named Jack Vaughn, stared frostily at one another across the conference table. Bobby inquired what he should say when he got to Brazil and was asked about the brutal CIA-backed military coup that had recently overthrown the elected government there. The Brazil desk officer, consulting a piece of paper, responded, "You could say, while we regret that a great power has temporarily suspended democratic liberties, Kennedy quickly cut off the bureaucratic cant." "I don't talk like that," he said firmly. Mankiewicz, who had been pushed to the left by his Latin American experience, was impressed by Kennedy's refusal to mount the administration line. At the Peace Corps, he had found that the young volunteers were always on the side of social change in the medieval societies in which they were assigned to. But whenever people in Latin America tried to emulate the American Revolution, Mankiewicz observed, the U.S. government tried to emulate George III. It radicalized me.
Now, sitting before him was a political leader who shared his views about the role the United States should play in poverty-stricken third world countries. Shortly after the State Department meeting, Mankiewicz signed on with Kennedy as his press spokesman. The balding, rumpled Mankiewicz had an unusual background for a Senate aide. He came from a legendary Hollywood family. His uncle, the writer-director Joseph Mankiewicz, won an Academy Award for All About Eve and produced other screen classics like The Philadelphia Story and Woman of the Year. His father, Herman, won an Academy Award for writing Citizen Kane. Herman Mankiewicz had come west to make his fortune after working as the drama editor for the New Yorker. "Millions are to be grabbed out here, and your only competition is idiots," he notified his friend and fellow journalist Ben Hecht in a telegram. "Don't let this get around." Notoriously boozy and belligerent to his Hollywood paymasters, Mankiewicz sought refuge from the crass torments of the movie industry by recreating his old Algonquin Round Table in his Beverly Hills home. Luminaries like Scott and Zelda Fitzgerald, the Marx Brothers, Greta Garbo, James Thurber, and Orson Welles traipsed through young Frank's childhood. "Nobody would give you an argument if you said my father was a self-destructive man," Mankiewicz would later remark. To ensure that the screenwriter completed the masterpiece that would make them both legends, Citizen Kane director Welles had his often thirsty co-creator locked away in a cabin in the dreary desert town of Victorville. Nonetheless, the elder Mankiewicz instilled in his son the values that would draw him to Robert Kennedy. He was a gambler, and he probably was an alcoholic, but those are not sins, Frank recalled about his father. He never stole from the poor. He never fired anybody on Christmas. He was a good man. Most of all, he was funny and furious. I thought he was a terrific father. He told me what things were important. I believed him. I still do. With Kennedy, Mankiewicz could dream about all the ways the country might change, and since Kennedy was widely assumed to be in line for the throne, there was always the expectation it could all come true.
As a senator, Bobby got a deeper and deeper sense that race and poverty were tearing apart the country, how these problems could destroy us, Mankiewicz said recently. He was sitting in his office on the 6th floor of the Watergate building, overlooking the Potomac. In his mid-80s now, he wears hearing aids in both ears. Grayer and rounder, he huffs as he hefts his body around in his swivel chair. But he still works every day as a Washington lobbyist, holding the title of vice chairman at Hill Knowlton, the public relations powerhouse. It's the longest job he's ever held down, but he knows that when he dies, the headlines will identify him as a Kennedy aide, and that will be fine with him. On the walls, next to posters of Citizen Kane and other movies written by his father, are framed memorabilia of his years with Bobby, including a Camus quote that was a Kennedy favorite: "I should like to be able to love my country and still love justice." Every once in a while, at the end of the day in the Senate, when Bobby didn't have to rush off somewhere, we would drift into his office and sit and talk, Mankiewicz continued. He asked us, "What's going on? Frank, what are you reading? Adam, Peter, who's doing the best work on education these days?" I remember when the race riots were raging in Newark and Detroit, and LBJ was calling for a day of mourning, as if that were going to do anything. And we asked him, "If you were president, what would you do?" He thought about it, and then he said, "I'd call in the heads of the 3 TV networks, and I'd sit them down and tell them what a terrible problem this was for the country. And I would tell them that they should devote a whole month of primetime programming to what it was like to be black in America, what it was like to live with 2 or 3 generations of poverty, to have your brother be the first one to graduate from school and still not be able to get a job, to wake up in the morning and see rats around your baby's crib." He said that you could show all that graphically on TV and it might be able to change things. Though Mankiewicz had not been one of Kennedy's band of brothers at the Justice Department, he soon established himself as one of his trusted inner circle. The Californian was the type of man whom Bobby felt he could rely on, with the requisite combination of brains, guts, and heart. Despite his privileged background, Mankiewicz had served as an infantryman in Europe during World War II. "Very few people there were from Beverly Hills," he remarked. He later worked briefly as a journalist before studying law at Berkeley and becoming an entertainment industry lawyer. Kennedy trusted his press aide's shrewd instincts. When the controversy around the Kennedy assassination reached a fever pitch in early 1967, as news broke that New Orleans District Attorney Jim Garrison was reopening the investigation, Mankiewicz was one of the select few to whom Bobby turned to help him get a better grasp of the case. One day, walking together through an airport, Kennedy and Mankiewicz were confronted with the suddenly omnipresent face of Jim Garrison, his wide-set eyes burning with a messianic intensity on a newsstand's magazine racks. Bobby pointed at the magazine covers and asked his aide, "Does that guy have anything?" "I'm not sure that he does, but there is something there," Mankiewicz replied. Kennedy's aide had never accepted the Warren report. "I just didn't believe that a high school dropout could have planned the whole thing." "I want you to look into this, read everything you can," Kennedy instructed Mankiewicz. "So if it gets to a point where I can do something about this, you can tell me what I need to know." Mankiewicz turned himself into an assassination buff, he later recalled, poring over the piles of books and monographs on the subject and quizzing conspiracy researchers like Ray Marcus, who brought big blow-ups of his Dealey Plaza photos to Mankiewicz's Maryland home. "I came to the conclusion that there was some sort of conspiracy, probably involving the mob, anti-Castro Cuban exiles, and maybe rogue CIA agents," said Mankiewicz. "Every so often I would bring this up with Bobby. I told him who I thought was involved, but it was like he just couldn't focus on it. He'd get this look of pain, or more like numbness on his face. It just tore him apart." Mankiewicz's conclusions about the assassination mirrored those of Kennedy himself. Hearing them voiced by a trusted aide must have made them starkly real for Kennedy. And they must have, once again, filled him with an immobilizing sense of guilt, since the conspiracy described by his aide grew out of the very groups he was supposed to be controlling for his brother. The prospect of confronting this conspiracy with its powerful government connections was clearly still paralyzing for Kennedy. In public, Kennedy continued to deflect questions about the assassination with an icy resolve. Joe McGinnis, a Philadelphia Inquirer columnist at the time, observed the senator during one such painfully awkward moment in December 1966. After a long day of visiting anti-poverty centers, Kennedy was waiting on the platform at the North Philadelphia train station to ride back to New York. As usual, there were no bodyguards to fend off overly friendly or threatening intrusions. It was just Bobby, standing without a topcoat on the frigid platform, brushing back his shock of windswept hair. He looked small and cold, and for just those few seconds, like a little boy, McGinnis observed. Suddenly, a radio reporter pushed his way through the small circle gathered around Bobby, and after exchanging some idle remarks with Kennedy, he inched his way toward the inevitable question.
Taking a deep breath, and the radio reporter began. Senator, with all the recent criticism of the Warren Commission, Kennedy immediately cut him off. I don't discuss that. His voice, hard and sharp, would have silenced all but the most persistent journalists. As Kennedy batted away the question, the muscles in his clenched face visibly twitched. But, horribly for everyone witnessing the spectacle, the radio man pushed on. It was his job, and he was gutsy to do it. I know you haven't discussed it in the past, but our district attorney here, Arlen Specter. The reporter got no further than invoking the name of the former Warren Commission attorney and future senator from Pennsylvania who helped concoct the magic bullet theory. Again, Kennedy cut off the reporter. I said I don't discuss that. At all. And this time his voice was full of such barely suppressed rage that even the dogged reporter fell silent. Everybody looked down at their shoes until the train mercifully came, recalled McGinnis. And then, as he stepped forward to board the train, Kennedy did something to pull the reporter out of the hole where he had banished him, even though, observed McGinnis, he must have wanted to put the radio man's head on the tracks and let the train run over his mouth. Kennedy stretched out his hand to the man and, looking him directly in the eyes, said, "Goodbye. Nice to have seen you." To McGinnis, Kennedy's parting gesture showed an awful lot of class, but it was surely more than that. It was Kennedy's way of acknowledging that the reporter was not out of line. The press and the public had the right to know more about his brother's death. He simply could not help them yet. Among those electrified by the Garrison investigation in New Orleans was a maverick man of letters named Chandler Brossard, a self-educated literateur and journalist who wrote hipster novels like Who Walk in Darkness, which was set in bohemian Greenwich Village, but paid the rent by working as an editor at magazines like The New Yorker, Time, and Coronet. In 1967, Brossard, who was working as a Look magazine's senior editor at the time, convinced his boss, William Atwood, who had been hired as Look's editor-in-chief the year before, to meet with Garrison in the magazine's New York office. Atwood, JFK's old prep school mate and secret liaison with Castro in the administration's final days, had begun to have his own suspicions about the events in Dallas by then. He agreed to meet with the New Orleans prosecutor and Brossard, and the three men's discussion of the case spilled into the evening, through dinner and drinks, not ending until 1 in the morning. After finally bidding good night to Garrison, Atwood was so fired up about the prosecutor's case for a conspiracy that he phoned Bobby Kennedy from the New York Press Club, where he had dined that night. Like everyone else in the Kennedy circle, Bill Atwood was waiting for Bobby Kennedy to do something to finally solve his brother's murder. Bill thought that Bobby was a real tough guy, recalled his widow, Simone.
One of the things he thought about the assassination was that if anybody knew what was going on, Bobby did. That Bobby was very much on top of things and not about to just lie down and say, "That's the way it is," and just accept the official story. Atwood, a man whom Bobby respected for his diplomatic service during the Kennedy administration, urgently told the senator that Garrison was onto something. The editor intended to throw the weight of Look, a lively written picture magazine, second only to Life in national influence at the time, behind Garrison's investigation. He strongly encouraged Kennedy to commit himself to reopening the case. In response, Bobby told Atwood that he agreed his brother had been the victim of a conspiracy. "But I can't do anything until we get control of the White House," Kennedy told him. Soon after hanging up the phone, Atwood suffered a major heart attack and was rushed in the early morning hours to St. Vincent's Hospital. It took him 3 months to recover enough to return to work. Look magazine never jumped on Jim Garrison's bandwagon. "I can't do anything until we get control of the White House." It became Bobby's standard reply whenever those in his circle pushed him to take a stand on the assassination controversy. But as the Warren Report became increasingly besieged in 1966 and 77, it grew more and more difficult for Kennedy to hold to this position. Public opinion was racing ahead of his presidential timetable. By this time, dissension over the Warren Report was even starting to embroil elite circles. In February 1966, an independent New York researcher named Charles E. Stanton took it upon himself to mail a rudimentary survey about the assassination to a sprawling spectrum of prominent personalities in the United States and abroad. The questionnaire, which asked whether or not respondents believed the Warren Report and whether or not they suspected that the government was suppressing evidence of a conspiracy, was accompanied by a heartfelt letter appealing to the illustrious recipient's sense of history. One Kennedy intimate had chided Stanton, he confessed in his letter, criticizing his survey for being in bad taste, if not actually morbid. But would it not be provocative to read the reactions of Abraham Lincoln's contemporaries, Disraeli, Karl Marx, Mark Twain, Jules Verne, Garibaldi, Oscar Wilde, and what they thought of the disastrous assassination? Stanton pleaded. The researcher sent out more than 300 questionnaires between February 1966 and January 1968. Addressing them to a politically diverse group that spanned from Fidel Castro to Francisco Franco. Many, including U.S. media luminaries like Walter Cronkite and Eric Sevareid, and political potentates like J. Edgar Hoover, Senators Barry Goldwater and William Fulbright, and lawyer Roy Cohn, predictably dodged Stanton's questions. But the responses Stanton did receive provide an illuminating snapshot of an elite class in turmoil over the Kennedy assassination. He never published the results of his work, but the handwritten scrawls of these famous Kennedy contemporaries, now stored at the Kennedy Library, are fascinating to read. Among those who endorsed the government's version of the assassination were Pierre Salinger, who would change his mind later in life, journalists Harrison Salisbury and Stuart Alsop, movie mogul Dor Shari, poets Richard Wilbur and Carl Sandburg, historian James McGregor Burns, politically divergent intellectuals William F. Buckley and Dwight MacDonald, and socialist leader Norman Thomas. The researcher also heard back from the 2 principal architects of Kennedy's Bay of Pigs disaster, former CIA officials Allen Dulles and Richard Bissell. Unsurprisingly, Dulles expressed his unswerving confidence in the government investigation that he had assiduously guided. But the assassination survey clearly got under Bissell's skin, and he could not stop himself from scrawling in large, bold script in the comments section, "Who cares? Let's get our minds, if we have any, on something else." Ironically, adding his Warren Report endorsement to those of the 2 CIA men with whom he and his brother had bitterly clashed was Senator Robert F. Kennedy. The Warren Report was prepared by highly competent and respected people after intensive study, and there is every reason to have confidence in their findings, read the reply on Kennedy's Senate stationery. Adding to the irony, Bobby's response was penned for him by his aide Joe Dolan, a man who harbored even more explosive suspicions about Dallas than RFK.
The list of those who believed Kennedy was the victim of a plot was equally impressive. Poets Robert Graves, Allen Ginsberg, Thomas Merton, and Kenneth Rexroth. Novelists Catherine Ann Porter, Terry Southern, Irving Wallace, and Ray Bradbury. Dramatist Patty Chayefsky, sociologist Andrew Hacker, journalist and Kennedy peace emissary Norman Cousins, Norwegian seafaring adventurer Thor Heyerdahl of Kon-Tiki fame, British scholars Arnold Toynbee, Bertrand Russell, and Hugh Trevor Roper. Among the more passionate handwritten comments came from Southern, whose screenplay for Dr. Strangelove had been inspired by the doomsday militarists with whom JFK had dueled. The absurdity of the Warren Report is patent and overwhelming, he angrily scrawled at the bottom of the survey. One has only to browse through any of the 26 volumes to know at once what a complete farce, charade, and incredible piece of mess it is. The impressive thing about it is its insulting artlessness. It is as though they imagined that not one single person in America would take the trouble to look at the unabridged version. With the country's political leadership and news media refusing to exhume the JFK case, it fell to a few intrepid celebrities to speak out about the mystery that was haunting America. In June 1967, on stage at the now legendary Monterey Pop Festival, David Crosby of the Byrds stunned the audience, as well as his fellow band members, by making a shocking statement about JFK's assassination. President Kennedy wasn't killed by one man. He was shot from several directions. The truth has been suppressed. You should know that. This is your country. Comedian Mort Saul emerged as the most prominent critic of the Warren Report in the entertainment industry, putting his career on the line by turning his popular nightclub act into a running critique of the official investigation and charging that JFK was the victim of a government plot. Kennedy was the only president that ever went up against the country's national security complex, Saul told an alternative newspaper in March 1968. And see what happened to him for his pains. On stage, he would poke holes in the government's cover-up, reading in scathing tones from the 26 Warren Report volumes piled around him as props. Saul's once lucrative career began to suffer, with his income plummeting from $1 million a year to $13,000. Working on the Kennedy assassination caused people to accuse me of not being funny or beloved anymore. In the eyes of show business, those are the greatest crimes of all, he said. Saul had avoided the obscenity legal battles and drug woes that had brought down fellow comedian Lenny Bruce, who broke in with him in the early 60s in San Francisco nightclubs like the Hungry Eye. But now his friends warned him that his obsession with the Kennedy case would be his own demise. He could not bring himself to stop. Saul had supplied JFK with gags during the 1960 campaign, but had fallen out with the Kennedy camp after the election, when he switched back to his role as political satirist and began tweaking the new president. Old Joe Kennedy thought you were either with the family or against it. He didn't laugh when Saul sent him a congratulatory telegram. You haven't lost a son, you've gained a country. But Jack was different. He knew how to laugh at himself. Saul admired his grace and humor. He thought his American University peace speech should be taught in schools. He thought his murder was the foulest event of our lives. That sort of thing was not supposed to happen in America. And where were the watchdogs of the American press? He was revolted by the sentimentalization of Kennedy's death, the way that Walter Cronkite led the nation in an orgy of communal crying. He took a savage view of the news media's supine acceptance of the Warren Report. Hitler said that he always knew you could buy the press. What he didn't know was you could get them cheap.
When Jim Garrison announced he was reopening the case, Saul flew to New Orleans and volunteered to help him. Finally, someone was doing something to solve the crime of the century. By late 1966, it was becoming impossible for the establishment media to stick with the official story. Shamed by the growing cultural ferment around the Kennedy assassination and prodded by best-selling conspiracy books by authors like Mark Lane, Edward J. Epstein, and Josiah Thompson, a Haverford College philosophy professor whose 6 Seconds in Dallas presented a carefully constructed case for 3 assassins and at least 4 bullets in Dealey Plaza, the media began to finally take a skeptical attitude towards the Warren Report. On November 25th, Life magazine questioned, "Did Oswald act alone?" in a remarkable cover story that suggested he did not. The report was the work of a team that included Haverford's Professor Thompson. It marked a stunning shift for the Luce publication, which had played a key role in the crime's cover-up by buying the original Zapruder film and locking it away. This outrageous action, which was ordered by Life's publisher C.D. Jackson, who, like his boss Henry Luce, was a fervid anti-communist with strong ties to the CIA, allowed the magazine to repeatedly distort what the Zapruder film actually depicted, publishing frames and captions that misled the public into believing JFK was struck only by shots from the rear. But by late 1966, Jackson was dead and Luce near the end of his life, and the growing cracks in the Warren Report forced even Life to shift direction. The next month, the New York Times quietly announced that it was forming a special task force to investigate the assassination. The team was headed by Harrison Salisbury, then the editor of the Times op-ed page, who announced that his reporters would go over all the areas of doubt and hope to eliminate them. Even the Saturday Evening Post, showcase of all-American Norman Rockwell values, was moved to declare that there was something rotten about Dallas, running a major excerpt from Thompson's book on its cover with the blaring headline, "3 Assassins Killed Kennedy." An accompanying editorial declared, "We believe the Kennedy mystery has not been solved, that the case is not closed." All these ripples of activity around the Kennedy assassination would be swallowed in 1967 by the tidal wave of Jim Garrison's investigation. It was a roaring media spectacle that swept everything before it. The probe dredged up a florid cast of characters, including CIA mercenaries, violent Cuban refugees, street hustlers, and of course Clay Shaw, the elegant gay business leader with murky intelligence affiliations who became the central focus of Garrison's case. Robert Kennedy had been quietly waiting until he was able to win the White House, a race he was planning to make at this point in 1972 after Lyndon Johnson completed his second full term. Then RFK would enlist the powers of the federal government in his hunt for his brother's killers. But he had not counted on Jim Garrison. The prosecutor's raucous investigation would force Bobby out of the shell where he was biding his time, compelling him to try to make sense of the Garrison cavalcade and to take steps to avoid being run over by it. It took a man with the bravado of Jim Garrison to be the first law enforcement official in the country to reopen the Kennedy investigation. Known in New Orleans as the Jolly Green Giant for his oversized frame, 6 feet 7 inches and 240 pounds, and glad-handing personality, he cut a colorful swath in a showy town. As he began his legal career, Garrison brought with him an eccentric resume, but it was not a liability in the Big Easy. His father was a shady character who had done time for larceny and selling illegal hooch to Indians. During World War II, Garrison served with distinction as a combat pilot in Europe. But when he was called back to active duty during the Korean War, he was beset with anxieties and was discharged for psychiatric reasons. He joined the FBI, but abruptly quit less than 4 months later. After being elected district attorney, Garrison made a name for himself by strapping on a pistol and leading well-publicized raids on the fleshpots of Bourbon Street. But he himself was a notorious ladies' man, with a strong penchant for the pleasures that the French Quarter offered. In March 1962, Garrison worked his Louisiana political connections to finagle an audience with the dazzling young President of the United States. Instead of taking his wife, Liz, with him to Washington, he brought his girlfriend of the moment, a flight attendant named Judy Chambers. The night before his meeting with JFK, the fun-loving district attorney and his mistress partied so exuberantly that he overslept his appointment at the White House. Garrison was able to pull himself together, however, for a Justice Department meeting with Bobby Kennedy at 1:30 that afternoon. If JFK discovered the reason that Garrison stood him up, he was likely amused. But Bobby, who never put pleasure before business, did not hide his irritation with Garrison. When the DA returned to New Orleans, a friend asked him how the trip went. "Well, I met Bobby," Garrison replied. He was then obliged to explain why he had missed his meeting with the president. But he was not the least contrite. "You can always meet a president," Garrison informed his friend, "but you can't always get such a memorable encounter." Garrison was flamboyant, as he bragged to the press, but he was no buffoon. Like most Americans, he accepted the government's version of the assassination until one day in November 1966, when venerable Senator Russell Long from Louisiana, with whom he was sharing a flight to New York, made some disturbing remarks about the Warren report. "Those fellows on the Warren Commission were dead wrong," Long, the Senate's majority whip, told Garrison. "There's no way in the world that one man could have shot up Jack Kennedy that way." Senator Long's comments launched Garrison on his mission to find the truth about what had happened to JFK in the streets of Dallas. "For me," he said, "that was the end of innocence." After plowing through the voluminous Warren report, a study, he became convinced, designed only to tranquilize the American public, and the work of the leading conspiracy researchers, Garrison came to the conclusion that Kennedy was the victim of a well-organized plot with roots in New Orleans, where Lee Harvey Oswald had spent the summer before the assassination. Despite its reputation for a tropical, easygoing tolerance, the city was a hotbed of anti-Kennedy extremism. JFK himself confided to Louisiana Congressman Hale Boggs, while waiting out a rain delay in the dugout during an opening day baseball game in April 1962, that he dreaded a forthcoming trip to New Orleans because of the murderous passions against him there. "I'm not sure about going to New Orleans," the president told Boggs. "I've got reports that it's so tense down there that something could happen." As Garrison began investigating Oswald's ties to local Kennedy haters, he zeroed in on the peculiar office building at 544 Camp Street, where a former FBI agent and far-right zealot named Guy Bannister and his eccentric associate David Ferry oversaw a buzzing beehive of anti-Castro activity that included the young man later arrested for Kennedy's murder. The prosecutor came to the conclusion that Oswald was a pawn in a complex plot, framed as a Castro-loving Marxist to take the blame for the assassination. The real masterminds behind the conspiracy, he decided, could be found in the CIA and Pentagon. President Kennedy was killed for one reason, Garrison began to tell the press, because he was working for reconciliation with the Phil and Castro's Cuba. President Kennedy died because he wanted peace. The United States, Garrison concluded, had been taken over by the military-industrial complex that Eisenhower had warned about. In a very real and terrifying sense, our government is the CIA and the Pentagon, with Congress reduced to a debating society, he declared in 1968. "I've learned enough about the machinations of the CIA in the past year to know that this is no longer the dream world America I once believed in. I've always had a kind of knee-jerk trust in my government's basic integrity, whatever political blunders it may make. But I've come to realize that in Washington, deceiving and manipulating the public are viewed by some as the natural prerogatives of office. Huey Long once said, 'Fascism will come to America in the name of anti-fascism.' I'm afraid, based on my experience, that fascism will come to America in the name of national security." Guy Bannister had died of a heart attack in 1964, so David Ferry became Garrison's chief suspect. Ferry was a pilot and soldier of fortune who had been fired by Eastern Airlines after he was arrested on charges of inappropriate conduct. Ferry had known Oswald since he was a teenage cadet in the Civil Air Patrol, where the older man was a trainer. Ferry moved in a shadowy world of anti-communist adventurism, where intelligence types, gangsters, and Cuban exiles all intermingled. As Edward J. Epstein mordantly observed, he was bizarre even by the relaxed standards of the French Quarter. The victim of a disease that had robbed him of all his hair, Ferry wore ill-fitting, homemade reddish rags and dabbed on grease paint to cover his missing eyebrows, giving his face the appearance of a ghoulish Halloween mask in Garrison's estimation. His filthy, ramshackle apartment was filled with cages of squealing white mice that Ferry was using for cancer experiments, tests, he told some, to find ways of injecting Castro with the disease. Garrison first brought Ferry in for questioning a few days after the assassination, when he heard that he had made a mysterious trip to Texas on the day of the crime. He was on the verge of hauling Ferry before a grand jury in February 1967 when word of Garrison's investigation leaked in the press, and Ferry suddenly found himself in the eye of a media storm. Though Garrison's suspect was growing increasingly frantic in the public spotlight, the DA decided to hold off on bringing him in, apparently to sweat him a while longer. It was a fateful decision. Just as Garrison was telling his staff to stay cool, hold our fire, and wait a little longer, he received a call that Ferry had been found dead in his apartment. The coroner ruled that the 48-year-old man had died of natural causes. Ferry suffered from high blood pressure, and some of his friends speculated that his fatal brain hemorrhage was brought on by the stress of Garrison's investigation. But Garrison always suspected it was a suicide or murder. Ferry, he said, was a victim of forces much larger than himself, swept up in the gales of history. By now, the New Orleans DA was also swept up in a tempest, a political and media hurricane never seen before in his city. Hundreds of reporters and camera crews from all over the world were swarming his office. The White House, Justice Department, FBI, and CIA were intensely focused on his underfinanced investigation. With Ferry's death, Garrison's key suspect was gone, and he suddenly had a gaping hole in his case. But the prosecutor was riding a wild animal, and instead of getting off the snorting, steaming beast to which he was strapped, he held on and declared that he had a new suspect. In March 1967, Garrison announced he was arresting a New Orleans civic leader named Clay Shaw for the murder of John F. Kennedy. The stunned city knew Shaw as the respected founder of the International Trade Mart. But to Garrison, he was a CIA-linked international businessman and, like David Ferry, a man familiar to Shaw through gay circles. He had served as one of Oswald's handlers in New Orleans. Shaw would not be brought to trial until January 1969.
But in the intervening months, Garrison's investigation sucked virtually all JFK activity into its swirling vortex. Among the millions of Americans who were riveted by the case was Robert F. Kennedy. One evening soon after David Ferry's death, the phone rang at the home of Dr. Nicholas Chetta, the New Orleans coroner who had conducted the autopsy on the man who had been at the center of the Garrison whirlwind. The phone was answered by Chetta's teenage son, Nicky Jr., who by then was growing fed up with the incessant calls from the press that had been set off by Ferry's sudden death. Garrison was not the only one who found the timing of his demise suspicious. "Hello, this is Robert Kennedy," the caller said. "May I speak with Dr. Chetta?" "Yeah, and I'm the Lone Ranger," replied the doctor's son, who was in no mood for prank calls, slamming down the phone. Shortly after, the phone rang again. "This is Robert Kennedy, and I insist on speaking with Dr. Chetta." This time, the teenager surrendered the phone to his father, who held a hushed conversation with Kennedy for several minutes. The senator wanted to assure himself that Garrison's key suspect was not the victim of foul play. As Garrison sparked fireworks, Bobby Kennedy began taking steps to determine the validity of his investigation. His direct call to Chetta notwithstanding, Kennedy relied on his usual method of using surrogates to look into the New Orleans probe. Among those he pumped for information was his old friend and former press spokesman Ed Guthman. After leaving the Justice Department in August 1964, shortly before his boss, Guthman had returned to the newspaper business as the national editor of the Los Angeles Times. Guthman insists today that Kennedy did not ask him to investigate Garrison. He says that he decided on his own to put 5 of his best reporters on the story. He even traveled to New Orleans himself to look into the case, taking Garrison and one of his investigators, a private eye named Louis Gervich, to lunch. Despite Guthman's insistence today that his motivations were journalistic, the two men assumed that he was on a mission for Kennedy. "He probably was sizing up our intelligence quotient for Bobby," said Gervich at the time. "Bobby's always been leery of the cookie critics." Guthman's team of reporters descended on New Orleans shortly after the news broke about Garrison's case in February 1967 and stayed with the story into the fall. They quickly developed a scornful attitude towards the prosecutor and his case, after interviewing sources like Jack Ruby's sister, whom they found in Southern California, Perry Russo, the handsome 25-year-old insurance trainee and self-described unconventional individual who became Garrison's star witness after tying Ferry, Oswald, and Shaw together in the plot against JFK, and, most importantly, Gervich's brother and investigative partner William, who had become one of Garrison's most damaging critics after breaking with him on the case. Fed numerous tales of Garrison's eccentricities by William Gervich, one Times reporter filed a memo to Guthman that seethed. "If it weren't so deadly serious because of the injury it is doing to innocent people, would be comic, a burlesque." Guthman's reporters convinced him that Garrison was a phony. Looking back on the case today, he says, "I sent some of our best people down there, mostly from our Washington bureau, great reporters like Jack Nelson, and I went down there myself. But all my guys concluded there was nothing to it, and they were very good reporters." Guthman later met with Kennedy in Washington and reported to him what the Los Angeles Times team had decided about Garrison. "I talked to Bob. He wanted to know what we had found out, and I told him, so he accepted that. My feeling was that it was possible, but with Garrison, the evidence wasn't there." But the man who had the most impact on Kennedy's view of the New Orleans investigation was Walter Sheridan. The former chief of RFK's Get Hoffa squad at the Justice Department played a central yet little-known role in Kennedy's secret search for the truth about Dallas. There was no person in his inner circle on whom Bobby depended more to help him ferret out the full story of what happened to his brother. Sheridan's word on Kennedy was bound to carry enormous weight with Kennedy. Bobby once confided to New York reporter Jack Newfield, who had drawn close to the senator while covering him, that he had assigned different aspects of the assassination case to Goodwin, Mankiewicz, and Sheridan. But Newfield knew that the key player here was Walt Sheridan. He was the man whom Kennedy's intimates assumed would one day lead the way in cracking the case. Kennedy's deep trust and affection for Sheridan had been forged during the Senate Rackets investigation, and then reinforced during their long quest to put Jimmy Hoffa behind bars. He was slick and soft-spoken, but, like Bobby, fierce and unrelenting when on the trail of corrupt figures like Hoffa, a man to whom they both applied the word evil. Kennedy and Sheridan shared a black and white view of the world, rooted in their Catholic faith when they joined forces in the 1950s. They were determined to cleanse government, which, they believed, like the church, was meant to uplift the needy and suffering, of the moral rot they feared had spread even to the loftiest echelons of Washington. "We must kindle an enthusiasm for the good and the right and the just," Sheridan told the Adoration Society, a Catholic group in his native Utica, New York, in 1960.
It is time to reaffirm the basic toughness and moral certitude that motivated our country to its position of greatness. Bobby's Justice Department crusade against organized crime would become Sheridan's vehicle for the nation's moral revival. The crusade would take both men into the darkest corners of American power, expose them and their families to frequent physical danger, and finally bond them like soldiers who had shared the same blood-soaked trench. Sheridan was loved as a brother and as a member of the family, recalled Teddy Kennedy. He and Bobby, who were born on the same day, celebrated their birthdays together. He and his family were frequent guests at Hickory Hill, where, despite his unimposing build, Sheridan was an enthusiastic participant in the Kennedys' rough and lawless touch football games, once suffering a near concussion when he bashed heads with charging former All-American Byron Whizzer White. Sheridan's wife, Nancy, was equally fond of Bobby, who often invited the Sheridans' 5 children to parties in the Justice Department courtyard and spoke at their daughter's high school graduation. And so it was the trusted Walt Sheridan to whom Kennedy immediately turned on November 22, 1963, dispatching him to Dallas to find out what he could. Even from the outset, neither man trusted the FBI to get to the bottom of the crime. At the beginning of his career, Sheridan had spent 4 years with the FBI, recruiting communists as undercover agents. But he finally quit after getting fed up with Hoover's extremism. "I was a cut liberal, and the FBI is a right-wing organization," he later explained. He would denounce the FBI chief as somewhat of a dictator and somewhat of a jerk. After he quit, his fellow FBI agents were warned to have no contact with him. It must have galled Hoover when Sheridan's name began being floated in the press as a possible replacement for the aging dictator in a second Kennedy term. When Sheridan dug up evidence within 48 hours of JFK's assassination that Jack Ruby had received a bundle of money from a Hoffa associate, the FBI showed no interest in pursuing this tantalizing piece of evidence. Sheridan and Bobby Kennedy quickly came to the same conclusion. JFK was the victim of a powerful conspiracy. But for the rest of his life, Sheridan was extremely cautious in his public remarks about the assassination.
Another trait the Kennedys deeply valued in the investigator was his discretion. A submarine sailor during World War II, Sheridan knew how to swim underwater, one Kennedy aide remarked. Business or pleasure, secrets were safe with Walter, and appreciative Teddy Kennedy eulogized Sheridan at his 1995 funeral. Whether working on an investigation or planning a surprise party, nothing ever leaked. On that point, we all agreed. Walter Sheridan kept his mouth shut. Nonetheless, Sheridan shared a crucial piece of information with his wife. He and Bobby were determined to crack the assassination of President Kennedy. When first contacted for this book, Nancy Sheridan was as reticent as her late husband to talk about the assassination. But gradually, during 5 separate interviews extending over a 2-year period, she revealed more about the 2 men's collaboration on the case. Sheridan's widow stated that Walt and Bobby pursued leads in the years after Dallas and planned to reopen the case if Kennedy succeeded in winning the presidency. They continued working on the case even after Bob left the Justice Department. The 2 of them would sometimes go back to the Justice Department to look over evidence together, she said, sitting in her modest 1-story home in suburban Maryland. She spoke in a soft, halting voice, choosing her words carefully. While Nancy Sheridan knew that her husband was working on the highly sensitive case with Kennedy, Walt never told her what they were finding. "He didn't tell me anything specific," she said. "That would have been a major obligation, a terrible burden on his family." "You mean that he did not want to put his family at risk?" I asked. "Yes." In a later interview, she reiterated this point. "I've said to our children, whatever Walt knew about what went on in Dallas, he took with him. He would never put that responsibility on his family." Again, seeking to be certain of what she was saying, I asked, because he didn't want to put the family in jeopardy. "Well," she replied, "it would be an awful responsibility for anybody, don't you think?"
Did Sheridan ever write down his thoughts about the case? No, he wouldn't have written that down. In February 1965, Sheridan left Kennedy's staff to pursue a career as an investigative journalist, taking a job as a producer with NBC News. "I want to hit people between the eyes. I want to talk about things that have not yet been talked about," he announced. Before he started his new job, he made an agreement with Kennedy not to investigate Dallas for NBC. They would wait until they could reopen the case together. When Walt was offered the job at NBC, Nancy recalled, he went to Bob and said, "This is what I'm going to do. What do you think about it?" And their decision was the only thing Walt wouldn't do for NBC was to investigate the assassination. It was because they had something going together. 2 years later, the Garrison probe exploded in the press. Kennedy and Sheridan were both eager to find out what the DA had. Bobby told Arthur Schlesinger that he thought Garrison might be onto something. But Sheridan, who decided to go to New Orleans to check out the investigation, quickly came to a different conclusion, putting the Kennedy camp and the Garrison camp on a fateful collision course. Like Guthman, Sheridan insisted he did not go to New Orleans on Kennedy's behalf. But soon after arriving there, he began feeding his former boss information about the investigation. Sheridan's scathing reports on Garrison would turn Kennedy against the prosecutor, and his scorching NBC special, The JFK Conspiracy, The Case of Jim Garrison, would turn the media tide sharply against the New Orleans lawman. According to Nancy Sheridan, her husband decided that Jim Garrison was a fraud, a dishonest man, morally and intellectually, within 24 hours of his arrival in New Orleans. He talked to enough people to say, "This guy's crazy and crooked," she recalled. As with Guthman's Los Angeles Times team, Garrison defector Bill Gurvich was a principal source for Sheridan as he reached his withering assessment of the prosecutor. After abandoning Garrison's camp, Gurvich would be described in the press as the DA's chief investigator. But Garrison himself would dismiss Gurvich as merely a chauffeur and photographer, one of the many people who floated through his rambling, disorganized operation, which was soon peppered with colorful personalities from all over the country, including informants for the CIA and FBI. Sheridan thought enough of the disgruntled Garrison employee to set up a meeting for him with Kennedy at Hickory Hill on June 8, 1967. Their 90-minute conversation continued in a cab ride to the airport and ended as the two men sat on a luggage conveyor. Gurvich later explained that he had met with Kennedy because he worried that he would think there actually was something in New Orleans and might be overly optimistic and hopeful about solving his brother's murder. In their conversation, the investigator bluntly told Kennedy, "Senator, Mr. Garrison will never shed any light on your brother's death." "Then why is he doing this?" Kennedy asked him. "I don't know," Gurvich replied. "I wish I did." Walt Sheridan had his own explanation for Garrison's media circus investigation. He thought the DA was trying to deflect the spotlight from New Orleans' godfather, Carlos Marcello, and his banker, Jimmy Hoffa, two men who were high on Sheridan's list of suspects in the assassination. Sheridan believed that Garrison was on Marcello's payroll. Why else didn't the prosecutor pursue the gangster, who had more obvious ties to David Ferry than Clay Shaw did? At the time of the assassination, Ferry and Bannister were both working as investigators for Marcello in the deportation case brought against the mafia lord by Bobby Kennedy's Justice Department. Ferry was also reported to have flown Marcello back from Guatemala after Kennedy's men grabbed him under dubious legal circumstances and hustled him out of the country in 1961. But curiously, Jim Garrison never bothered to investigate Marcello's connections to Dallas, a city that was under his criminal dominion, and whose local mafia underboss, Joseph Campisi, was the first person to visit Jack Ruby in jail. Since Ferry and Bannister also did work for the CIA, the agency that he believed had masterminded the plot, Garrison chose to focus only on this aspect of their employment record.
Throughout his years as district attorney, Garrison gave Carlos Marcello a pass, going so far to insist that the mobster who called himself a tomato salesman was a respectable businessman. In his 1988 memoir, Garrison wrote that he never came upon evidence that Mafia kingpin the Justice Department says he is. He conceded that the Mafia sometimes acted as a shadowy partner of the CIA, but the only significant role he believed the mob played in Dallas was as a convenient scapegoat for the intelligence agency. Kennedy had a more astute understanding of the way power in America worked. He recognized that institutions like the CIA sometimes become so entwined with the criminal underworld it was difficult to tell them apart at the operational level. Sheridan felt his suspicions about Garrison were confirmed in late June 1967, when, locked in what was now a very public brawl with the NBC producer, the DA leaked word to the press that he was investigating Ed Parton for a possible connection to the Kennedy assassination. Parton, the renegade leader of the Teamsters Baton Rouge local, had been the key witness in the Kennedy-Sheridan case against Jimmy Hoffa. After Hoffa was finally convicted and sent to jail in March 1967, the Teamsters and their organized crime allies began pulling every string they could to pressure Parton into switching sides and helping free Hoffa. Sheridan immediately concluded that Garrison's press leak about Parton was the latest move in this campaign on Hoffa's behalf.
For Walt Sheridan and Bobby Kennedy, who had devoted much of their professional lives to hunting down Hoffa, there were few other affronts they would have taken more seriously than tampering with their hard-won conviction of the Teamster boss. Only one other Garrison move would have agitated Sheridan and Kennedy more, steering his investigation into the dark waters of the anti-Castro plots that had been supervised by Bobby, and inquiring how they might have backfired against JFK in Dallas. This is precisely what Garrison began doing, to what must have been Kennedy's horror. The prosecutor began stumbling around the Cuba minefield, looking into whether Oswald might have been part of a CIA plot to kill Castro, and whether the operation was approved by Attorney General Kennedy. Even assuming that RFK did not approve the Castro assassination schemes, there was enough in the Cuba catacombs to have haunted Bobby ever since the shots rang out in Dealey Plaza. This angle of Garrison's investigation could only have intensified Kennedy's feelings of guilt and his fears that the New Orleans case was going to blow up in his face. In May 1967, Sheridan, who had discovered Garrison's alarming line of inquiry, took the extraordinary step of approaching the CIA to see if the agency might be willing to cooperate with his NBC investigation of the DA. On May 8th, Richard H. Lansdale, a lawyer for the agency, disclosed in a memo that he had been approached by a Sheridan representative, Washington lawyer Herbert Jack Miller, the former criminal division chief in the Kennedy Justice Department. Miller told the CIA counsel that Sheridan had learned Garrison was trying to develop an explosive thesis about Oswald. The prosecutor was attempting to prove that the alleged assassin was a CIA agent, violently anti-communist, recruited by the agency for an operation approved by Robert Kennedy to kill Castro. When Oswald killed President Kennedy, the thesis is it was necessary to show Oswald as a communist in order to cover up the original plan. 3 days later, Lansdale reported that Miller had contacted him again on behalf of Sheridan, telling him that Sheridan has indicated a willingness, if not a desire, to meet with CIA under any terms we propose. He would outline Garrison's schemes and intentions as he understands them, and would receive from us anything, if any, we want to say. This could become part of the background in the forthcoming NBC show. The fact that the Kennedy camp and the CIA, with their long, dark history of hostile relations, discussed the possibility of joining forces against Garrison shows how anxious they both were about the events in New Orleans. The agency took aggressive steps to infiltrate and disrupt Garrison's investigation. And during the trial of Clay Shaw, who Dick Helms later admitted was a CIA asset, providing information on overseas businessmen traveling behind the Iron Curtain, the CIA director repeatedly asked his top deputies whether we are giving all the help they need.
But Sheridan had a more demonstrably damaging impact on the Garrison investigation when NBC broadcast his hour-long news special on June 19, 1967. The program ripped into the DA for cobbling together a rickety case by bribing, intimidating, and manipulating witnesses. The results of Garrison's prosecutorial mayhem, the show's host concluded, have been to damage reputations, spread fear and suspicion, and worst of all, to exploit the nation's sorrow and doubts about President Kennedy's death. The NBC show was a devastating blast, and it marked a turning point in Garrison's fortunes. After Sheridan's indictment, the DA's public image began shifting from crusading to kooky. The wounded Garrison demanded and got equal time from NBC to defend himself. But he also reinforced his image as an out-of-control backwater despot by turning the tables on Sheridan and arresting him for bribing witnesses. The charges were later dropped. The Sheridans feared that the DA was trying to throw Walt in jail so he could do him some bodily harm, said Nancy. Kennedy rushed to Sheridan's defense, declaring that his personal ties to President Kennedy, as well as his own integrity, ensure that he would want as much as, or more than any other man, to ascertain the truth about the events of November 1963. By now, Kennedy himself was aroused to oppose Garrison. When he learned that Mort Saul had landed an appearance for the DA on Johnny Carlson's Tonight Show, Kennedy tried unsuccessfully to get Carson to withdraw the invitation. CNN political reporter Jeff Greenfield, who was a young Kennedy aide at the time, remembers walking into his Senate office and overhearing Bobby lobbying Carson on the phone. He was telling Carson that Garrison was full of crap. Bobby was saying, "Don't believe him. If I thought there was anything to this, I would have done something. Don't you think I would have pursued it vigorously?" Carson went ahead with the interview, but his questions, which Sheridan helped supply him, were surprisingly hostile for the genial talk show host and prompted numerous viewer complaints. Nevertheless, Garrison performed like the smooth courtroom lawyer he was, expertly taking the interview out of Carlson's hands and raising provocative questions of his own about the assassination. The TV host was so annoyed that he later took it out on Saul, banning the comedian from his show. For the rest of their lives, Garrison and Sheridan would regard each other with a poisonous contempt. Even today, among Garrison supporters, the name Walter Sheridan elicits a furious reaction. They accuse him of doing the CIA's bidding when he went to New Orleans. Those close to Sheridan, in turn, scorn the New Orleans DA as a corrupt demagogue. In reality, neither man is so easy to dismiss. It is certain that Sheridan was acting on Robert Kennedy's behalf, not as an intelligence agent when he went to New Orleans. His loyalty, from the time he went to work for Bobby Kennedy's rackets investigation in the late 1950s to the final chapter of his career in the 1980s, when he worked as a Senate investigator for Teddy Kennedy, was unquestionably to the Kennedy family. Walt Sheridan brought a religious devotion to the Kennedy cause, one that he could never have devoted on behalf of another master. Jack Kennedy asked the best of all of us, and we all eagerly gave it, he once said, looking back on his service in JFK's administration. Politics became a noble profession again, as it had been in ancient Greece. He embraced this view of the Kennedy years throughout his life. In Sheridan's mind, Bobby only took the mission higher. It is true that Sheridan had an intelligence background when he came to work for Bobby Kennedy. After quitting the FBI in 1954, he received a security clearance to join the CIA. He decided to work for the National Security Agency instead, but after only 3 years he left that organization, a covert labyrinth dedicated to the cracking of foreign codes, because he said, "I felt cut off from the world." There is no evidence that Sheridan continued to play an intelligence role in his career with the Kennedys. Nancy Sheridan said that her husband shared Bobby's suspicious view of the CIA. They didn't trust it, she said simply. It is easy to understand why the approach that Sheridan made to the agency in the midst of his Garrison research raises eyebrows among his critics. But the CIA, which ordered a background check on Sheridan after hearing from him, was clearly as leery of him as he was of the agency. Langley officials might have feared that Sheridan and Kennedy were not only investigating Garrison, but were on a fishing expedition to find out what the agency knew about the assassination. In any case, the incident reveals more about the two parties' mutual distrust of Garrison than it does about their trust in one another. And there is no evidence Sheridan and agency officials did in fact end up joining forces against the DA. For Walt Sheridan, who had devoted much of their professional lives to hunting down Hoffa, there were few other affronts they would have taken more seriously than tampering with their hard-won conviction of the Teamster boss. Only one other Garrison move would have agitated Sheridan and Kennedy more, steering his investigation into the dark waters of the anti-Castro plots that had been supervised by Bobby and inquiring how they might have backfired against JFK in Dallas. This is precisely what Garrison began doing, to what must have been Kennedy's horror. The prosecutor began stumbling around the Cuba minefield, looking into whether Oswald might have been part of a CIA plot to kill Castro, and whether the operation was approved by Attorney General Kennedy. Even assuming that RFK did not approve the Castro assassination schemes, there was enough in the Cuba catacombs to have haunted Bobby ever since the shots rang out in Dealey Plaza. This angle of Garrison's investigation could only have intensified Kennedy's feelings of guilt and his fears that the New Orleans case was going to blow up in his face. In May 1967, Sheridan, who had discovered Garrison's alarming line of inquiry, took the extraordinary step of approaching the CIA to see if the agency might be willing to cooperate with his NBC investigation of the DA. On May 8th, Richard H. Lansdale, a lawyer for the agency, disclosed in a memo that he had been approached by a Sheridan representative, Washington lawyer Herbert Jack Miller, the former criminal division chief in the Kennedy Justice Department. Miller told the CIA counsel that Sheridan had learned Garrison was trying to develop an explosive thesis about Oswald. The prosecutor was attempting to prove that the alleged assassin was a CIA agent, violently anti-communist, recruited by the agency for an operation approved by Robert Kennedy to kill Castro. When Oswald killed President Kennedy, the thesis is it was necessary to show Oswald as a communist in order to cover up the original plan. 3 days later, Lansdale reported that Miller had contacted
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Thus, Walt Sheridan went to New Orleans for reasons that had nothing to do with U.S. intelligence. He went to size up the Garrison probe, and then, after quickly deciding it was a threat to Bobby Kennedy's political interests and his future chances of reopening the case, to sabotage it. If Sheridan was no spook, Jim Garrison was not simply a pawn of organized crime. He had a troubling blind spot when it came to Carlos Marcello, and he certainly was not the shining knight portrayed by Kevin Costner in Oliver Stone's JFK. But Garrison was more heroic than Sheridan believed. To Bobby's incorruptible crime hunter, Garrison carried a repellent, swampy odor because of his willingness to overlook the criminal exploits of men like Marcello. But Sheridan was too quick to dismiss the entire Garrison enterprise because of this. The prosecutor was, after all, a creature of his environment, and this was hothouse New Orleans, where few public officials did not have to change shirts now and then to stay clean. Despite this, Garrison's outrage over the unsolved murder of the president was genuine, and it put to shame the many public officials in Washington who were in a much grander position to do something about the crime, yet chose to do nothing. Garrison also might have erred badly by targeting Clay Shaw after the deaths of the two more central figures in his case, Guy Bannister and David Ferry. But, as the House Select Committee on Assassinations would confirm a decade later, the New Orleans prosecutor did succeed in shining a light on a crucial corner of the conspiracy: a world of zealous CIA plotters, Cuban expatriates, far-right militants, and mercenaries, where President Kennedy was considered a traitor. There is a tragic sense to the blood feud that broke out between Jim Garrison and Walter Sheridan. These two men probably knew more than anyone else in the country, besides the conspirators themselves, about the plot that cut down JFK. But, like the competing heirs to the Kennedy legacy, RFK and LBJ, they were doomed to clash rather than cooperate. You could not find two more different men, one big, loud-mouthed and brash, the other slight, tight-lipped and circumspect. Garrison was a man of outsized appetites and ambitions. Sheridan was a devoted family man and squeaky clean public servant who had submerged his own dreams in those of Robert Kennedy. But it was not their clashing personalities that ultimately drove them to opposing corners. It was Kennedy's need to control the search into his brother's killing. Even without his obvious flaws, Garrison would have been unacceptable to Bobby. When it came to solving the crime, RFK trusted only himself and a few men like Sheridan who served him. One evening, while he was volunteering as Jim Garrison's media advisor, Mort Saul was invited to a Washington dinner party by his friend, NBC News anchor David Brinkley. Saul was seated next to Bob McNamara, while his wife, China, sat next to a nervous Bobby Kennedy. Everyone avoided the topic hovering in the air. The conversation was so innocuous that it had to be an effort, Saul recalled. Weather was a recurrent topic, and no one ever took a position on it. Ethel Kennedy finally broke the strained mood by getting drunk and dancing on the table. "Ethel, please, my career," cracked Bobby. Finally, at 11 o'clock, Saul left to do his nightclub show, leaving his wife with the jittery Kennedy, who was ripping napkins into shreds and making paper pyramids. Only after Saul had gone did Bobby work up the nerve to ask China, in roundabout fashion, about the controversial turn her husband's career had taken. Why was Mort fired from his popular talk show on a Los Angeles TV station? Kennedy asked her. But he already knew the answer.
Saul had been terminated for talking too much about his brother's assassination. Finally, after Bobby kept pumping her for information, the sharp-tongued China cut him off. "You had him next to you for 2 hours. Why didn't you ask him then?" Saul was exasperated by the reticence of Bobby Kennedy and his circle to publicly confront the subject for which he was sacrificing his career. On another occasion, while escorting the wife of NBC newsman John Chancellor, who was working that night, to a White House dinner, the comedian bumped into Ted Kennedy's wife, Joan. When he told her that Bobby had invited him to his Senate office the next day, she burbled, "Oh, so he's not angry at you anymore?" "Angry about what?" Saul erupted. "I'm destroying my career trying to find out who killed his brother." The next day, when the comedian visited him in his Capitol Hill office, Bobby once again assiduously avoided the topic. Kennedy wanted to know what the prevailing opinion of LBJ was on the college campuses where Saul frequently performed. "They hate him," Saul said. "It's probably time for someone to make a move," Bobby obliquely commented. Saul cut to the chase. "You might just save the country." It was the upcoming presidential race that preoccupied Kennedy. All his future plans depended on his occupancy of the White House. According to Saul and Mark Lane, who also moved to New Orleans to work on the case, the Kennedy and Garrison camps occasionally sent back-channel messages to each other, despite the blazing feud between the DA and Sheridan. This was far from a formal arrangement, and indeed it seems to have consisted largely of gossip and bits of information passed back and forth by a colorful intermediary named Jones. A New York man about town, whose social circle overlapped with the Kennedys, Harris turned himself into a dogged assassination researcher after Dallas, traveling to Dealey Plaza and later New Orleans. The out-of-wedlock son of Broadway producer Jed Harris and actress Ruth Gordon, Harris had a waspish wit and a theatrical flair, showing up in Garrison's office in a straw hat that he rarely took off, even indoors. He had dated Jackie's White House appointment secretary and JFK mistress Pamela Turnier, and partied with the Kennedy crowd in Newport when Jack was alive. He once told Jackie that her glamorous husband should go into movies and let Peter Lawford run the country. Garrison found Harris intriguing, and the New Yorker became one more member of the vivid cast of characters surrounding the prosecutor. Shuttling between New York and New Orleans, Harris would pass along information about the Garrison investigation to Kennedy clan insiders like Steve Smith, the husband of Bobby's sister Jean and manager of the family's finances, whom he bumped into at Manhattan watering holes like P.J. Clark's saloon. Harris would then relay messages from Bobby Kennedy's circle back to Garrison. According to Saul, the message from Bobby was always the same. "I must wait until I reach the White House. Then I will get the guys who killed Jack." Perhaps this was Kennedy's way of signaling to Garrison that it was time for him to step aside. He was going.
Privately, with his staff, a pained and confused Garrison would wonder out loud about the strange quiescence of the Kennedy brothers' circle. One day, the prosecutor turned to Sal, who was the only member of his team who had ever met the Kennedys, and in utter frustration asked him, "You knew them? What kind of friends did those guys have?" "If they killed my brother," Garrison added, "I'd be in the alley waiting for them with a steak knife, not sitting at the Kennedy Center watching a ballet with them." Sal, too, was scathing in his assessment of the Camelot Round Table and their failure to pursue their leader's killers. The old Kennedy crowd was so worried they would stop being invited to parties if they stirred up trouble, sneered the comedian, even if the party had become one long funeral party. Even the president's widow, at first so righteous in her fury against her husband's despicable killers, had gone mute. One day, while walking along Madison Avenue near 74th, Sal came upon Jackie, peering into the store windows and art galleries in the neighborhood. Their eyes met.
She knew what Sal had been doing for her fallen husband. "Hey," said Sal. I know," Jackie muttered, and then quickly walked on. In the end, Jim Garrison's trial of Clay Shaw did exactly what Kennedy and Sheridan had feared it would. It contaminated the JFK assassination investigation for years to come. After deliberating for less than an hour, the jury filed back into a New Orleans courtroom shortly after midnight on March 1, 1969, and declared that Shaw was an innocent man. While the jury members made it clear that they were not endorsing the Warren report, graphic evidence like the Zapruder film, which Garrison repeatedly played in the courtroom, had made a strong impression on them. They explained that the DA had simply failed to present a strong enough case against Shaw. In the eyes of the media, however, the verdict was a resounding vindication for the government's lone gunman theory. For at least another decade, until Congress finally reopened the case, research into the killing of John F. Kennedy would carry the taint of cultism or lunacy because of Garrison's spectacular courtroom failure. Even some of the leading assassination critics who originally supported Garrison, like Harold Weisberg, turned bitterly against him in the end. "Let justice be done, though the heavens fall," Garrison had thundered. And the skies did indeed crash down on him after the collapse of his investigation. Though he beat back attempts to jail him for corruption and run him out of public office, Garrison never again rode the crest of history as he did during his 2-year Kennedy investigation. By the time of Garrison's downfall, Robert Kennedy was dead, and Walter Sheridan would never complete their mission of bringing JFK's killers to justice. As the years went by, Sheridan avoided talking about the assassination. "He was the keeper of confidences, the sphinx of secrets," remarked journalist Jack Newfield, who tried unsuccessfully to persuade Sheridan to appear in his 1992 Frontline documentary about mafia involvement in the Kennedy assassination. In public, Sheridan claimed he believed the lone gunman theory, but he clearly did not want to linger on the subject. "If there was a conspiracy, I would have been the one to find it out," he told investigative reporter Dan Molda, author of a book on Jimmy Hoffa. Off the record, however, he conceded that there might be something to Molda's suspicions about the Teamster leader and mafia bosses Marcello and Trafficante. As they grew older, some of Sheridan's children found it harder to accept their father's terse endorsement of the Warren report. Walt Jr., who remembers playing at Hickory Hill and Hyannis Port as a child, began to suspect there was more to the crime than Oswald, and was keen to hear his father's views. "To me, it is the biggest deal politically that ever happened in my life, the biggest question that goes unanswered today," he said. "To me, it is the day the music died." Every time Walt Jr. asked his father whether he believed the lone gunman theory, Sheridan insisted that he did. But shortly before his death, Sheridan finally told his son what he really believed. They were sitting in Sheridan's living room after dinner one evening, when Walt Jr. raised the old question once again. "Isn't it realistic to think there was something else going on in Dallas besides Oswald?" he asked his father. There was a pause, and then Sheridan simply said, "Yeah." To me, it was such a major victory after all those years to hear my father finally say that out loud, because I always knew there was something there. And when he said it, I didn't even respond. I just sank back in my chair and said to myself, "Thank God." Walter Sheridan died of lung cancer in January 1995 at the age of 69. His obituary cited his long, successful career as a crusading investigator for the American public, including his battles against Teamster corruption, abuses in the pharmaceutical industry, dangerous working conditions in the mines, and the exploitation of farm workers. His eulogies highlighted his family devotion and his strong convictions. He had a heart as large as his ability, and his courage and dedication to justice and the public interest were unmatched by anyone, said Teddy Kennedy. In a sense, Bobby lived on through Walter. In the nearly 20 years that he worked with me in the Senate, I never met with Walter or talked with Walter or laughed with Walter that I didn't think of Bobby. Despite his many accomplishments, Sheridan became deeply despondent before his death over his failure to close the Kennedy case. Jack Newfield, who stayed in touch with Sheridan, used the word suicidal to describe his state of mind near the end of his life. When I asked Nancy Sheridan if it was true that Walt had become seriously depressed, I expected her, ever protective of her husband's memory, to deny it. But she said, "Yes, that's true. He was so close to Bob. He felt very strongly about him. And I believe that the two of them did crack the case, but Walt was never in a position to do anything about it after Bob died." Why didn't Sheridan pursue the investigation after Bobby's death? "He did not have the mandate or power to do anything," said Nancy, "and he had promised Bob not to do anything without him. So he was honoring that agreement even after Bob was gone." Even in death, Kennedy was the man they followed. The passion of Robert Kennedy. One evening in late spring 1966, Kennedy aide John Nolan, who was in Johannesburg helping to organize the senator's forthcoming historic trip to South Africa, dropped by the home of South African tennis player Abe Siegel. While he was visiting Siegel, the Kennedy aide's car was broken into and a bag containing his passport stolen. "This scared the bejesus out of Siegel and his wife," recalled Nolan. "They thought it was the South African secret police." Kennedy's trip, which was scheduled for June, was a source of growing tension within the apartheid regime, which feared the U.S. Senator's arrival would set off a wave of unrest against its racist policies. But it was not only the South African government that was keeping a watchful eye on Kennedy's travel plans. His own government was also tracking him. Despite the regime's barbaric treatment of its non-white population, Pretoria was viewed as an important Cold War ally in Washington. Once again, Kennedy's political opponents thought his freewheeling diplomacy was damaging United States security interests. Despite his host's anxieties, Nolan was not too unnerved by the theft of his belongings until he returned home to Washington. "I had a little trouble getting a new passport and so on, but we managed to do that and I flew back on schedule," Nolan said. When he reported back to Kennedy's office, the senator asked him about the car break-in, wondering if any sensitive notes on the trip also might have been stolen.
Content filtering. Strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, example, body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting. Example, severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters. Example, Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10.
Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Nolan, who had not told Kennedy about the burglary, was stunned. "How did you know about that?" he asked him. "Dick Helms called me," Kennedy replied. "He followed you day by day, every step of the way across South Africa." To Nolan, Helms' close monitoring of his trip was another example of how the spy master tried to ingratiate himself with Washington VIPs by showing that he was always on the ball. But Helms, who would soon be promoted to the top of the CIA by President Johnson, was also conveying another message to Kennedy: the agency is watching you. In the last years of his life, Bobby Kennedy became increasingly estranged from Washington's political elite. His growing commitment to a new, multiracial America, which allied him with the crusade of Martin Luther King Jr., was viewed with alarm by J. Edgar Hoover, who regarded both men as dangerous. And his critique of American foreign policy, which became more passionate as the war in Southeast Asia dragged on, drew the baleful eye of the White House and CIA, which began spying on Kennedy as if he were a hostile foreign agent. When Kennedy and his small party, Ethel, Angie Novello, and Adam Walensky, finally arrived in Johannesburg on June 4, 1966, the regime, which had held up the trip for 5 months, greeted him with frosty contempt, declaring it would not allow the senator's trip to be transformed into a publicity stunt as a build-up for a future presidential election. But as Kennedy disembarked from his plane just before midnight and exited the airport, he was welcomed by a boisterous crowd of young people who screamed his mane and tore his cufflinks from his sleeves. During his South Africa odyssey, Kennedy directly challenged the moral basis of apartheid. Unintimidated by the coldly watchful regime, he denounced its brutal subjugation of its black citizens and urged his largely white university audiences to muster the courage to overthrow the cruel system of racial separation. In a soaringly inspirational speech at the University of Cape Town on June 6, a speech Schlesinger called the greatest of Kennedy's life, the senator reminded his audience that history is moved forward by countless small acts of heroism. Each time a man stands up for an ideal, or acts to improve the lot of others, or strikes out against injustice, he sends forth a tiny ripple of hope. And crossing each other from a million different centers of energy and daring, those ripples build a current which can sweep down the mightiest walls of oppression and resistance. The speech, which was written for Kennedy by Walensky and Goodwin, would later be chiseled on his Arlington resting place. At a dinner party with a group of politicians, business leaders, and newspaper editors in Pretoria, Kennedy drew fire. How could he attack South Africa when it was such a loyal ally in the world struggle against communism? But fighting one form of tyranny doesn't excuse another, Kennedy responded. What does it mean to be against communism if one's pawn system denies the value of the individual and gives all the power to the government, just as the communists do? The Cold War had long provided a cover for despotic U.S. allies to abuse their own populations, but Kennedy was declaring those days must end. Everywhere the senator went, he challenged his white hosts to question their deepest assumptions. At the University of Natal in Durban, one audience member observed that the church to which most of the white population belonged taught that black inferiority is divinely ordained. "But suppose God is black," replied Kennedy. His remark was greeted by stunned silence. Afterward, returning to his hotel, Kennedy came upon a group of black South Africans, and he joined them in singing the stirring U.S. civil rights hymn, "We Shall Overcome." As the Kennedy cavalcade rolled across South Africa, he created his own ever-expanding ripples of hope. At first, his only crowds were the students, Walensky observed. But then somewhere as the thing started to get across, there were just thousands of ordinary citizens pulling at him and tugging at him and cheering him, and it was really fantastic. In Soweto, the sprawling black ghetto Kennedy called a dreary concentration camp, he waded through cheering and chanting throngs, climbing up the steps of a church and onto the roof of a car to address them. He visited banned opposition leaders in their homes, including the aging Chief Albert Lutherly, for whom he played a recording of JFK's landmark 1963 Civil Rights Address. The Pretoria regime was greatly relieved when it finally came time for Kennedy to go. He too sensed the revolutionary fervor his trip had unleashed. As his plane lifted off the runway, Kennedy remarked with a wry smile, "If we stayed another 2 days, we could have taken over the country." During his years in the Senate, Robert Kennedy undertook a remarkable mission, the forging of an independent foreign policy. He was intent on showing the world that there was another America, one aligned with his brother's ideals instead of the Johnson administration's policies. As the United States image turned darker overseas, where the country was seen as increasingly militaristic and business-driven, Kennedy strived to make a separate peace with the world. Trying to avoid a traumatic rupture with Johnson, RFK was compelled to convey this message with diplomatic finesse. But his message to the world, particularly those countries where anti-American sentiments were on the rise, was clear. Take heart. The United States once stood for negotiation, not war, social reform, not oppression, and it will once again. The message carried weight, since Kennedy was no ordinary senator. He was his martyred brother's heir. An aura of righteous ascension hung over him. The first clear sign of Kennedy's diverging foreign policy came in April 1965, when Johnson responded to a leftist uprising in the Dominican Republic by storming the impoverished island with 22,000 Marines. LBJ's heavy-handed action had been prompted by the CIA, which relayed false and inflammatory messages about decapitations in the streets and other unverified reports of communist mayhem. Kennedy thought the U.S. invasion was an outrage, and he took to the Senate floor to denounce it. Johnson undoubtedly found Kennedy's impassioned protest bitterly ironic, coming it as it did from the man who once led the covert war on Castro. But by then, Kennedy had mellowed so far on Cuba that he was not even agitated by its ongoing efforts to arm other Latin revolutionaries. Cuban guns were no longer the problem in Kennedy's mind, said Walensky. It was the medieval condition of Latin societies. I mean, hell, anybody can get guns. The question is what people want to do with them. I think he felt that if people really want to overthrow the government, then they're going to do that whether they get guns or not. Looking back today at Kennedy's political evolution, Walensky insists that RFK's growing sympathy for Che Guevara and his revolutionary mission has been wildly exaggerated by left-leaning writers. There has been all this romanticism. People treat him as if he were sort of Che without the beard. It's such utter drivel. I can't begin to express my horror at that kind of view. But Kennedy himself called Guevara a revolutionary hero. And when, in October 1967, a sick and exhausted Che was tracked down and killed in the jungles of Bolivia by a CIA-led team of hunters who sawed off his hands and buried him in an unmarked ditch so his grave could not become a shrine, Ethel was mourned to mourn. He points out that Kennedy, too, became increasingly critical of the welfare state, decrying how the bureaucratization of modern life robbed the individual and the family of their power. But, as Walensky acknowledges, this is not just a conservative critique. It was a radical one, and it was also espoused by the 1960s New Left, which sought to empower communities, not the federal government. Though some liberals squawked about it, even RFK's law and order fervor as a Senate investigator and attorney general had a progressive focus, targeting the corrupt politicians, union bosses, and gangsters who preyed on working Americans. One thing is clear, looking back at Kennedy's storied political odyssey in the 60s. The message of self-determination and human dignity that he brought to his fellow citizens, as well as to those in the countries he visited, was undeniably radical. In the highly polarized atmosphere of the day, Kennedy had an electrifying and dangerous impact. This was demonstrated during the tumultuous 3-week tour of South America that RFK made in November 1965.
Kennedy said his trip to Peru, Brazil, Argentina, and Chile was motivated by his concern that the Alliance for Progress, which he saw as an important part of his brother's legacy, was being gutted by the new administration. Soon after JFK's assassination, Johnson promoted Thomas Mann, the hardline ambassador to Mexico who had tried to connect Oswald to a communist conspiracy, to the State Department post in charge of Latin American affairs. Mann quickly turned his attention to the alliance, the centerpiece of Kennedy's Latin reform policy, and began turning it into a tool of American corporations. Tom Mann was the type of colonialist who believes that the natives need to be shown who is boss, and who feels the principal job of the United States in Latin America is to make the world safe for W.R. Grayson Company, moaned Dick Goodwin when he heard about his appointment. Mann himself summed up his philosophy years later like this: "I never believed we should compete with the revolutionaries." But this is precisely what the Kennedys had in mind when they launched the alliance. They would try to steal the communist thunder by offering the downtrodden of Latin America not only aid, but the stirring vision of democracy. The political passion displayed by Kennedy in South America, and later in South Africa, resonated around the world. These two memorable journeys would set the stage for Robert Kennedy's most heroic expedition of all, the 1968 presidential campaign. Kennedy's party, including Ethel, Walensky, Goodwin, and John Seigenthaler, began their Latin America trip by swooping into Lima on November 10, 1965. U.S. Embassy officials immediately wanted to hustle the senator off to a white tie reception for the King of Belgium. Robert F. Kennedy doesn't even own a white tie, an aide informed the officials. Instead, Kennedy met with students at a local university, where he quickly struck the insurgent theme of his trip. "The responsibility of our time," he told them, "is nothing less than a revolution." "This cataclysm," said Kennedy, "would be peaceful if we're wise enough, humane if we care enough, successful if we're fortunate enough. But a revolution will come whether we will it or not." Then, as if to underscore why this sweeping change was inevitable, Kennedy threw himself into Lima's deepest holes of misery, the teeming barriadas built on the city's red clay hillsides, where he stepped over acrid streams of sewage to play with the listless, half-naked children who clustered outside their mud huts. He was appalled to find out that the slums had no running water because U.S. aid to Peru had been suspended after the Peruvian government got into a conflict with the local subsidiary of Standard Oil. "What has aid got to do with company profits?" Kennedy angrily demanded of a hapless embassy official. "You mean to say we can't get a water tank for these people because of an oil dispute?" He followed this volatile pattern in each country he visited, delivering provocative speeches to campus audiences, touring the shanty towns and plantations where the continent's semi-feudal conditions were on shocking display, and angrily confronting local patricians and U.S. officials at the lavish receptions in his honor. "Don't you know you're making way for your own destruction?" he snapped at a sugarcane company representative in Brazil after hearing about the cane cutters' slave-like working conditions. The grotesque disparities in Latin societies began to wear on the nerves of Kennedy and his group. One evening, after coming down from the Andes, where the once proud citadels of Inca civilization were now overrun with children whose bellies were swollen from hunger, the senator was invited by a friend of President Fernando Belaunde Terry to his lavish estate. Belaunde was known by Latin American standards as a Kennedy-style reformer, but his friend was one of the country's wealthiest landowners, and as Bobby's group entered the aristocrat's mansion, walking past machine-gun-toting guards into the Great Hall, they were stunned by the baronial opulence on display. "It's a sight I'll never forget," Walensky remembered. The room was about 100 feet long and about 3 stories high. It was their living room, and it had a fireplace that was big enough for 8 men to stand in. Above the fireplace was the head of an elephant,
and on either side of the fireplace there were 2 rhinoceros heads and 2 hippopotamus heads. And then, stretching all along the walls were animal heads. There were conservatively 1,000 heads of animals. There was a great long table with maybe 25 chairs, and the chairs were all covered in zebra hide. The ashtrays were made out of leopard claws. I mean, there just wasn't anything in the room that wasn't a dead animal, and a case of maybe 30 or 40 guns. And we were all just struck dumb. And I almost went insane because literally every head up there in front of my eyes turned into the head of one of these Indians, because it was the same thing, of course. In the backyard was a vast, sunken private museum filled with the plundered treasures of Inca civilization. Room after room with display cases of gold artifacts, breastplates, knives, shields. This is where the wealth of Peru's Indian population had disappeared, buried in the backyard of one obscenely fortunate man. Kennedy's growing sense of outrage began to focus on the strutting Latin generals with their rows of self-bestowed medals, who acted as the enforcers for these corrupt regimes. He had a deep distrust and abhorrence of the military in general, observed Walensky, and of the kind of repressive military that you got in Latin America in particular. Kennedy found it intolerable to see the blank-staring soldiers with their ominously pointed machine guns everywhere on the streets. As the crowd surged around Kennedy, the soldiers were always roughly shoving people and beating them with their gun butts. Once, in exasperation, Ethel punched a policeman in the stomach outside a reception where people were being brutally handled. Kennedy also turned his anger on the U.S. officials who served to prop up the exploitive system, a system from which American corporations reaped huge rewards. I mean, in Latin America, what you were talking about basically was a kind of cabal between the Johnson State Department and these companies to just basically rape the countries they were dealing with, said Walensky, reflecting Kennedy's attitude. The senator knew that he was being carefully monitored by his own government during his trip. At U.S. Embassy meetings, he would delight in calling on the CIA agents in the room to identify themselves. Once, in Recife, Brazil, a man actually did raise his hand. Absolute fool, spat Walensky, who shared Kennedy's disgust with the agency's local representatives.
Kennedy dismissed and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping, graying flesh, cavernous tonal. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Kennedy dismissed the CIA men they encountered on the trip as just awful, just morons. The CIA agent in Recife tried to scare Kennedy out of appearing at a local college, telling him the crowd would be too dangerous, too left-wing. Police had just arrested 3 local students for plotting to throw acid in the U.S. Senator's face, although the credibility of such official claims was always questionable under Brazil's new military dictatorship. Kennedy blew off the CIA man's warnings. The audience turned out to be the mildest kind of students in the world, and 90% of them were girls, Walensky recalled. Kennedy was not greeted as a liberator everywhere in South America. In some places, the Kennedy name still meant the Bay of Pigs and the assassination attempts on Castro. "I'm tired of all these Latins attacking me for going after Castro," he griped to Goodwin. "The fact is that I'm the guy who saved his life." Kennedy was still in the dark about the CIA's ongoing efforts to kill the Cuban leader, which continued even then, long after he and his brother thought they had put a stop to the plots. At Concepcion University in Chile, 100 communist students in the audience heckled him, spit on his face, and threw eggs at him. They missed, splattering his aides instead. "If these kids are going to be young revolutionaries," he told Seigenthaler as they emerged from the barrage, "they're going to have to improve their aim." But everywhere else he went, the crowds exulted over Kennedy. Later, in the streets of Concepcion, the throng of people who pressed around him grew so frenzied that he clambered on top of a police car and sang the battle hymn of the Republic to calm them. They threw flower petals at him in Linares, Chile, and he was given a standing ovation by 100,000 people at a soccer game in Rio. It was not simply his reform brand of Catholicism that connected Kennedy to the South American crowds, said Walensky. It was more his Irishness. It had to do, he said, with that whole history of the Kennedys and the Fitzgeralds, with that whole thing about what it was to come to this country Irish and to struggle your way up in Boston. It was a heritage that had kept the younger Kennedys from being a bunch of stiff, rich prigs, said Walensky. Understanding, really in your gut, something of what it was to have been poor and to have struggled up. As he did later in South Africa, Kennedy came to see that he could profoundly shake up the South American societies he visited. He really did conceive of this as a kind of international politics in which he was trying to bring about changes in policy inside those countries, Walensky said. You may think that's a great act of hubris, but indeed he had the potential to do it, and to some degree he probably did. But Kennedy knew that his power came from his brother's legacy, and he could only complete JFK's mission by embroiling himself in the growing political maelstrom back home. His brother's ghost was everywhere he went in South America, from the moment he landed in Lima to the end of the trip. Walking off the plane with Bobby in Lima to excited shouts of "Viva Kennedy!" Dick Goodwin dropped his luggage, overcome with the melancholy echoes of the past, when he had heard the same chant for another visiting Kennedy. The cheer was appropriate this time, thought Goodwin. After all, Bobby had the same name. Yet it was not because of him that they were shouting, but because he was the blood heir to someone admired almost to the point of reverence. In Brazil, on November 22nd, as he commemorated the 3rd anniversary of his brother's death, Bobby had a mournful day. Tears came to his eyes as he placed a wreath at a JFK bust in the small farming town of Natal, and he openly wept in Salvador when young women at a center for unwed mothers sang "God Bless America." He told a group of shoeless kids at a community center named for JFK that his brother was very fond of children, and, in a soft voice, he asked them to do a favor for the late president. Stay in school, study hard, study as long as you can, then work for your city and Brazil. If Bobby was haunted by the past, he was equally haunted by the future. He knew what awaited him as he faced the political crucible back home. Sitting in an outdoor cafe in Rio 2 days after the horrible anniversary, Kennedy was jolted from his seat by the explosive crackle of a backfiring car. Realizing it wasn't gunfire, He settled back in his chair, but there was no relief in his face. Sooner or later, he told his companion, sooner or later. Bobby and his advisors wanted to wait until 1972 to launch his inevitable campaign for the presidency, after Lyndon Johnson had served his final term and the way to the White House was clear. But again, history would not wait for Robert Kennedy. Around 4:30 p.m. on February 6, 1967, a bitterly cold winter afternoon in Washington, Bobby Kennedy arrived at the White House for a meeting on the Vietnam War with President Johnson. Returning to the White House always filled Kennedy with a disorienting sense of melancholy. But this occasion would leave him feeling more agitated than somber. Kennedy had just come back from a European tour, during which he had met with French President Charles de Gaulle, a strong critic of the war, and the French diplomat in charge of Asian affairs, who passed along a significant peace feeler from Hanoi to Kennedy. If the Johnson administration would extend the bombing halt it had recently declared, the North Vietnamese government would be willing to negotiate with the United States. Kennedy was eager to communicate this message directly to Johnson, and he arranged for the White House meeting as soon as he arrived back in Washington. But Johnson was in no mood to hear about peace talks, particularly from an emissary like Kennedy. His political rival's global wanderings in pursuit of a separate U.S. foreign policy were bad enough. But sticking his nose into the Vietnam War, which by then had become the central agony of Lyndon Johnson's life, was more than the president could bear. Once again, Kennedy seemed to be running his own presidency, treating Johnson as if he were simply a squatter in the White House. LBJ remained silent as Kennedy presented Hanoi's message and his own suggestions for how Johnson could finally bring the war to a conclusion. The senator argued for a permanent end to U.S. bombing and an internationally monitored ceasefire accompanied by negotiations. But as soon as Kennedy finished speaking, Johnson erupted. "Well, I want you to know that I'm not going to adopt any single one of those suggestions, because we're going to win the war and you doves will all be dead in 6 months." It was a sharp slap in the face. Kennedy knew LBJ meant politically dead, but he was infuriated by his insulting tirade. "I don't have to take that," Kennedy hissed, getting to his feet. Back in his office, he told his aides, "You know what I have just been through is just unbelievable. Do you know what that fellow said, that marvelous human being who is the President of the United States?" He later reported to Jack Newfield that Johnson had been very abusive. He was shouting and seemed very unstable. The flooded dam of mutual resentment and hostility that Robert Kennedy and Lyndon Johnson had struggled for years to contain, for their own political reasons, was about to explode. Long engaged in covert political war, the two men were now on the brink of taking their brawl into the streets. Their epic battle was fueled by countless personal and political grievances, but at its heart was the ageless hatred of two contenders for the same throne. The wrong man was sitting there, in Bobby's eyes. It was that simple. It should be Jack, and if not his brother, then it should be him. No one else could carry on the Kennedy legacy, least of all the braying Texan who had taken.
When this fellow looks at me and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker, specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis.
Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. "When this fellow looks at me," Johnson complained about Bobby to John Connolly, "he looks at me like he's going to look a hole through me, like I'm a spy or something." In Bobby's eyes, Johnson had taken the Kennedy dream of hope and freedom that had briefly made the United States a beacon around the world and dragged it through the mud of the Dominican Republic and Vietnam. And in Johnson's view, RFK was an arrogant princeling whose diplomatic dabblings were giving aid and comfort to the enemy. LBJ passed word to the press that Kennedy was little more than a communist dupe who had allowed himself to be used in Hanoi's psychological warfare offensive. And a week after their White House meeting, Johnson let the world know what he thought of Kennedy's peace initiative by renewing the rain of bombs on North Vietnam. Kennedy told his aide Peter Edelman that Lyndon Johnson was so insane that he would literally prolong the war simply because Bobby Kennedy was against it. After the acrimonious White House meeting, Kennedy was unleashed. He no longer saw any reason to soften his criticism of Johnson's Vietnam policies. Bobby began reaching out to anti-war movement leaders like Tom Hayden and Stoughton Lynd, the academic who had authored one of the earliest magazine critiques of the lone gunman theory. Kennedy, who had recently read the two men's book on their trip to Hanoi, The Other Side, asked Jack Newfield, who had been encouraging him to speak with Hayden, to set up the meeting. To avoid the inevitable uproar from his pro-war critics, Kennedy asked the two men to slip quietly into his New York apartment on the early evening of February 13th. It was a largely uneventful summit. At one point, Bobby, noticing a thick bank of smog rolling up the East River, jumped up to call Con Edison to complain about the pollution from the utility company's 14th Street power plant. The men's discussion of the war was interrupted again when Lynn's young son spilled some coke on the carpet. "Don't worry about that," Bobby, as always, tuned in to kids' feelings, told the boy. "It makes the rug grow better." It was the deeper feeling of the conversation, more than anything that was said, that later stayed with the three men. Here was the most celebrated member of the U.S. Senate, a man with enormous political expectations on his shoulders, and he was meeting with two activists who not only belonged to the radical wing of the anti-war movement, but had traveled to the enemy's capital. It was the kind of political risk that no other American politician with an eye on the White House would have dared. But it showed how unmoored Robert Kennedy had become from the weight of political tradition. As the country fractured over both the war and racial conflict, and as the certainties in his own life fell away, Kennedy was a man in open, breathtaking flux. On March 2, 1967, Kennedy delivered a watershed speech about Vietnam on the floor of the Senate. All Washington had been anticipating his gunshot across Johnson's bow. That morning, after Bobby stayed up until 3 a.m. polishing the speech with Goodwin, Walensky, and Mankiewicz, Ethel greeted him in the kitchen at Hickory Hill. "Hail, Caesar!" Kennedy had crossed his Rubicon. He was now on his way into the lion's den on Capitol Hill. The speech, which called for a bombing halt and negotiated settlement of the war, was full of beautiful Goodwin-Walensky language. Though the war was a distant canon and did not directly affect most Americans, Kennedy called upon his fellow citizens to imagine the horrors that were being visited on Vietnam in their name. War, he said, was the vacant moment of amazed fear as a mother and child watch death by fire fall from an improbable machine sent by a country they barely comprehend. Who was America to play God in this way? Who were we to play the role of an avenging angel pouring death and destruction from above? Walensky himself thought the speech did not go far enough, that it failed to question the basic premises of the war or the administration's rationale. Edelman, the other young dove in Kennedy's office, called it mushy. Still, it was enough to inflame Washington hawks. Richard Nixon said Kennedy's speech would have the effect of prolonging the war by encouraging the enemy. Barry Goldwater charged that Kennedy was out of control. This is another case of getting his foot in his mouth. And if he doesn't stop, he's going to have an orthopedic mouth. Johnson was enraged by Kennedy's high-profile attack on his management of the war, charging that Bobby was proposing a dishonorable settlement. Many in the senator's camp thought LBJ took revenge by leaking an explosive story to syndicated columnist Jack Anderson, one aimed directly at Bobby's most sensitive spot. On March 3, a day after Kennedy's Vietnam speech, Anderson wrote, "President Johnson is sitting on a political H-bomb, an unconfirmed report that Senator Robert Kennedy may have approved an assassination plot which then possibly backfired against his late brother." The syndicated story had so little foundation that the Washington Post and New York Post spiked it. But LBJ tried to turn it into a federal case by urging Attorney General Ramsey Clark to pursue an investigation and Dick Helms to make a full CIA report on the charges. No amateur when it came to playing Washington hardball, Kennedy immediately moved to shut down the story. He requested a copy of the FBI memo on the 1962 Justice Department meeting when he was first informed by the CIA about the mafia plots, to prove his reaction had been withering. And then he phoned Helms to ask him to lunch. There is no record of what the two men discussed at this March 4 meeting, but it can be safely assumed that it was not simply a pleasant discussion of old times. The two men had a barely restrained loathing for one another, and a tense understanding of some sort was certainly hammered out. What is known is that on May 10, when Helms presented the CIA's internal report on the Castro murder plots to Johnson in the White House, it did not pin the blame on Robert Kennedy. LBJ knew that Bobby Kennedy was a formidable political adversary. Over the years, Kennedy had amassed a vast amount of information about Johnson's corrupt dealings. RFK was no doubt prepared to use this poison arsenal should their political battle ever escalate. This is what made Robert Kennedy such a rare and potent force in American politics. He was a man who could call on the higher instincts of our nature, and he also knew how to fight with his bare knuckles. This time, Kennedy and Johnson fought each other to a standstill. 2 weeks after the Anderson column ran, Bobby delivered a curiously effusive speech about LBJ at a Democratic Party fundraiser in New York, calling him an outstanding president. And Johnson never again used the Cuba bombshell against Kennedy. But as the months went by, it became clear that Kennedy and Johnson were headed for a final political showdown. As Bobby edged closer to challenging Johnson for the presidency, he understood that he must be prepared for one of the most brutal campaigns in American history. It was an excruciating decision. Most of the old guard from the Kennedy administration, including Sorensen, Schlesinger, and Dutton, warned him not to enter the 1980 campaign, fearing he would tear apart the Democratic Party,
But entering the race was also the only way to redeem his brother's legacy by showing the country and the world that Johnson's disastrous Cold War policies were a violation of his brother's ideals. Bobby was trapped in the swirling political passions around the war, torn at from both sides. His young aides and anti-war leaders beseeched him to take on Johnson, telling him the fate of the nation was in his hands. But still he hesitated. He knew that if he ran, he risked everything. Through all his agonizing over Johnson and the war, there was one high administration official to whom Kennedy remained close, Bob McNamara. It was a relationship that utterly baffled the young firebrands on his staff like Walensky, who was filled with contempt for the leading intellectual architect of the war, a man the young Kennedy aide felt had sacrificed his conscience in the name of bureaucratic loyalty. As the war steadily escalated and Johnson kept promising there was a light at the end of the tunnel, McNamara grew quietly disenchanted. But he kept sending more troops and expanding the bombing campaign. Even in McNamara's final hours in office, as LBJ prepared to shuffle the increasingly tormented defense chief out of the Pentagon to the World Bank, Kennedy held out the hope that he would reject Johnson's consolation prize and finally break with the president in public over the war. Kennedy knew it would make a major impact on the political establishment if Robert McNamara joined him in opposing the war. Kennedy met with McNamara after his departure from the administration was announced, and Edelman thought his boss even urged the once mighty defense czar to run with him on an anti-war presidential ticket. But instead, McNamara, ever the company man, went along with what Johnson asked of him, exchanging one powerful Washington Post for another. At his farewell press conference, choking back tears, he came to Johnson's defense. Many in this room believe Lyndon Johnson is crude, mean, vindictive, scheming, untruthful. Perhaps at times he has shown each of these characteristics, but he is much, much more. Walensky was disgusted. I mean, the country's falling apart over a war that he's pretty much started and has been running all this time, and then all of a sudden he just walks away from it without saying another word? In response, Walensky wrote a scathing analysis of the Johnson-McNamara relationship, which he suggested had perverse master-slave tones. Titled Caesar's Meat, the essay was avidly circulated within the Kennedy circle, where Ethel was among those who praised its insights. McNamara had a choice, wrote Walensky. In a dozen ways, he could have preserved his dignity and his freedom. Not just the freedom to speak out on the war, now or later, not just the freedom to join Robert Kennedy if that would be his choice, but his freedom as a man, freedom from manipulation, freedom from the domination of a meaner and pettier man. Instead, he chose submission. By crushing McNamara's spirit, Walensky continued, LBJ was sending a message to Kennedy. You think to challenge me? Then watch carefully what I am about to do. I will take this man, with all he means, all he is, all his power and ability and character. I will take this man and break him into nothing. I will reach in and tear out his spine, and he will say, "Thank you, sir." Kennedy himself would not hear any criticism of McNamara. When a young speechwriter named Phil Mandelkorn, who had just joined the senator's staff, dashed off a memo to Kennedy, counseling him to distance himself from McNamara because history was going to show he is to blame for killing an awful lot of people, he was promptly told that Kennedy and McNamara were friends and that the senator did not need his unsolicited advice. The staffer who conveyed this message to Mandelkorn, Walensky, had certainly been told the same thing. To Bobby, McNamara still carried the aura of those years with Jack. For him, the defense secretary would always be the imposing intellect who stood up to the generals,
The man who took the Kennedy brothers' side during the Cuban Missile Crisis and helped keep a world that was spinning towards oblivion in the safe grasp of their humane logic. After Jack was gone, Bobby wrote McNamara a letter. "Dear Bob, I just want you to know that I don't want to be in Washington when you are no longer Secretary of Defense or something even higher than that. You are the one that makes the difference for all of us." Though he knew how poisoned the Johnson-Kennedy relationship was, McNamara continued to socialize with Bobby and his family and shared with him his growing doubts about Vietnam. But now Bobby was on his own. The former defense chief would not risk his prestige by joining Kennedy's insurgent campaign. Nonetheless, McNamara would make a lesser gesture on Kennedy's behalf. Late in Bobby's campaign, shortly before it came to its violent end, McNamara agreed to appear in a TV endorsement for Kennedy. In the spot, the former defense secretary offered praise for RFK's cool-headed performance during the Cuban Missile Crisis. "I wasn't stupid," McNamara told me, recalling his decision to help Kennedy. "I knew that it would be taken as a political violation of my position at the World Bank. And in fact, I later got all kinds of hell at the bank for doing it. There were calls for my resignation and so on. But I went ahead and did it. And thank God I did." It was filmed in early May 1968. And of course, he was killed shortly after that. I would have felt awful if I hadn't done it. He stood in the ornate, chandeliered caucus room of the old Senate office building on Saturday morning, March 16, 1968. The same room where his brother had announced his quest for the American presidency 8 years before. "I do not lightly dismiss the dangers and difficulties of challenging an incumbent president," declared Robert Kennedy, flanked by the familiar faces of past campaigns. "But these are not ordinary times, and this is not an ordinary election. At stake is not simply the leadership of our party and even our country. It is our right to moral leadership of this planet." And so began one of the most terrible and most beautiful journeys in American political history, the passion of Robert Kennedy. He saw his race for the presidency in missionary terms. He thought America's salvation hung in the balance. But there was almost a weary resignation in his decision to finally join the epic battle. It was the Tet Offensive at the end of January, and Senator Eugene McCarthy's near upset of President Johnson in the New Hampshire primary on March 12 that finally forced Kennedy into the race. The sweeping Viet Cong assault on American strongholds, timed for the country's Lunar New Year, dramatically exposed the Johnson administration's empty promises of imminent victory. And McCarthy's surprisingly strong showing in the first Democratic primary exposed the president's political weakness. With the Johnson White House unalterably wed to its disastrous course in Vietnam and another Democratic dissident threatening to steal his anti-war base, Kennedy could no longer sit on the sidelines. There was no euphoria around RFK's announcement. He was entering the race late, and by the time he got in, McCarthy had already captured much of the rebellious energy in the party with his youth-driven children's crusade against Johnson. The McCarthy camp bitterly resented the sudden intrusion of their more glamorous rival. The pro-Johnson Democratic Party establishment was also unnerved and enraged by Kennedy's entry. And the political pundits were deeply skeptical of his motives. As he announced his daunting bid for the highest office, Robert Kennedy seemed more isolated than ever. Even some key Kennedy loyalists, like Dick Goodwin, were missing after joining the McCarthy campaign in frustration while Bobby had dithered. And then there was the awful air of danger that hung over his announcement.
Kennedy's 1968 presidential bid was not only politically risky, it was physically perilous. Kennedy knew how many lethal enemies he had. He knew that the men who had plotted his brother's murder were still at large. He was surprised, after Dallas, by the fact they hadn't killed him instead of Jack. Since then, he had been the target of numerous death threats. A few days after RFK's announcement, Jackie Kennedy took Arthur Schlesinger aside at a party in New York. "Do you know what I think will happen to Bobby? The same thing that happened to Jack." In fact, she pointed out, Bobby aroused more hatred among his enemies than Jack did. "I've told Bobby this," she said, but he had brushed aside her fears. After watching Kennedy's announcement speech on a hotel room TV in Portland, Oregon, where he was campaigning for the Republican nomination, Richard Nixon turned off the set and then stared at the blank screen for a long time. Finally, he spoke, shaking his head. "We've just seen some very terrible forces unleashed," Nixon told the 4 or 5 aides in the room. "Something bad is going to come of this," he gestured toward the screen. "God knows where this is going to lead." At a meeting of FBI officials that was held as Kennedy's campaign got off the ground, Clyde Tolson, Hoover's longtime intimate and assistant, shocked the group by spitting out his hatred for Bobby. "I hope that someone shoots and kills the jerk." Kennedy sensed the danger, but he plunged forward with his campaign, unshielded from the crowd's manic energy and whatever else was coiled and ready to greet him. "Living every day is like Russian roulette," he told Newfield. He had taken to heart an Emerson maxim, copying it down in his notebook and underlining it. "Do what you are afraid to do." Though the political establishment was deeply wary of Kennedy, the crowds that poured into the streets and packed auditoriums to see him as he took his campaign through the Midwest and out to the West Coast that spring were frantic in their need to touch him. It was more like religious ecstasy than political celebration. They clawed at him, they tore at his hair and clothes, they even pulled his shoes from his feet. After years of death, of riots and war, they wanted to hope again. JFK, with his body always tightened against pain, had flinched from the physical hurly-burly of campaigning. He did not like to be grabbed and embraced. But Bobby exulted in it. His pain was of a different sort, and it found release in the crush of the crowd. He wore the scratch marks, the split lips, the shredded shirt sleeves like a holy scourge. As he waded into the screaming, shoving melees that inevitably greeted him, into this wounded heart of American democracy, Kennedy sometimes had a stricken look on his face. But he never held himself back from the crowds. He knew that this torrent of popular energy swirling around him was the only force that could overcome the political machinery stacked against him. His aides were sick with fear about the physical risks he was taking. One day in suburban Sacramento, Kennedy climbed on a ladder inside a shopping mall to address a sprawling, boisterous crowd. His speeches were never stem-winders in the old Boston fashion. They were more halting and reflective. But he knew how to touch emotional chords with his audiences, and that day he touched the hearts of the rambunctious crowd by evoking the personal tragedies of the war. "Which of these brave young men dying in the rice paddies of Vietnam," he said in a quiet voice, "which of them might have written a beautiful poem or might have cured cancer? Which of them might have played in the World Series or given us the gift of laughter from a stage, or helped build a bridge or a university? Which of them might have taught a small child to read? It is our responsibility to let those men live." The eloquent speech elicited a long, sustained wave of applause. But afterward, as Kennedy made his way toward the shopping mall exit, the crowd suddenly became a live and dangerous thing, in the words of a reporter who was there. Navigating his way through the surging mass of people, Kennedy had to reach down to rescue children who had been toppled to the ground. When he finally made it back to his open convertible and climbed on the trunk, he was almost yanked off the car. Kennedy bodyguard Bill Barry, a former college football star and FBI agent, fell to his knees and locked his strong arms around Bobby's waist to keep him from being swallowed by the crowd. Barry was the only protection Kennedy had that day, as he was during most of Bobby's tumultuous campaign.
"I loved him intensely as a human being and for his qualities," Barry later said. "I wanted him to be President of the United States for the sake of my children and generations to come. It was not just a professional job with me. It was something my life qualified me for. This would be my juggler's gift." The candidate had made it clear to his staff that there were to be no cordons of guards around him, no barriers between him and the crowds. Poor Barry was Kennedy's only full-time security person. It was a terrible responsibility to put on one man, and it would haunt Barry for the rest of his life. Kennedy's closest political confidants told him that Bill Barry was not enough. He needed more protection. Ed Guthman, as usual, was one of them. Taking a break from the Los Angeles Times, he went out to Indiana to observe the primary campaign there for a couple of days. "I was amazed at what I saw. No security at all," Guthman told me. "I called Bob up and he said, 'Let's go for a walk.' Well, I knew what that meant. The next morning, we got up at 6 a.m. and went for a walk in some field behind the motel where they all were staying. And I told him, 'I was watching last night, Bob. You didn't have a lot of protection.' And he said, 'Oh, I don't want a lot of cops around.' I told him, 'Look, let's put aside the fact that you have a wife and 10 kids, with an 11th on the way. You're very important to this country.' But he wouldn't do anything." In early April 1968, the Kennedy campaign headed for a series of major rallies in Indianapolis to build momentum for the important Indiana primary election. As a Kennedy advance man made preparations for Bobby's upcoming appearances in the city, federal documents later revealed he was being spied on by the FBI. On April 3, the FBI official in charge of the local office noted ominously in a memo that the Kennedy rally scheduled for April 4 in Indianapolis might be subject to some violence simply to embarrass Senator Kennedy. The heavily blacked-out document, which was obtained by scholar Joseph A. Palermo under the Freedom of Information Acts, suggests that the Kennedy campaign was being targeted by the same well-documented FBI dirty tactics that were being used against Martin Luther King's organization and other activist groups. But it was a far greater calamity that disrupted Kennedy's campaign plans in Indianapolis. As his plane landed in the city that evening, the candidate was informed that the Reverend King had died after being shot through the jaw by a sniper while the civil rights leader was standing on a motel balcony in Memphis. King had gone to Memphis to lead a march of striking black garbage workers, part of his growing campaign to link the race problem with the issue of economic exploitation. When Kennedy got the news, he was headed for one of the poorest black neighborhoods in Indianapolis, where he was to formally open the state's Kennedy for President headquarters at an outdoor rally. The chief of police warned him not to go into the ghetto. Fiery riots sparked by King's murder were already spreading across the country, including in the nation's capital, where flames lit up the sky just blocks from the Capitol building. But Kennedy insisted on going ahead with his appearance. When he arrived at his destination, it was dark and cold.
He made his way through the crowd and climbed onto a flatbed truck illuminated by floodlights that cast a flickering funereal glow in the blustery wind. It was Kennedy who brought the people the terrible news that night. The crowd expelled a loud moan as if punched in the gut, and it was he who consoled them. He was the only white leader in America they would have allowed to do it. There was no speech-making that night. When an aide rushed up to him beforehand with a sheet of talking points, Kennedy crumpled the notes and stuffed them in his pocket. He talked to them from his heart, softly and slowly, like he was comforting them in their living room after giving them news of a loved one's death. And they listened quietly in the evening gloom, because, as he reminded them, he too had suffered the death of a loved one. For those of you who are black and tempted to be filled with hatred and distrust at the injustice of such an act against all white people, I can only say that I feel in my own heart the same kind of feeling. I had a member of my family killed, but he was killed by a white man.
But we have to make an effort to understand, to go beyond these rather difficult times. It was the first time Kennedy had ever invoked the death of his brother in a public speech in the United States. And then he shared with the crowd how he had learned to bear what was unbearable. Quoting the Aeschylus passage he knew by heart, he reminded them what they already knew, that only time would turn their misery into something higher. In our sleep, pain which cannot forget falls drop by drop upon the heart, until, in our own despair, against our will, comes wisdom through the awful grace of God. Finally, he urged them not to lash back in anger, but to honor King's message of peace. What we need in the United States is not division. What we need in the United States is not hatred. What we need is not violence or lawlessness, but love and wisdom and compassion toward one another, and a feeling of justice toward those who still suffer within our country, whether they be white or they be black. Unlike many other U.S. cities, Indianapolis was not set on fire that night. The crowd listened to him because they knew it was not just more words, that Bobby would continue King's crusade. But Kennedy himself knew how impossible his task was, how torn and bleeding the country was. One night after King's death, Bobby dropped by the Los Angeles home of Pierre Salinger, high atop Coldwater Canyon. At one point during the evening, Salinger's 16-year-old son Stephen found himself alone with Kennedy, and the teenager put one of his favorite songs on the living room stereo to play for Bobby. The song was Simon and Garfunkel's 7 o'clock news Silent Night, a bitter juxtaposition of jarring news headlines backed by the soothing strains of the Christmas Carol. While a radio announcer briskly reports a grim barrage of news, Vietnam, civil rights battles, mass murders, celebrity drug overdoses, the duo sweetly sing that all is calm, all is bright. As the song played in the Salinger living room, Kennedy stared silently out the picture window at the twinkling lights in the San Fernando Valley below. After it was over, Bobby turned around, said the younger Salinger, recalling the moment many years later, and his eyes were filled with tears. He didn't say anything. "We want to know who killed President Kennedy," a young woman in the crowd screamed. Other students picked up her cry, yelling, "Open the archives!" Bobby tried to ignore them at first, but finally he relented. "Your manners overwhelm me," he quipped irritably. "Go ahead, ask your question." It was March 25, 1968, a blazing hot afternoon on the campus of San Fernando Valley State College in Northridge, California. Kennedy had just delivered a campaign speech to a tumultuous crowd of 12,000 people who jammed the campus and stood on rooftops to hear him. But afterwards, during the question period, he was finally confronted with the tormenting query that he knew would inevitably arise after he got into the race. If elected president, would he reopen the investigation into his brother's murder? For years, he had routinely endorsed the Warren Report in public while pursuing his own investigative path in private. But Kennedy hated the rampant lying in political life, seeing LBJ as one of the worst perpetrators, and the growing credibility gap between those in power and the public. By the 1968 race, he was clearly finding it more difficult to keep misleading the public about his true opinion of the Warren investigation. And yet, he fully realized how explosive the reaction would be if the headline suddenly blared, "Kennedy rejects Warren report." Not only would it turn the assassination into the leading campaign issue instead of Vietnam or the country's growing social divisions, but it might put Kennedy in more danger on the campaign trail. The assassination question was a growing dilemma for Kennedy that promised to ensnare his campaign more and more as the race progressed. When he was suddenly confronted with this conundrum by the student hecklers on the San Fernando Valley State campus, Kennedy seemed ready for it, and his reply was subtle and intriguingly different from his standard response in the past. In effect, he split the difference, once again endorsing the Warren Report, although more haltingly this time, while at the same time leaving the door open for reopening the case. Rick Tuttle, a young campaign coordinator seated right behind the candidate that day, later recalled Kennedy's manner as he responded to the emotionally and politically charged question. "I remember there was a slight trembling of the hands, which happened every often when Kennedy spoke. There was a slight tensing. But I also remember saying to myself, he was prepared for that question. I remember he handled it well. Don't forget, at this point, we're past the mourning period, and he is running for president, and he had entered that world. He was prepared to handle it. It was not one of those times when he stammered badly or fell apart or got mournful." This is precisely what Kennedy said that day, as recorded by a radio reporter for Los Angeles station KLAC. "You wanted to ask me something about the archives. I'm sure, as I've said before, the archives will be open." The crowd responded to this by cheering and applauding. "Can I just say," continued Kennedy, "and I have answered this question before, but there is no one who would be more interested in all of these matters as to who was responsible for the death of President Kennedy than I would. I have seen all of the matters in the archives. If I became President of the United States, I would not reopen the Warren Commission report. I think I stand by the Warren Commission report. I've seen everything in the archives. The archives will be available at the appropriate time." At this, the crowd again broke into loud cheers. Kennedy's statement was a careful tightrope walk. So cagily constructed was his reply that some assassination researchers later concluded it was simply another example of Kennedy's perplexing refusal to push for a new investigation. But that's not how Kennedy's reply was heard that afternoon by the students. They were moved to cheer because Kennedy agreed that the government's assassination archives should be opened, and opening the archives meant reopening the investigation. When they heard Kennedy pledge that the government's investigative evidence will be made available at the appropriate time, to them, this clearly meant when Bobby became president. The students who cheered Kennedy were not the only ones who interpreted his answer this way. So did his press secretary, Frank Mankiewicz, a man who closely monitored everything the candidate said in public, and who had been asked by Kennedy to accumulate assassination information for a future investigation. In short, Mankiewicz was the ideal person to accurately read the nuances in Kennedy's reply and to realize the significance of what Kennedy was saying. There was no doubt in Mankiewicz's mind. Kennedy was calling for his brother's assassination to be reopened one day. "I remembered that I was stunned by the answer," recalled Mankiewicz. "It was either like he was suddenly blurting out the truth, or it was a way to shut down any further questioning. You know, yes, I will reopen the case. Now let's move on." The following month, Kennedy again spoke revealingly about his future investigation plans, this time with a small group of campaign aides in his room at San Francisco's Fairmont Hotel. It was late in the evening on April 19th, and Kennedy had just returned from a raucous appearance at the University of San Francisco, where a small group of anti-war radicals had charged at him, trying to hit him as he got out of his limousine. When he tried to deliver his speech, they shouted him down, screaming "Victory for the Viet Cong" and calling him a fascist pig. Decompressing in his hotel room later, Kennedy was in a particularly voluble mood, wanting to talk about the chaotic state of the nation and his plans to restore the country's sanity if he reached the White House. Emboldened by Kennedy's expansive mood, one of his aides mustered the courage to ask him about his brother's assassination. Richard Lubick, a campaign media consultant who was in the room, later made notes on what Kennedy replied. "Subject to me getting elected, I would like to reopen the Warren Commission." By the time his campaign reached the pivotal California primary, Bobby Kennedy was beginning to wrestle with a variety of formidable problems that he knew would confront him as president. One of them was the CIA.
What was he going to do with it? He wondered out loud one day on the campaign plane with Pete Hamill, one of the journalists who grew so close to Kennedy that he briefly wrote speeches for him. "I have to decide whether to eliminate the operations arm of the agency or what the hell to do with it," Kennedy told Hamill. "We can't have these cowboys wandering around and shooting people and doing all these unauthorized things." Fred Dutton, the political veteran who served as Kennedy's informal campaign manager, later confirmed that the candidate was starting to confront the CIA problem. "Kennedy thought the agency was out of control," said Dutton. "The CIA would come up in discussions during the race," said the Kennedy advisor, "just his disgruntlement over it. But the agency's abuses never became a campaign issue. My reaction at the time was, let's win the campaign and we'll worry about that problem later," Dutton said. Kennedy's epic battle for the presidency was all coming down to California. He had won his first primary contests in Indiana and Nebraska, but his campaign was far from the well-oiled machine that Richard Reeves had declared it in the New York Times Magazine. It rumbled along with a rickety, improvised organizational structure and a spontaneous energy. There was no strong hand running it, as there was in JFK's 1960 race. "Bobby did not have a Bobby," said Edelman. The campaign's weaknesses were glaringly exposed on May 28th when Kennedy lost the Oregon primary to McCarthy, the first electoral defeat ever suffered by a Kennedy. If he lost California the following week, Kennedy's campaign would likely be finished. Kennedy was fighting a tough two-front war, battling not just the rival peace candidate, but the party establishment's choice, bland and genial Hubert Humphrey, whose front-runner status was ensured by the backroom process of selecting candidates that was still in operation in 1968. Humphrey, LBJ's vice president, had entered the race, in effect, as Johnson's pro-war surrogate. Johnson had stunned the nation on March 31 by announcing he would not run for the presidency. The wounded leader could not bring himself to risk defeat at the hands of his longtime enemy. But the Johnson-Kennedy rivalry continued as a shadow play with Humphrey's entry in the race. Though he had promised to stay neutral in the Democratic contest, LBJ worked closely with Humphrey behind the scenes to thwart Kennedy whenever he could. Loath to test his popular appeal against that of Kennedy by entering the primary races, Humphrey quietly used the party machinery to amass delegates, while stand-ins took his place on the state ballots. In California, the Humphrey placeholder was the state attorney general Tom Lynch. Meanwhile, McCarthy fought bitterly on. Despite his victory in Oregon, where the white suburban population responded to the former professor's cerebral charm, even McCarthy, a quirky and diffident campaigner, knew his chances of winning the nomination were remote. Instead, he seemed increasingly intent on spoiling Kennedy's chances. McCarthy never let go of his resentment of Kennedy for entering the race after he had taken the initial risk of challenging Johnson. As the California campaign heated up, the Humphrey and McCarthy campaigns seemed to be collaborating to drive Kennedy out of the race. The ties between the two campaigns began to grow when a former CIA official named Thomas Finney, who was close to Humphrey, took over as McCarthy's new campaign manager in the final weeks of the Oregon campaign. Finney's sudden emergence as McCarthy's campaign boss and reports that Humphrey partisans had funneled $50,000 to McCarthy drove some of the peace candidate's staff to resign in protest. It is possible that the CIA and the Democratic Party establishment were working to split the peace vote to hand the nomination to Humphrey. But McCarthy himself was surprisingly popular in CIA circles, where Kennedy was reviled and there was growing disaffection with the war, which some intelligence officials believed was damaging the country's national security interests. Dick Helms, who advised President Johnson in a secret 1967 memo that the CIA believed he could withdraw from Vietnam without any permanent damage to the United States, was one of the McCarthy sympathizers in the agency's upper ranks. Over the years, Helms wrote in his memoir, He and the Minnesota senator lunched occasionally and encountered one another at the usual Washington events or as guests in owner Jack Kent Cooke's box at Redskin football games. McCarthy was always good company, intelligent and witty. Reeling from his Oregon loss and ganged up on California by his two Democratic rivals, Kennedy was facing political disaster. If his campaign crashed on the West Coast, not only would it be a personal humiliation for Bobby, but the end of his national crusade to revive the Kennedy dream. But California was not Oregon. It was densely populated with the white blue-collar workers and the black and Hispanic voters who were his base. It was also a media-saturated state that thrilled to his starry aura. And in the weeks leading up to the June 4 California primary, Kennedy's supporters roared to life. As he trekked up and down the nation, putting in 17-hour days, Kennedy was swarmed by screaming mobs. In the overgrown Central Valley farm town of Fresno, the crowd toppled the barriers at the airport as he got off his plane and engulfed him. "I touched him! I touched him!" shrieked one girl. "I won't wash this hand for a week." His motorcades through the streets of California were pageants of ecstatic democracy. By the time his campaign convertible had completed its slow, meandering journey through the shouting swarms, Kennedy's shirt would be hanging out and matted to his back with sweat. His forearms would be scratched and bleeding, and his cufflinks and PT-09 tie clip long gone. But the candidate's spirit would be rejuvenated. In the black neighborhoods of South Central Los Angeles, teenagers ran alongside his car, lunging for his outstretched hands as Bill Barry crouched beside him, holding on to Bobby's slight frame with all his might.
Women came running out of their homes and beauty parlors and curlers. Men came running out of bars. They all wanted to see him, shout out to him, touch him. Reporters riding with the candidate stared with stunned disbelief at the explosive energy he unleashed. "These are my people," said Kennedy. It was the race of his life, and Kennedy was pouring his very soul into it. And the people in the streets responded with a fervor that was like a wild hunger. Kennedy was greeted with the same frenzied celebration in Latino neighborhoods, where crowds shouted, "Viva Bobby!" and mariachi bands serenaded him with brassy versions of Woody Guthrie's populist anthem, "This Land is Your Land." The state's large Mexican-American vote was mobilized by the United Farm Workers Union, whose charismatic leader Cesar Chavez had been devoted to Kennedy ever since the senator took up the UFW cause. In 1966, Kennedy held hearings in California on behalf of the Union, whose nonviolent Catholic leadership and bitter struggle with the state's agribusiness industry deeply appealed to the senator's sense of justice. The senator hauled union-busting local sheriffs before his panel, the kind of redneck lawmen who had been harassing California farm workers since the Grapes of Wrath era, and subjected them to the same grilling that gangsters once suffered at Kennedy's hands, acidly suggesting that they read the U.S. Constitution before they illegally arrest any more UFW members. Most of the labor movement was under the control of pro-war union leaders who were solidly behind Humphrey. But UFW members fanned out all over the state to campaign for Bobby, including Chavez himself, who, still debilitated from a long hunger strike to protest farm workers' conditions, pushed himself so hard on Kennedy's behalf that he was bedridden for the following year. The union's all-out drive would prove critical for Kennedy. It was, said Chavez, a product of respect, admiration, love. Kennedy had come to the farm workers' aid when they needed it most. Now they were doing the same for him. By the final days of the campaign, Kennedy was so drained that he seemed to be sleepwalking through his events. On a plane ride to Los Angeles, the candidate grabbed Jack Newfield as he walked down the aisle with a Bloody Mary in his hand and steered him into the empty seat next to him. He wanted to talk about Bob Dylan, whose music Newfield had been urgently recommending to him. Kennedy had a hard time listening to Dylan's voice, which he found whining.
But after hearing Bobby Darin, whose vocal style was more to this taste, sing "Blowin' in the Wind" at a campaign rally, he was suddenly intrigued by the songwriter. "Do you think you could introduce me to Dylan?" he asked Newfield. Talking with him up close on the plane, the reporter was taken aback by Kennedy's haggard appearance. His face looked like an old man's. There were lines I had never noticed before. The eyes were puffy and red and pushed back into his sockets. His hands shook, as they often did when he was speaking in public. June 3, the last day of the race, was the most punishing of all, a 12-hour marathon that took Kennedy from Los Angeles to San Francisco to Long Beach, through Watts, then to San Diego for a late-night rally, and finally back to Los Angeles. In San Francisco, he rode through Chinatown as always, in an open car so the people could see him. He felt he had to ride in a convertible because his brother had been killed in a convertible, Newfield observed. When a string of Chinese firecrackers suddenly shattered the air, violent as gunfire, Ethel, pregnant with their final child, collapsed into a protective fetal crouch on the car seat, visibly trembling. "I was walking alongside the car," remembered John Seidenthaler, who had taken a leave from the Nashville Tennessean to help his old friend's campaign. "I saw the sheer terror in Ethel's eyes. It scared me very much, too." But Bobby kept standing and waving, refusing to show any fear. By the time they reached Long Beach, Kennedy was groggy with fatigue, stumbling almost incoherently through his speech. When he got back to the car, Fred Dutton stated the obvious. "You had a little trouble with some words that time." Kennedy confessed that he did not feel well, something he would have normally hidden from his staff. The final event of his long day's journey was a rally at the El Cortez Hotel in San Diego. The crowd was so massive that it had to be divided in half, and Kennedy was forced to deliver 2 back-to-back speeches. After the first one, he walked off stage and collapsed into a chair, burying his face in his hands. Bill Barry and Rafford Johnson, the former Olympic athlete who had begun to help out as a volunteer bodyguard, eased the ailing Bobby to a men's room. He didn't vomit, he later insisted to Dutton. He was just dizzy for a few minutes. "I just ran out of gas," he said. But he gathered himself one more time to return to the stage and deliver his last speech of the campaign. And then it was over. Robert Kennedy's political fate was in the hands of the California people. On Election Day, Kennedy recuperated at the Malibu beach house of John Frankenheimer with Ethel and 6 of their children. The director's Cold War movies, The Manchurian Candidate and 7 Days in May, had been embraced by JFK as warning messages against totalitarian impulses in Washington. And when Bobby jumped into the presidential race, Frankenheimer volunteered to direct his TV ads, trying to capture the electricity of the campaign by following the candidate around with his camera. The 2 men grew close on the campaign trail, and Frankenheimer even got Bobby to talk about his suspicions about Dallas. But when the director gingerly touched on one aspect of the case, Joe Kennedy's ties to organized crime and how the mafia might have felt betrayed by the family, Bobby made it clear that area was off limits. Frankenheimer was sensitive enough to drop the subject, and Kennedy felt sufficiently comfortable with the director to accept his invitation to use his beach house as a retreat from the campaign's tumult. 9 days before Election Day, Kennedy had been relaxing on a Sunday afternoon at Frankenheimer's house with a group of his supporters from the entertainment world, including Warren Beatty, Shirley MacLaine, Burt Bacharach, Angie Dickinson, and actress Jean Seberg. While talking with Kennedy, Seberg's husband, French novelist Romain Gary, suddenly said out loud what everyone found too terrible to mention. "You know, don't you, that somebody's going to try to kill you." The room fell deathly silent. But Kennedy, sitting cross-legged in his swim trunks on the floor, simply stared into a glass of orange juice that he was swirling in his hand and answered, "That's the chance I have to take." Then, taking the same blunt Gallic approach, he challenged Gary. "Take de Gaulle. How many attempts on his life has he survived, exactly?" Gary shrugged. 6 or 7, I think. "I told you," said Bobby with a soft chuckle. "You can't make it with that good old difficult person, luck." There was more drama at the Frankenheimer house on Election Day. As Kennedy and his kids romped in the surf, his 12-year-old son David was suddenly caught in a strong undertow, and Kennedy had to dive in to rescue him. The candidate came back to shore with a red bruise on his forehead that Frankenheimer covered with theatrical makeup in preparation for the big evening that awaited him. The rest of the day was less stressful, and the exhausted Bobby napped in the bright sun, stretched limply over 2 chairs by the pool. Coming upon his lifeless form, Dick Goodwin flinched before realizing he was only sleeping. God, thought Goodwin, who had returned to the Kennedy fold, I suppose none of us will ever get over John Kennedy.
Later, Frankenheimer offered to drive Kennedy to his election night headquarters at the Ambassador, the grand old hotel in downtown Los Angeles, packing the candidate and Dutton into his Rolls-Royce and tearing off down the Pacific Coast Highway. The director had taken race car driving lessons from Carroll Shelby and was eager to show off his high-speed skills to the candidate. But Kennedy kept telling Frankenheimer to slow down. They would live longer. As the polls closed at 8 p.m. and it began to become clear that the massive pro-Kennedy vote in Los Angeles would inevitably put RFK over the top, the uproar in the hotel's embassy ballroom, thronged by young men in Kennedy straw hats and young women in white blouses, blue skirts, and red Kennedy sashes, grew deafening. Upstairs in his suite, Kennedy finally started to relax, smiling and joking with his staff and taking congratulatory phone calls from friends and key Democratic figures around the country. The most important call came from Chicago Mayor Dick Daley, the powerful kingmaker whom Kennedy had pronounced the ball game when he got into the race. Daley, who had long ties to the Kennedy family and had grown disenchanted with the war, favored Bobby from the start. But he needed to see Kennedy build popular momentum in the primaries before he was willing to throw his considerable clout behind him. Now Daley was calling to make it official. The man who would be running the Democratic convention in Chicago was on his side. Salinger was sitting next to Kennedy while he spoke with Daley. As the phone call ended, he remembered, Bobby and I exchanged a look that we both knew meant only one thing. He had the nomination. Salinger's euphoria was probably premature. There was a lot more campaigning and political maneuvering before Kennedy could finally claim the nomination. But with victory in California assured, Kennedy clearly had the look of a winner. He also looked, for the first time in his political life, like his own man. Kenny O'Donnell, who was planning to fly to California the next morning to join his old comrade's campaign, later said he had arrived. He had won, the biggest state in the Union, not as Jack Kennedy's brother, not as Bobby Kennedy, but as Robert Kennedy. Observing the candidate in his increasingly boisterous hotel suite, Newfield jotted down the word liberated in his notebook. That's how Kennedy seemed to be that last night. Late in the evening, Kennedy began to let his imagination roam. He sat on the floor smoking a thin cigar with Newfield, Hamill, and his friend, screenwriter Bud Schulberg, and began to dream out loud about the kinds of new programs he envisioned for the country. He asked Schulberg about the Watts Writers' Workshop that he had started for promising young blacks. He was saying, I'm going to replicate that all over the country. We'll make a federal Writers' Workshop program, recalled Newfield. And then it was time to go downstairs and declare victory. At 1:45, he rode down the service elevator and walked through the kitchen, shaking hands with the workers. The ballroom was hot and blindingly bright as he entered, overheated by the TV lights and the densely packed bodies of his screaming supporters. On the platform, Kennedy kept his speech short and upbeat, knowing how sweltering the room was becoming. The film footage of his beaming face and loose, wit-cracking demeanor is still too awful to bear for those who watched his victory speech that night and are forever tormented by what came next. Mayor Yorty has just sent me a message that we've been here too long already, he smiled, tweaking the conservative Los Angeles mayor whom he had turned into a running campaign gag.
So, my thanks to all of you, and now it's on to Chicago, and let's win there. Those were his parting words to his supporters. Then he flashed a V for victory sign, which in those days was also a peace sign, and brushed his forelock off his brow one more time, and he was gone. The moments afterwards are a flash of searing images now iconic in American history. After conferring with Bill Barry, Dutton had decided that Kennedy should exit the back way instead of wading into the ballroom crowd, which, he later said, was rather unruly. Some people in the crowd had too much to drink. Stepping down from the stage, Kennedy made his way back toward the hotel kitchen, the quickest way to a press room where print reporters were waiting for the candidate. In the crush of people who were loudly chanting, "We want Bobby! We want Bobby!" Kennedy became separated from Barry and Dutton. As he headed toward the kitchen, led by the hotel's assistant maitre d', Carl Uckert, the candidate was about to violate several fundamental security rules a rueful Joe Dolan said years later, as if he still wanted to grab Kennedy by the shoulders and make him stop. He wasn't with his security guy, Bill Barry. He was always supposed to stay right next to the guy who was carrying him. We used to say to each other, "Who's got the package?" meaning who was responsible for moving him around. But we lost him that night. Another rule was don't go through the kitchen. And the third was don't reach into the crowd. Barry rushed to catch up with Kennedy, along with Rayford Johnson and former Los Angeles Rams star lineman Roosevelt Greer, who were also providing the candidate with muscular but untrained protection that night. But, slowed by the swarm of people, they had not reached him yet as Kennedy entered the kitchen pantry, a long, grubby area, as Hamill later described it, that was the sort of place where Puerto Ricans, blacks, and Mexican Americans usually work to fill white stomachs. The service area was lit by the dull glow of fluorescent lights, and there was a rusty ice machine on one wall and a steam table stacked with dirty plates and glasses along the other. A row of cooks and busboys in white uniforms lined each wall, eagerly waiting for the chance to shake Kennedy's hand as he made his way through the gauntlet. One of them, a 17-year-old Mexican-American busboy named Juan Romero, had met Kennedy earlier, after the candidate's entourage checked into the hotel. Romero had offered to pay another kitchen worker if he let him take a room service cart to Kennedy's room. The busboy was not politically involved, but he was intrigued by the famous politician. Romero had seen photos of the Kennedy brothers in people's homes back in Mexico, and he knew that Bobby had rolled up his sleeves for California's farm workers. When he pushed the food cart into Kennedy's room that day, the candidate shook his hand as hard as anyone had ever shaken it. I walked out of there 20 feet tall, thinking, I'm not just a busboy. I'm a human being. He made me feel that way. Now, as Kennedy edged his way through the pantry, Romero reached out to shake his hand once more, when suddenly he felt a flash of heat in his face and heard a loud pop. The busboy saw Kennedy fall backwards. As the room exploded in screams and whirling motion, he knelt down on the greasy pantry floor and cradled Bobby's head in his hand. He felt the warm blood ooze through his fingers. Romero leaned down and asked him if he could stand up. Kennedy was saying something in a faint voice, and the busboy bent his ear closer to hear him. "Is everybody okay?" whispered Bobby, the watchful guardian to the end. Then Ethel and others were there, nudging Romero out of the way. "Oh, my God," she sighed softly, kneeling next to her husband, who seemed to turn towards her with recognition as she took his hand. She crouched over him, in her orange and white party dress, whispering to him and stroking his bare chest and brow. Romero asked her if he could give Bobby his rosary beads, but she didn't answer, so he slipped them into one of the senator's strong hands, wrapping them around his thumb so they wouldn't fall off. Hamill had been a few paces ahead of Kennedy, walking backward and taking notes, when he heard the small, sharp explosions. Pop, pop, pop. He saw the young, curly-haired man with the outstretched gun. His first impression was that he was Cuban, and he was one of the first people to slam into the assailant. "Get the gun! Get the gun!" men were screaming. Hamill quickly gave way to the bigger men who were wrestling for the revolver, including Barry, Johnson, Grier, and Ryder George Plimpton. Barry, who had reached Kennedy just as the shots were fired, hit the gunman twice in the face so hard that he thought he was going to kill him. To control his fists, he threw his arms around him in a stranglehold. The big man who had wrapped his arms protectively around Kennedy throughout the campaign had lost his package for just a minute, and now he was locking his arms instead around a man who had shot at Kennedy. By the time Hamill could get a look at Kennedy, he knew his friend was beyond help. His face had a kind of sweet acceptance to it, thought Hamill. He looked like a man who had been released. His eyes were glassed over, but open. There was a sort of flicker on his face, an ironic smile, as if he had been expecting this all along. Bobby's last words before slipping into unconsciousness, someone later told Goodwin, were, "Jack, Jack." While Bobby lay bleeding on the scummy kitchen floor, a wrenching moan, again, not again, sped like electricity down the grimy corridor, like the shock of recognition that passes down a line of cattle on the way to the killing floor, and then it jolted the still crowded ballroom next door. As the sense of what had happened filled the big, bright, chandeliered room, a wave of revulsion, so powerful it was almost a physical thing, rolled through the crowd. Rick Tuttle was standing near the TV camera platform at the back of the ballroom with another young campaign worker, the woman who would become his wife, when the wave hit. There's a literary phrase, "the room heaved." That's exactly what it did. Something made it heave, and then it heaved again, like an undulating ripple. And of course, it was the word from the pantry. The howls from below began rising to the upstairs rooms. Goodwin, still in the Kennedy suite, ran to the TV in one of the bedrooms to see what had happened. There, sitting on the other bed, silently staring at the television's unwatchable images, was another Kennedy veteran, Ted Sorensen. "We just looked at each other and we both knew that he was dead," Goodwin remembered. Outside the hotel, Frankenheimer and his wife, Evans, were waiting in their Rolls-Royce to drive Bobby and Ethel to the victory party, which was to be held at the Factory, the trendy new disco that Salinger co-owned with celebrities such as Peter Lawford, Sammy Davis Jr., and Paul Newman. A policeman suddenly banged on the rolls and barked, "Get this car out of here." The director started to explain that they were waiting for Senator Kennedy when he and his wife heard the screams. "Kennedy's been shot! Kennedy's been shot!" Forced by the cop out of the Ambassador driveway, the Frankenheimers drove through downtown L.A., which was desolate at night, frantically looking for a phone booth. The car radio said Kennedy had been taken to Good Samaritan Hospital, and after finally finding a gas station with a payphone, the director managed to reach Goodwin in the hospital waiting room. Since all the Kennedys' clothes and belongings were back at the Malibu house, Goodwin advised them to go back there and help gather them. Evans Frankenheimer later recounted the ghostly feeling of the house when they arrived. As soon as they got inside, they turned on the row of TVs that Frankenheimer had installed for the Kennedy team to watch the building excitement of Election Day. Instead, there were chilling scenes from the Ambassador and shots of the police cordon outside the Good Samaritan and of sobbing people standing vigil. The Frankenheimers walked into the bedroom where Bobby and Ethel had been staying. All their clothes were still there, including the gaudy pink and green Hawaiian swim trunks that Bobby had worn that afternoon. 2 campaign assistants later showed up to get Bobby's clothes, and one of them just started throwing them in a heap in the suitcase, Evans recalled. John became absolutely apoplectic and said, "Fold those, fold those." So they had to take them out again, and John stood there helping them fold Bobby's clothes. In the heat of it all, they forgot the very swim trunks. I found them later. There they were, still wet and blobbed up in the sink. At the Good Samaritan, the dark vigil dragged on. A team of 6 surgeons labored over Kennedy for nearly 4 hours. But as time wore on, it became clear the vigil was a death watch. Kennedy had suffered 3 bullet wounds. One grazed his forehead, another lodged in his neck, and the final, most serious shot had struck him behind the right ear and penetrated his brain. As the doctor struggled against the inevitable, family and friends gathered in a hospital suite. When Kennedy was wheeled unconscious into the room after surgery, the doctor's mood was grim. They took aside Mankiewicz, who had been giving medical progress reports to the press, and told him the truth. They told me they took some pieces of bullet out of his brain, but they couldn't get it all. They were as gloomy as doctors can be. It seemed to me this was the end. Walking by the bathroom in the hospital room, Mankiewicz noticed Ted Kennedy standing there, bent over the sink and splashing water on his face. He started to say something to the remaining Kennedy brother, but then he saw his face. "I have never seen as agonized a look on anyone's face in my life," said Mankiewicz years later. "It just tore me up. I mean, it wasn't like a mother whose son has died in combat or a father whose daughter has been kidnapped. It was something beyond that. I just thought, oh, the gosh with it, I'm not gonna say anything." It was Frank Mankiewicz who finally had the task of telling the world that he was dead. The press aide had been at Kennedy's side nearly every day for the past 3 years. And now he was walking into a press room for the final time to make an announcement about the senator. The statement came in the haunted early morning, nearly 26 hours after Kennedy was shot. "I have a short announcement to read, which I will read at this time," said an exhausted Mankiewicz in a voice he struggled to keep under control. "Senator Robert Francis Kennedy died at 1:44 a.m. today, June 6, 1968. With Senator Kennedy at the time of his death were his wife, Ethel, his sisters, Mrs. Stephen Smith and Patricia Lawford, brother-in-law Stephen Smith, and Mrs. John F. Kennedy. He was 42 years old. He later added the name of his brother, Senator Edward Kennedy. The country, staggered by Dallas, by Vietnam, by King's death, by the exploding cities, by the spiraling feeling of chaos and doom, was now forced to make sense of this latest calamity. This second assault on a dynastic family in which so many Americans had invested their hope. One would have to go back to ancient Rome to find a precedent in the stunning back-to-back assassinations of two brothers at the height of their political glory, all the way to the 2nd century BC, when Tiberius Gracchus and then his younger brother Gaius were viciously hacked to death after each was elected tribune of the people and antagonized the Roman aristocracy with their democratic reforms. Even in death, Robert Kennedy remained an object of perverse fixation for J. Edgar Hoover. The first autopsy photos of Kennedy's remains were rushed to the FBI chief, who locked away the grisly trophies in his infamous official and confidential files, the only celebrity death pictures preserved like this by Hoover. Gruesome, color autopsy pictures also found their way into the safe of James Angletonus as his CIA successor was repulsed to discover years later when he cracked open the fired spook's secret vault. Bobby's death shattered the Kennedy dream forever. The men who had served the brothers were blown to their separate fates to try to recover and to find their way down new paths. But none of them would ever reach the same political heights, the same pinnacle where it once seemed they could have changed the course of America. Daniel Ellsberg, the young defense intellectual who had broken from the government to advise Kennedy on Vietnam, was in Chicago, attending a conference on the war when a friend told him to turn on the TV set in his hotel room. "Bobby's been shot," she told him. He sat on his bed as he watched the horrible images from Los Angeles, his chest heaving uncontrollably. All his hopes had been on Bobby. I was thinking, maybe there's no way to change this country. Later, after flying back home to Los Angeles, Ellsberg took a long walk on the Malibu beach. Bobby's funeral train was moving slowly down the tracks from New York to Washington, past the same crowds, white and black, young and old, who had once swarmed his motorcades, but were now standing as somber sentinels to salute him one last time. The train was filled with Kennedy's comrades, but Ellsberg didn't want to be on it. He wanted to be as far away as he could. As he watched the waves roll onto the Malibu shore, he dropped some LSD that a neighbor had given him. "I wanted to be on the moon. I wanted to be away from everything."
Some of the Kennedy team would drift away altogether from liberal politics. "After Bobby was shot, the lights went out for me," said Fred Dutton, who had dedicated nearly 8 years of his life to the Kennedy cause, but later became a Washington lobbyist. When Dutton died in June 2005, the Los Angeles Times would note in his obituary that his disillusionment with politics after the second Kennedy assassination helped explain to many why the unabashedly liberal Mr. Dutton later agreed to represent the conservative Saudi Arabian government. Dick Goodwin stayed in politics for a while, rejoining the McCarthy campaign, although he knew it had no hope, and drafting the doomed peace plank at the 1968 Democratic Convention, a gathering that, instead of uniting party warhorses like Mayor Daley and the anti-war movement as RFK's nomination would have ensured, pitted them violently and disastrously against each other. Afterward, Goodwin dropped out of the action. "Dick went kind of nuts after Bobby's murder," Newfield told me before his death. "He moved up to Maine and invited me up there to do rifle practice. He told me, 'They got my friends, but they're not going to get me.' He had a dark view of the whole thing." Today, Goodwin makes light of the rifle practice, but confirms that he was in a bad way. "I had to get away. I was very disturbed by what happened." For the Kennedy circle, once again, the world was off its axis, and this time the country seemed an even more strange and threatening place. On Bobby's funeral train, Jacqueline Kennedy, so stoic after Dallas, threw herself on his coffin, sobbing, "Oh my God, oh my God." It was McNamara who finally calmed her down, grabbing her and holding her in his arms. Later, her sorrow turned to bitterness. "If they're killing Kennedys, then my children are targets," she said. "I want to get out of this country." She would soon find a way by marrying Greek shipping tycoon Aristotle Onassis. John Frankenheimer, too, would flee the country, moving to Europe for 5 years, drinking heavily and largely ignoring his movie career. That night at the Ambassador sent him to a dark place, the director later recalled. "If you want to date a moment when things started to turn, it was after that night. I went through sheer gosh. I went to Europe and I just lost interest. I got burned out. I was really left very disillusioned and went through a period of deep depression. It took a long time to get it back." Bobby Kennedy himself would have scorned this feeling of alienation, Adam Walensky contends today, this growing dread that America was lost. He would have had no tolerance or patience for such a sentiment. His reaction would have been, "What do you mean we've lost America? It's a great country. Are you telling me the whole heritage of Washington and Lincoln and everything that Americans and their ancestors have done is all going down the drain because I'm not around? What the really is the matter with you? Grow up. Get to work. Cut that out." But Bobby was no longer there to rally his family and fellow warriors. The flag carrier they had always looked to had been carried from the field. JFK's death had been cataclysmic, but they still had Bobby. For years after Dallas, he had been the one they looked to, the one who kept the mission alive. His disappearance left a final void. There was also no Bobby to hunt relentlessly for the truth about what happened in those chaotic moments at the Ambassador Hotel. And so the men who had followed him grappled privately with their suspicions, and many never reached a satisfying conclusion about his death. Some thought Sirhan Bishara Sirhan, the luckless young Palestinian immigrant who was arrested and convicted of the murder, was the whole pathetic story. Others thought the assassin, who seemed in a trance that night, was programmed, or that he was not the only shooter, perhaps even a decoy. Ironically, Sirhan had brushed by Frankenheimer during Kennedy's victory speech as the director stood watching Bobby on a TV monitor in the ballroom's archway. "It was the Manchurian Candidate," Frankenheimer later said. "I felt this shaking inside me."
As pandemonium swept through the pantry that night, Jesse Unruh, the powerful California politician and Kennedy supporter, had shouted, "We don't want another Oswald," urging the enraged crowd that swirled around Sirhan not to kill him. But for many people in the Kennedy circle, that's precisely what that night at the Ambassador would become: another Dallas with the same type of mysterious gunfire, murky characters, and shockingly inept investigation. Mankiewicz and Hamill were among those who accepted the official version of Robert Kennedy's death, that Sirhan alone put an end to everything that night. While both men strongly suspected that JFK had been the victim of a conspiracy, they believed that Bobby simply had been dispatched by a pimply messenger from the secret filthy heart of America, in Hamill's disgusted words. This was the anguished, metaphorical way that the American liberal media generally reacted to RFK's murder. As time went by, Hamill would see the convicted assassin in less symbolic terms. Sirhan was the kind of Palestinian extremist you would later find blowing up cafes in Israel, Hamill says today. It just seemed weird at the time because we didn't know anything about Palestinians. But others who were in the Ambassador pantry when the shots rang out were deeply disturbed by what they witnessed. They could never reconcile their observations with the official version of Kennedy's killing. Gunpowder burns found on Kennedy's right ear during the autopsy indicated the fatal shot was fired directly behind his head from a distance of only 3 inches or less. But not one witness saw Sirhan shoot Kennedy in the back of his skull at point-blank range. According to witnesses, Sirhan attacked Kennedy from the front and he was standing between 3 and 6 feet away from his victim. Frank Burns, a lawyer and aide to Jesse Unruh, was standing at Kennedy's right shoulder when the gunfire erupted. He was among those who jumped on Sirhan, who held onto his gun like a man possessed, while much bigger men wrestled to disarm him. "There is no question that Sirhan was trying to assassinate Kennedy," Burns told me, "but I don't believe that Sirhan's gun got within a couple of inches of Kennedy's head, as the powder burns showed."
So I've never been able to reconcile that, and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly, compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. So, I've never been able to reconcile that, and I was standing right there.
Now, Kennedy could have circled completely around into the muzzle of the gun while we were waltzing with Sirhan, but I didn't hear any other shots while we were wrestling with him. In the years since Bobby's assassination, every conspiracy researcher in the world has called me up, from Dan Rather on down. But what it all comes down to for me is that the official story is just not believable, nor are other explanations and theories for who could have killed him. It's still an unsolved mystery in my mind. Dr. Thomas Noguchi, the Los Angeles coroner who conducted the autopsy on Robert Kennedy, came to the same unsettling conclusion, though it received surprisingly scant attention when he revealed this in his 1983 memoir. Disturbed by the gunpowder evidence, eyewitness testimony, and indications that 12 bullets were fired that night, more than Sirhan's 8-bullet revolver could hold, Noguchi wrote that it all seemed to indicate there may have been a second gunman, speculating that Sirhan's role might have been to divert attention from Kennedy's principal assailant. The coroner acknowledged that crowd psychology during moments of mayhem like the night at the Ambassador often made eyewitness testimony unreliable. Nonetheless, Noguchi wrote, until more is positively known of what happened that night, the existence of a second gunman remains a possibility. Thus, I have never said that Sirhan killed Robert Kennedy. Richard Lubick, the Kennedy media consultant, did see another drawn gun that night. He too was standing next to the senator as he was shot. As Lubick kneeled down to help the fallen Kennedy, he saw a security guard with a gun in his hand pointed toward the floor. The guard, Thane Eugene Caesar, was standing behind Kennedy when he was shot. He later insisted he did not fire his gun that night, but police never tested it. And Caesar, who held strong anti-Kennedy, racist views, telling one interviewer that the Kennedys had sold the country down the road to the commies and minorities, has long since figured in conspiracy theories about RFK's death. After the assassination, Lubick was visited at his home by members of Special Unit Senator, SUS, the Los Angeles Police Task Force set up to investigate the crime. To Lubick, the investigators from SUS, which had ties to U.S. intelligence, seemed like government people. When he tried to tell them about Caesar, asking them, why would a security guard have his gun pointed toward the floor instead of at Sirhan, they cut him off. It's none of your business, the investigators told Lubick. Don't bring this up. Don't be talking about this. Later, at Sirhan's trial, Lubick was never questioned about the mysterious security guard. Frank Burns discovered the same lack of curiosity when he was called to the witness stand. He was never asked about the position of Sirhan's gun. Everybody was certain they had the right guy. Sirhan was convicted before the trial ever began, Burns said. I had felt the same way until I began to see some of the evidence about the bullet holes and trajectories and so on. Within weeks of RFK's death, questions began to emerge about the LAPD investigation, including charges of destroying evidence and intimidating witnesses. Big Daddy Jesse Unruh, California's most formidable Democrat, was disturbed by what he was hearing about the investigation, and he alerted the Kennedy family. But irreparably broken by the death of Bobby, who, even more than Jack, had been the heart of the family, the Kennedys were in no condition to focus on the mysteries of the case. According to Burns, Unruh talked to Kenny O'Donnell and Steve Smith. He told them we had some questions about the investigation in L.A., and he wanted to know if they had any concerns and if they had anything they wanted us to pursue. If the family had been troubled by any concerns, Jess would have been willing to do whatever he could to look into them. After all, he had a lot of clout. He was the California Speaker. But the answer came back from the Kennedy camp, no, we don't want to pursue it. The family's attitude was clearly, thanks for your concerns, but please butt out. Ted Kennedy was now the head of the family, but he lacked Bobby's burning sense of political mission, nor did he have his brother's investigative drive. Family members became consumed by their own private torments. No Kennedy would take up Bobby's secret quest to solve Jack's murder, and none would dedicate himself or herself to ensuring justice for Bobby. Allard Lowenstein, the bespectacled whirling dervish of liberal activism, made the RFK assassination a cause until his own strange murder in 1980 by one of his former political protégés. And, over the years, various lawyers for Sirhan tried without success to reopen the case. But, overshadowed by the JFK mystery, Bobby's assassination received scant media scrutiny. With John Kennedy's death had come the birth of Camelot, endless TV specials and magazine spreads on the dashing storybook king and his tragic, inexplicable end. With Robert Kennedy's assassination, the Kennedy curse was born, countless media ruminations on the once charmed family's dark fate. This gauzy coverage had the effect of making the double killing of the Kennedy brothers seem like something preordained, something the family had brought upon itself, like characters in a Greek tragedy. Ted Sorensen tried to counter the creation of the Kennedy curse. At a memorial service held at his New York law firm the day after Bobby's death, he delivered an eloquent tribute to the fallen brothers. John and Robert Kennedy were killed not because they were cursed, Sorensen declared, but because they dared to change history. There is no curse upon the Kennedys, Sorensen told his colleagues. They have met their share of ill fate because they had more than their share of the courage and the conviction required to dare and to try and to tempt fate. They died heroic deaths because they lived heroic lives. As time passed, it became clear that the curse was not on the Kennedy brothers. It was on America. Years would go by, and no new leader would appear to take the country to the same heights, Walensky remarked. A retreat not just from liberal ideals, but from that sense of excited involvement in the country. I was asked by a magazine once what I thought John Kennedy's greatest contribution was, and I said, "He made us feel that we were better than we thought we were." That was the big loss. There's so much a president can do to inspire a nation, it's hard to even remember that nowadays. I mean, JFK just liberated an enormous energy in the country. And Bobby would have done even more, I think. Once again, Walensky intervenes to put the Kennedy memorializing in perspective. He refuses to indulge in the senseless what-ifs had-lived ritual. I was at one of those memorial events once, Walensky recalled, and Arthur got up and went into this long deal about if John Kennedy had lived, this would be different, that would be different, and this struck me wrong. So when it came my turn to talk, right after Arthur, I just put aside what I was planning to say, and I said, "Look, the entire time I worked for Robert Kennedy, I never heard him say, if only President Kennedy had lived, this would be different. Because to him, that would have been a statement of weakness. That would have been saying, my brother didn't succeed in doing it, therefore we can't. The question to him was not what if, it was what now. He felt, here we are responsible. It's up to us." And there's a real logic in this.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly.
The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Because if you say, "Too bad President Kennedy isn't still alive," why stop there? What about Lincoln, Washington? Isn't it a pity George Washington isn't still here with us? And how about Socrates, Moses? Jesus could walk among us again. The fact is, other people can't solve your problems for you. They can only give you an example of how to live. Then it's up to you what to do about it. With his gleaming shaved head, flashing eyes, and disputatious style, a cross between a courtroom lawyer and Talmudic scholar, Walensky presents himself as the tough, unsentimental guardian of Robert Kennedy's legacy. As Bobby himself would insist after Jack's death, Walensky doesn't want to be caught up in the misty past. But as he's talking, sitting in a sunny breakfast nook off the kitchen of his Scarsdale home, he's watched over by another saintly photo of Bobby. This one is a black and white picture of Kennedy with the small child of migrant farm workers crouching in the dirt next to the family's home, an abandoned, rust-eaten car. Walensky is not so different from the other men who served John and Robert Kennedy. The Kennedy years remain their touchstone, their reminder of what is best in them. Like the others, Walensky's eyes are sometimes stung with tears as a particular memory comes suddenly to mind. And like the others, his house is filled with Kennedy memorabilia. The mementos, framed photos, stirring quotations, political cartoons cover the walls in these men's studies, living rooms, even breakfast nooks. These men's homes are shrines to that heroic past, when they all were young and the country was beginning anew. When Robert Kennedy called to them, telling them, "Come, my friends, it's not too late to seek a newer world," and they believed him.